Oh, hello. Hello, everybody. Hi. Good morning, good day, good afternoon, good night. Whatever time of day it is for you, I'm glad that you're here. We're here to hang out. We're here to chill. We're here to vibe. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, how is everybody today? I can't talk, apparently. What's up? This music hella bopping. I know. Oh my gosh, there's so much conversation. Hi. What's up, Gayfesh? There's Mama. Uncomfortable baby squid. Hello. Peter G. Heck yeah. Uncomfortable talking about starting to get swole. Fuck. Yes, yes. Drink some water. Drink water. The fit is fire. I like this fit. I like this shirt. I don't know what I'm doing with my hair right now, but we'll figure it out. It's early. It's early. We'll get it. And my hair is just wanting to go up before it goes down when it's parted this way, and that's what's annoying about it. Anyway, hello, YouTube chat. There's Speedy Shimeji. There's RC. Hello. Hello, Morris. I'm about to go to sleep, but wanted to pop in briefly and leave a like for the algo. Thank you, European friends. We appreciate it. What's up, Rob? And what's up, whatever floats your boat? Hello. What's up, Veronica? No worries. Been having a news blackout. It has not been good for my mental health. Just wanted to drop in and say hi. Well, thanks for dropping by. Take care of yourself. Protect yourself as much as you can. from the horrible shit. Oh my god, hail hydrate. RC in the YouTube chat says, some good news about my state. Tina Kotex signed into a law which protects our state from out-of-state prosecutors, basically protecting people fleeing from Ohio if they have transgender-related issues. Well, that's cool. Yeah, sanctuary state laws. Like, we refuse to extradite people kind of shit. So, yeah, how do we like the colors? I moved around my lights a bit, so I think that it's, like, more intense red, but also, like, I don't know, this, like, it's more the lower part of the wall rather than the top part of the wall. I don't know. Let me know what you think. I did some mowing today, but then I noticed I narrowly missed a baby frog and was like, this is all I need to give up today. Fair enough. Looks fiery. Yes, it's nice. I moved the lights closer a little bit. So I had to take off yesterday because my dishwasher exploded. So I'm doing late night overtime. Jeez Louise. Okay, I gotta get this out of my face. Get away. I love the wall color. Nice. Yeah, so it's closer now, which means any color that I do is going to be more intense than it was before. So mostly what I'm asking you about is the light is closer to the wall now, and therefore is a more colorful wall. And then there's, yeah, this is purple. This is the purple that I like so much. It's definitely, it pops more, for sure. I like it. We're making some changes. We are making some changes. We've got some adjustments, babe. Hello. Blue? Bitches love blue. Ooh, blue. I like blue. All of these are very nice. So, anyhoozle. Got a new downstairs neighbor. Ooh, okay. Blue. Blue. A relaxing blue. Tonight is not going to be a very relaxing stream. I'm going to be honest with you all. Our first hour, as per usual, we're gonna dick around and talk about whatever and just enjoy each other's company. And then we've got something annoying. You know, the title of the stream, if it didn't give it away, we're gonna review a conversation that was pretty frustrating to listen to. I got no partner today. Oh, rip in peace. Hello, Cheez-It. Delicious. I love Cheez-Its, but they're empty carbs. And not really what I'm trying to do right now. LMAO, I bet I know which one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Gayfesh. I don't know. I literally, like, it's your fault. I'm being, like, completely 100% serious. I was on my way to bed, about to, like, close down my computer, and I saw the little ding, a message popped up, and I saw that you had posted in the group chat about the conversation. So, I've been trying to spend less time in news discourse and more time in horny discourse, true. So, Demon Mama was streaming last night, a big, long stream, and she, her original topic was video essayists versus streamers, right? And she ended up, the Morpheus is fighting Neo gif. Yeah, true, yeah. That's how you announced to the group chat that, that this was going down. So, Demon Mama, yes, had a conversation with a certain soul critter. Yes, a certain rabbit, you might say. A certain relatively new creator in the space called Soul Bunny. And it was, like, it's frustrating because of what Soul Bunny has done previously. And then the, like, a lack of accountability during the conversation, basically, TLDR. Like, not to get into it immediately, but that is what we're gonna watch. I saw that stream was happening. I'm just waiting for the Drama Mama segment to release. Well, she's probably not gonna release a spiritual lagomorph. True. I was there. I saw Gayfesh drop the link in the chat. Like, I was supposed to go to bed at midnight last night, and I didn't end up going to sleep. I mean, I was in my bedroom, but I didn't end up going to sleep. I was, like, on my phone on the chat. I'm using my YouTube Premium to have, like, YouTube open in one tab on my phone and then switch over to the chat to, like, scream and mauled about the conversation. So, anyway, but Mama's intention was not for it to be a contentious discussion. So if she releases a Drama Mama segment, it's not going to include the Soul Bunny part, because the Soul Bunny part is not a Drama Mama. Like, it is not a drama part of the video. Even though I think it should have been more drama than it was. Like, it almost makes me wonder, it wasn't a drama mama to begin with. Not all drama stuff she covers counts as a drama mama. Okay, it's a specific show. It's a specific showdown. The way that she performs the news to doing a drama mama. She was just really she was really just yelling at people for being crazy about noodles and tearing into Foreign's video. Watching Foreign's video is relevant. Well, yeah, so I don't know anything about Foreign either, but what I do know is that I didn't need, yeah, she actually had Soul Bunny on. She actually had like an hour-and-a-half long conversation. That's what we're gonna review today. What we're reviewing today is the conversation she had with Soul Bunny. So, and Dizzy said that they were gonna give me links. I was up until 3 because of that convo. Yeah, I was up until 1:30. I was like, I ended up staying on. I said I was gonna go to bed, but then so I logged out of the chat, but then the YouTube video was still on, and I realized that I still wanted to listen to what Mama was saying, but I didn't get very far into that, post-conversation Mama reacting to chat moment, because I was really frustrated by that as well. Just not here to talk shit on Demon Mama or anything. It just was not satisfying. And it, I guess I'll just say this. It makes me, the conversation and the way it went down, it makes me wonder if Mama is, not aware of the kind of things that Soul Bunny was doing. Some of the stuff that Soul Bunny was saying, I was like, that is obviously objectionable. And the fact that Demon Mama is not objecting, even softly objecting to that, makes me feel weird about what the point of this conversation even is right now. So anyway, but we'll get into that later. She has deliberately avoided a lot of the inter-community conflict. Well, I just, it's little stuff that bothered me. Oh my god, I'm just launching into the discourse immediately. This is the thing that's going on right now in my brain. Okay, before I go any further, the only other thing that's going on in my life, normally we kind of chit-chat and talk about whatever at the beginning of the stream. I woke up in a grumpy-ass mood today. I don't know if it's because I only slept for 6 hours, or because the thing that I did right before bed was really frustrating, or because I have, problems in my life that I have to fucking wait on other people to solve, and it's starting to really piss me off. So, I just feel fucking angry today. And so, I don't really have a lot of, oh my god, this is what I've been doing. Let me tell you about my exercises. I started doing yoga today, and I got really pissed off at how repetitive this one particular video was being. And I, was about to just quit entirely and move on with my day. And then I was like, no, I'm gonna pick a different video that I know doesn't do this particular thing that I'm finding irritating right now. But I've had to, make some choices today, because I've just been fucking irritated. So, anyway, yeah, I want to, respond to the vid. But, I mean, there's, a couple other things that I probably could or should talk about on stream, given that we're not going to see each other again until Sunday. But, there's news about the Actors Guild. There's some news about an over-the-counter birth control pill. Congrats on the picking a different video thing. I'm bad at that. Yeah. I watched this one person for yoga. This one person. And I decided to watch a video that's from 9 years ago. And it was before she really found her rhythm. And it fucking sucked. And I was mad. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do another newer one. I'm hangry. My PCOS is flaring up my monster cravings. So I'm in a less than ideal mood. Good to hear the actors are joining the writers. Yeah, for sure. And then we have UPS at the same time coming in for their... I mean, they're gonna vote in August. I think they're supposed to vote... well, it depends. They have until August, I think, to get the contract figured out. And so if they don't get the contract figured out, then they're gonna vote to strike. So it's yeah, between SAG and WGA, plus UPS striking, plus aren't there usually Amazon strikes around Amazon Prime Day? And it's Amazon Prime Day, yeah? Or it was recently. Hello, Mersh! Welcome in. I feel like I haven't looked into this enough to be making judgments. Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I guess it's not like as things are as simple as Soul Bunny bad. Like, I think once it, like, if you see the conversation, especially given that, like, Dizzy has receipts and stuff for us to look at of, like, what happened, and, like, the way in which Soul Bunny retreats from accountability for the bad act, like, the objectively bad actions that she's done. Like, when Keffels was, like, super drugged out and had a suicide attempt where she, like, she was, like, dangerously mixing drugs that could have killed her, and her friends were, like, on a rotation to keep her from dying, like, to check on her while she was asleep and stuff like that. Soul Bunny, like, called that white woman tears when Keffels started being open about her, like, suicide attempt. So, like, she is a horrendous person, given the things that she... And she stood by that wholeheartedly. Like, we'll listen to it in the video. She was like, I do not walk that back at all. So, like, I just think that she's gross as a person. But, I mean, it's for you guys to judge your own actions. Or, sorry, for you to judge her actions on your own. Yoga sounds interesting. I'm not very flexible, so maybe it could help with that. I mostly have been doing cardio as of late. I like how it just gets you moving. Like, it just gets you in a flow, right? You're just in a flow. So, yeah. Anyway, so for those of you who are just coming in, first of all, hit like. That's amazing of you. It's fast, it's quick, it's easy. And even if you don't want to hang out with us, leave a like before you go. We are going to be talking about the Soul Bunny conversation from last night, and me being really frustrated with how it went down. Just like some intra-community drama, frustrating reaction content kind of thing, and like pointing out the ways in which someone is like being dishonest and avoiding accountability and stuff. So, yeah. How often do we beg for people to listen to us as queer people and they ignore us? I don't want to be doing that to BIPOC folks. So here's my thing about that, I guess, is like, I watched a lot of this conversation happening as it happened, and I saw people like Soul Bunny, but I also saw people like Star Panda and like a couple other people. Like, so there's some black people who are saying this and some other black people who are saying this. And so it's up to me then to have to discern which one of those people I think are more or less correct on a particular issue. And given that I had that ability to judge as things were happening, like, I just happened to think that this wasn't... Like, most of the issues surrounding this are, like, pretty awful. Like, you could say that maybe there is a legitimate question to be had about some of them, but, like, I just think that the behavior is awful, and especially the behavior between these two groups. Like, the fact that, like, the people like Soul Bunny and other black folks who are aligned with her, like, the fact that the thing that they're doing is, like, attacking black people who don't agree with them. Have you reached out to Demon Mama about this? I have not. This is from last night. I don't know what I would say to her about this. Like, I thought the stream was irresponsible platforming and disrespectful to Shark, Keffels, and Vosh. DM kept framing it as both sides when only one side lies, gatekeeps, and gaslights. Well, I think so. Part of what she was trying to do, Halo, I suppose, was trying to make Soul Bunny, like, recognize her behavior as negative. And I think that Demon Mama believed at the end of the conversation like she had made some progress, but I don't believe that she made any progress. Yeah, like... So when she was framing it as both sides, that was mostly for Soul Bunny's benefit, in my opinion. But I don't know. It's complicated. It's complicated and annoying. Oh, good gracious. There's also... Oh yeah, there's a little bit of news about the gay marriage thing. The 303 Creative lawsuit, the Supreme Court case about whether it's legal to discriminate against people for being queer, a different judge is like using that for a different excuse now, which is great. Yeah, the true gaslight gatekeep girl boss. So it's like, we could talk about politics news and do like Supreme Court bullshit and writer's strike and all that stuff, or we could just do this one reaction content thing, and it's gonna take a while to get through the video, so I think we're probably gonna stick that. I think Demon Mama didn't want to risk scaring off Soul Bunny, so I understand why she used a softer tone. Toward the beginning, I understand why she used a softer tone. I think by the end, she should have been like, yeah, your behavior is wildly unacceptable, because otherwise, I mean, I just feel like someone needed to tell her to her face. But anyway, I'll bitch about it fully when we react to the whole video. Water is delicious. I have a giant thing of water. It's amazing. 64 ounces of giant jug of water. So anyhow, hit like, by the way, since we're doing that thing where we're trying to just chill for the first hour. This is... it's not just about the conversation about, like, the fact that the dominant leftist voices in this space are white people. Like, that's almost completely unrelated to the things that are on topic. Like, it's not that the substance of the critique was wrong. The substance of the critique, that white people have, like, dominant voices, that we often, like, speak over people of color in our rush to be allies to them, or, like, we inappropriately ignore what they're saying. But it's, like, the way in which she addressed other black creators, like, was a big issue. And then, like, the behavior continuing from that point. You know? It's not like I think that she was wrong for having certain critiques. I think that she was wrong for being a piece of shit about it. You know? DM is exasperated by the lack of chill and petty fights. I guess. Anyway. So I don't need this open right now. Both things can be true. Yeah, so both things can be true at the same time. It can be true that her original criticism was somewhat salient, and also that she was a huge dick about it. Like, just like swinging punches at people for no reason, in a way that you, like, did not need to do to make a point. And she even admits that she was making the video for emotional catharsis. Like, basically to just shit on people because her fifis were the most important primary thing. Like, you'll see. You'll see. Anyway, maybe we should get started on that, since it's gonna take an hour and a half of just watching the video, and then we're gonna have to, like, pause and respond to it every once in a while. Oh my god, my nose is itchy. Yeah, I feel like online lefties took a break from shitting on each other in any serious capacity, starting from when Keffels got into rehab, and then we took a break, and then hitting back to it, like, last week. Yeah, we took a temporary hiatus from shit-talking each other. I don't actually think that's true. I know that, like, Jay, is that her name? Jay? She has still been doing her whole anti-Eden thing over there on Blue Sky, so I guess it depends on whether you consider Jay to be a leftist or not. Any plans to stream Sean's KJK video? I had kind of thought about it, but it's like 2 hours long, and it's mostly just gonna be informative, so... Real fast before we start, love your top today. Oh my god, thank you. It's a cute one. I enjoy being adorable. What a faggot. Anyway. Oh, gosh. Being a leftist doesn't make you a good person, nor does it make you a good leftist. True. What's up, Mana King? No, I think you're just about right on time. Yeah, differentiating between good and bad faith criticisms, I think, is one of the tough things. Excuse me, even if you don't stream it, it'd be cool to hear a short segment of your thoughts. I mean, we talk about KJK sometimes on stream, Jay, but it's like, I don't know what to say about it. She's very obviously a neo-Nazi. Like, even other gender criticals don't like her. She does not call herself a feminist. Like, she does not believe in women's rights. Like, she is the worst. And I don't know what, like, I know how bad it is. Like, I don't know how else to say it. I seriously don't think I've seen a lefty hit piece like Forens in weeks, like at least since I left the psych ward. Yeah, so I didn't watch that video, but I do know that he did the same thing of sort of like invoking shark in the whole like using the C slur, you know, the short cute word for an adorable trash panda animal. And like that he was allegedly gonna address certain like disputes from other black creators, and then he ended up just focusing entirely on Vosh. Like, that's the impression that I got about Foren's video. What's up, trans girl Jade? Welcome in. You haven't missed much. We've just been kind of like talking generally about some stuff, including the Soul Bunny and Demon Mama conversation last night, which is what we are going to be talking about here momentarily. Oh yeah, I opened up YouTube so that I could open a Demon Mama video. Demon Mama! I need to take off my wrist brace. It is tight and it hurts a little bit. But my wrist was hurting earlier and I needed some support. So, that's delicious. Oh my god, look at me. Got lots of imprints on the skin. Oh god, yeah, I saw you were there, trans girl. I know, you were there, trans girl Jade. Eric Cartman's superhero alter ego. We all saw Sean's new video, right? I haven't actually watched Sean's new video, but part of the reason why I have not watched Sean's new video is because I do not need to. Like, I know what Kelly J. Keane is like, so I feel like it's not 100% necessary. And it's like, do I want to bum myself out right now? Okay, cool. Let me watch Sean's video about Kelly J. Keane. Sounds like a great idea. So I'll get to it eventually, but I'm not, like, excited about it, you know? Just gonna cut my hair really quick on stream. I never miss a Demon Mama stream. I do miss a lot of Demon Mama streams because she is just really high energy, and I'm most of the time when I'm relaxing and I'm watching media, I want to relax, right? DM's ignorance shouldn't be an excuse to give Soul Bunny room to further spread reactionary rhetoric. Yeah, like, the lack of pushback I thought was really obvious. So, okay, if you're just coming in, hello, welcome. I'm Luxander. Welcome to the stream. I'm about to have a new overlay. Oh my god, I'm so excited. It's gonna be great. So anyway, we are about to get started having this conversation, looking at this conversation between Demon Mama and Soul Bunny that they had last night. I listened to most of this conversation last night. How long did she end up streaming? She ended up streaming for like less than half an hour after she ended the call with Soul Bunny. But yeah, so from about 5 hours, 30 minutes in this video until 7 hours. Okay, so this is like a 2-hour conversation. Oh my god, I thought it was like an hour and a half, but it's like 2 hours, so we should get started. LOL, it's gonna take a while. It gets a little repetitive toward the end, though. We need to have some mediation, debate bro and essayist group therapy sessions. Reducing tension. True, we do need it. 1.2, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to speed it up just a little bit. So yeah, Demon Mama reacts to Foren's video. She spends a long time reacting to Foren's video in this. And then, talking with Soul Bunny part. Let's look at that. Talking with Soul Bunny. Is DM canceled or something? She's not canceled. I'm just a little frustrated with the way that the conversation went. So let's get ready to rumble. Do you have a drink, dear Horde? Do you have water? Do you have a snack if you need one? Are you prepared? I might actually I might have to refill my water before I get started, just to make sure I have plenty of it. Wow. Wow. My goodness gracious. Aren't I so cute? I like how my tattoo shows through on this shirt also. What an adorable little guy. What a cutie patootie. What a good little boy. Oh my gosh. That rose turned out really nicely. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Bathtub Lux stream? I don't think so. No worries, Baphomet. Good night. When did you get that? May 2021? Yes. Is there an official trans flower? I don't know. I have no idea. I think DM's strategy was really good. If the goal is to give SB enough rope to implicate herself, that was not the impression I got based on the conversation after the stream. Like when Demon Mama was responding to the chat after the convo with Soul Bunny was over, I did not get the impression that she was trying to give her the rope to implicate herself. Like, I don't even really know what the goal was. Thank you, Jade. I appreciate it. Anyway. Nature is queer and queer is nature true. Okay, so you all get yourself a drink. I'm gonna refill my whole water bottle, just to make sure that I'm prepared. And then we're just gonna jump right fucking in. We're just gonna jump right on in to watching Demon Mama talk to Soul Bunny. Oh my god. Yeah, we appreciate the lurkers. Every time. Every time. We always love the lurkers. Okay, bitches. I have water. You hopefully have a drink. And we are ready to start. Okay? We're ready to go. Let's go. Oh, I need my... You know what I need right now is my headphones. I need my headphones so that I can hear the video. And then you all need to be able to hear it as well. So let me get that all set up. Make sure that everything is fine. Everybody can hear everything.
Speak.
I can hear you.
Okay, that's a little bit loud.
Can you just give me a test real quick so I can check audio levels?
Hold on.
Test.
All right, that should be hopefully just right. I'm sure chat will let me know.
Okay, Demon Mama's a little bit quiet.
Let me just get some welcome guest text.
And Soul Bunny was a little bit loud, but I don't think I can change that any further than I already have. So, let's fucking go.
Just out of curiosity, pronouns?
She, they.
She, they. Okay. All right.
Okay, cool.
Let me bring on the guest text. Oh, why did I have to change my guest text? Oh, it makes it a little bit harder to see. Here we go. Put it down there. There we go. That's a lot easier to read. Sorry about that. Sorry about the delay there.
DM is under the impression
If
that the
you
tweets and
want to
screenshots
be
from
on
April are
video,
some
I
sort
could
of clip
probably
chimp.
put you on
Ooh.
video. I don't know if you prefer.
Yeah.
It makes no difference to me. I can bring you on video if you'd like to.
I would literally have to like, so when I do video, I have to like flip my table because of the lighting in my room. So.
Then don't worry about it. It's totally fine. That's totally fine. Okay, slightly louder.
Let's
on
go.
somebody
So
then.
much
Okay.
chat on screen. I
Hopefully
know.
that will-
Mama has her
hopefully that- I
chat like set up the opposite way of mine, so it's there's so much chat. You can see everybody's chat.
adjusted it, so it should be nice and even now, I think. All right, so sorry
could
about the
technically do
technical
this.
stuff. We've been having some gain issues with my audio that I'm trying to
Would that be better?
hammer
Is that better?
out and even out. So I apologize about that. Welcome to the show, Soul Bunny. It's been a while since we last talked, but it's good to talk
this
with
better?
you again. I assume you saw most of my react.
Yeah, I saw most of it. I actually, I'll say this. I was watching your Joe Lewis video like this morning when I was making breakfast. So.
Oh, yeah, I had a really
I had
good
no
conversation.
idea. Yeah, it was a really good conversation actually. Yeah.
Joe and I go way back. Joe and I used to do the debate circuit together.
Will we see Lux chatting in DM chat while Lux chats about the chat? Yes. I like both chats visible. Okay. Okay, fine. I'll switch. Okay, now it's back.
The hippy dippy.
Hippy dippy and all
like,
that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it was. I really like Joe, and I was really happy that I got to sit down and talk with him about a lot of stuff, and also, give him a chance to. I think his GoFundMe succeeded, which is awesome to hear. I like Joe a
Oh,
lot.
that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Joe's. I think especially like I'm younger than Joe, but like I feel like I feel like he's like at a mature age where he's gonna have a different perspective.
This
I feel like
conversation is
take
taking
I would say
forever
approach,
to
I'd
get
say.
ramped
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
I wasn't here for the beginning of the conversation last night.
I'm not saying everyone his age takes the same approach, but yeah.
Haven't we all? So I honestly, I felt pretty poorly about this video.
Oh yeah, I saw, and I said
yeah.
like you have every right to have your opinion.
Okay, what
I
about
didn't really want to like defend the whole video. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's kind of.
So yeah, I guess I know you expressed in chat that you didn't really want to defend the whole video. I honestly, I felt pretty poorly about this video.
Oh yeah, I saw, and I said
yeah.
like you have every right to have your opinion, like, and yeah.
I just
feel like-
I get a
Yeah, I would say I would really recommend against, if you want to play a drinking game during this stream, I would really recommend against playing any drinking games involving the phrase your opinion or my opinion. Like the word opinion, you're gonna be smashed by the end of the stream. Yeah, and you're entitled to your opinion, and I'm entitled to my feelings, and like it's. After going back and rewatching DM respond to the video just before this, I think she just got most of her vitriol out during that section. I guess that's fair enough, because like she was responding to this video by Foreign, which I think is what her and Soul Bunny are discussing right now, and she reacted to that for like 3 hours, which is a long time. And the video is called "When You're Racist But Queer." I've heard a lot of not great things about it. Anyway, moving on.
little tired, of it's not just like people sometimes euphemize it as like leftist infighting, but it honestly it goes more than that. It's the stuff that goes beyond. Like infighting is going to happen. People have differing opinions on all kinds of topics, even within like the same ideological quadrants or whatever, like anarchists disagree about all kinds of stuff. God knows the MLs can't agree with each other. They purge each other all the time. So it's normal to have a certain amount of infighting. And I think that that's like actually healthy when...
Yeah, Dizzy, hello. We are watching the nonsense. We cannot see the vid. You don't need to see the vid. You don't need to see it. Check audio. I can't boost her anymore. There's nothing I can do. I apologize. I am like not capable of boosting her any further. Like there's nothing I can do. I've noticed this recently though. Mama's audio is always like a little bit low because Soul Bunny's audio is kind of loud at times. So it's still gonna be kind of loud when Soul Bunny is talking. Hello, Amy. What's up? Have you DM'd me more, Dizzy? No. Okay, cool. Yeah, excellent. So yeah, we've already started listening to this conversation because it's gonna take 2 hours.
when, people have ideological differences, but I really think that sometimes this shit goes way too far. And not just that, but that a lot of stuff just gets...
Watching DM's chat scream and or watching DM make faces is one thing of using the vid. I was just covering up for the fact that I didn't switch back to the scene. No worries.
I have a huge problem with people like overstating harm.
That's good.
And I feel like that's something that happens all the time, especially with Keffals. Like, I get it. Like, people have a lot of reasons to like dislike Keffals, and that's one thing. But I feel like, I don't know.
Quick question. Did you see Chariot's video on the Say Her Name / Jesse Gender discourse? Because that's where I learned that Say Her Name could also be traced earlier to missing and murdered Indigenous women. I did not watch Chariot's video. I'm a bad friend. And I did not see Chariot's video. But I am aware of the fact that the Say Her Name hashtag was prior to Black Lives Matter. Like, it didn't, you know, so anyway, and they do discuss that here, and it's fucking insanely frustrating when they do discuss that part. So, yeah.
It's tiring. It's exhausting. It's exhausting to see, especially when I see...
So she is kind of trying to start holding her accountable here.
Respect, or that I have some level of respect for. I respect the stuff that they do, engaging in, like, I don't know, like putting blinders on, it seems, in order to like, to find a reason to justify being really, really harsh to somebody when they could just say, I think X person is a fucking idiot. Like, I don't know. I guess I don't understand the need to turn so many struggles into like a political, not even a political struggle, that's not even right, but to like try and find like some sort of moral failing that has to go above and beyond and like speaks to somebody on like a deep level instead of just being like, I think that Keffals is abrasive and inconsiderate, which I obviously have no problem with people saying something like that because I don't care. I'm not like the
I would say, like, even for example, like I saw someone today, like people defending this black guy saying he wishes death on Keffals, and they were defending it, and they were defending him because of how Keffals responded to that, and I'm like, that is not the hill I would die on. That's actually so cringe. It was so cringe to see that, because obviously, like, even though I'm, you know, I'm pretty sure you sound but I am sort of involved in the current discourse.
I know there was a video you made, you know, about Shark, which I mean, I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you saw my.
I saw your
probably
response,
did.
and I will say, and I'll say this. I did not. So I see why you and other folks would see it as like me using your clip as you endorsing that statement, but that's not what was like the goal or even the way I intentionally used it. So I won't deny, like, I can see how it would come off that way for like other folks, but it was more like me showcasing that like you were calling out that behavior in the space, not necessarily. I personally just like was showing an example, like lining up your audio of calling it out, and I could see how like something like, so it wasn't like me trying to say, well, Demon Mama is calling out Shark, no, because you never named names in that entire thing in that moment. Like you just said that this is misinfo, and that's not cool.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't assume that you had done it intentionally or anything like that. I think in my first response, I hope that came out clear. That I felt the need to clarify because so many people messaged me that I was in that video, and I wanted.
Soul Bunny just demonstrates here that she knows Keffals is getting death threats and people are condoning it, but Keffals bad. Yeah, was that in reference to Keffals specifically? Like, yeah, she has seen Keffals receiving harm and is still fine throwing hands at her. I mean, yeah, she's like, I would stop short of encouraging people to commit suicide, but like, yeah.
To be clear that I'm like, because I don't, I'm gonna be completely honest, like I've been open about this. I don't think that the way that most people talk about Shark is particularly cool. But I'm also like, I'm not like the police of content. If there's something that sticks out to me, like this video, I've been seeing it talked about for the last week or whatever. It's been 9 days since the video came out, and it's been on every timeline. It's been all over Discords. It's been everywhere. And so I'm like, all right, I guess I got to look into this because it's been everybody talking about it. But you know, I try not to like police everybody's interactions with one another, especially when it's like.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off.
I was just gonna say, especially when like it's a topic that's like, you know, talking about the C slur, like, and the way that that's used, like, in between, you know, black people. Like, that's not like, what am I supposed to say about that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to say about that outside of me saying like, on a comparative level, I don't think like I think that sounds harsh to me. Like, but what am I supposed to do? I don't have a commentary on the inter-community discourse. Like, I mean, fuck, like, there's all kinds of things I could talk about that are, you know, relevant to groups that I belong to. Like how, I mean, I did a video on the R slur and why I think that some people claim that they're reclaiming it when they're not actually. They're just using it to be an asshole to somebody else. And I do think that those generally apply, and I guess I apply that to most things. Like, I don't go around calling, I am definitely, you know, I'm definitely a faggot. You know what I mean? But I don't go around calling other people that.
Yeah, I get that. I'll say this. So there's this, like, with the Shark thing, I feel on both sides. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna see this. I made my video. I made a tiny segment because it was a very short part on Shark. It was a very short part.
Yeah. Well,
On
pretty
both
harsh.
sides, people, and yeah, and I can stand on my own words. But what I will say is on both sides, because I at the time it was only like a 3K sub channel. Both sides escalated the situation extremely, and it just got really intense, and it was just like,
Do you?
this is like me saying this like myself right now, but like it, like I mean on both, I'm not like I'm literally saying on both sides, so like it was
Yeah.
literally like.
I mean,
even-
don't you think people went pretty hard on Shark? Like even if you dislike,
Well, that's
him,
what I'm
don't you
trying
feel
to
like people are a
say,
little
like-
like
Well, that's
I
what
don't
I'm
know.
trying to say, that on
What-
both sides, like there was things that like I don't even personally endorse that people were doing the most. Some people were really doing the most, and I had to tell like people.
So, like, okay, notice how Demon Mama was trying to get Soul Bunny to grapple with the issue of, like, calling... Like, she managed to bring it up in a way that was, like... She was like, I'm kind of uncomfy when one black person calls another black person C-O-O-N, but, like, so that's the C slur for the rest of the conversation. Probably just gonna be C slur the rest of the conversation. But you have the word cunt, so it's like... We gotta differentiate here. So, like, Demon Mama tried to say, I'm a little bit uncomfortable about calling someone a racial slur. Like, you know, for example, I will call myself a slur, but I won't call someone else a slur, like, unless they ask me to or whatever. And so that was her trying to lead into, like, so, Soul Bunny, would you like to address the whole question about, like, you calling someone a racial slur? And Soul Bunny's response is, like, yeah, no, I don't want to grapple with that question, actually. She's like, yeah, some people were harsh toward Shark, implication, but I was not one of them. Me calling Shark a racial slur was fine. Like, it was fine. It was good.
Personally, like a creator, and I won't say their name, but it was like I'm like, hey, like that was kind of intense, and I'm also getting blamed for that, and it's like I'm not over here sending my goons after folks. I'm not like, but also the way people were talking about it, as if like I was telling people to go to do the most. Like I don't personally like I said, like some people, like I said, it's on both sides, but even just for me, it's like for people in the MySpace, like I do feel like some folks just like really took it to the next level, and I didn't expect that. Like I had my own personal critique, and even with me saying other you guys, you know, non-black people, how they feel about that segment, it wasn't meant for it to explode into these things, but also like on the other half, it's like I would say it's like I don't think my video would have ever blown up to the degree that it did. Like it wouldn't have even got the numbers that it did if it wasn't for a 15-second clip circulating.
Well, I mean,
There's that.
So I just want to point that out as well. Like when she just now said, I don't think this video would have blown up to the point that it did if it wasn't for like one clip circulating on Twitter. The thing is that like Jessie Gender, who has a pretty large platform, like promoted her video as though it was a good critique. Because again, originally the idea here was that Soul Bunny's video was saying there's a whiteness problem in the leftist community. I agree that a lot of white people have very dominant voices and that it is not super helpful with regards to like making sure that black people's issues are heard, right? Yeah, so like it was the clip that Jessie Gender shared. So Jessie Gender, thinking that she was being an ally to Soul Bunny, like retweeted it, and FD Signifier did as well. And they were like, this is good and great. So like if you're gonna complain about the fact that this reached a broader audience, like you can't blame it on clip chimping. It wasn't clip chimping if like people who like you... Thank you, Allium, so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Enjoy your dicks. You know, you can't claim that this was clip chimping when like people who agree with you posted the link to, and then posted the posted the link and the clip going, this is good. No, neither of them shared that specific clip. They promoted the video, and then people found and spread the clip. And then Jesse and FD and all them started liking tweets, doubling down. Okay, so they boosted the video. It was not just the clip. It was that two huge creators, which like also can we like I just want to say that like it was not a responsible decision of Jesse as a white ally to promote a divisive video by a tiny black creator, TBH. Like at least not without asking first. Like, you should, like, if Jesse did ask first about, like, can I repost this link to your video to my enormous audience, then Soul Bunny asked for this attention, okay? And if she didn't contact Soul Bunny about it first, then Jessie Gender just exposed a black creator that she enjoyed to a potential huge backlash of criticism that Soul Bunny does not have the infrastructure to deal with, right? Like, she is a tiny 3K channel. They did a stream for the video premiere. So wait, did Soul Bunny and Jessie do a stream together for the video premiere? So Soul Bunny knew. Right, okay, so this is the first really obvious disingenuous thing from Soul Bunny then, if that's the case. So Soul Bunny is going, well, my video only blew up and got this much attention. I was not intending for it to reach this many eyes, and it only got this much attention because people clip-chimped me and spread it around on Twitter, when she knows that a giant creator compared to her, like Jessie Gender is a giant creator compared to Soul Bunny, who at the time had 3K. That's, like, she knew that it was gonna break out into a bigger audience. She knew that it was gonna get attention. And we'll discuss this more later. Demon Mama tries to push back a little bit and go like, you know that the thumbnail was meant to, like, you designed it in a way to attract attention, right? Like, it's so fucking frustrating. And then yeah, not even to mention how inappropriate it was that, like, didn't Jessie Gender like a tweet calling someone a racial slur, or like implying the racial slur? I don't know, Lux, big creators boosting smaller voices is a good thing, IMO. No, okay, I feel like maybe you missed the core of what I was saying. A white creator who is ginormous compared to a smaller black creator, they have a responsibility to check and make sure that the black creator is prepared to deal with the potential harassment. Like, I would love to promote and support black creators. If I was like 10 times the size of a black creator and they said something intensely divisive and used racial slurs and talked shit on another streamer, like, or talked shit on another creator, like, it's uncool to expose a black person to that level of potential harassment without making sure that they're cool with it. But if Soul Bunny was cool with it, then that's fine or whatever. I'm not saying that boosting a small BIPOC creator is bad. Like, you can't do it just thinking that it's gonna be fine, you know? Like, once upon a time, I had a black person mad at me in my comments section, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna pin this comment to the top of the comments because I want this criticism of me from this black person to be visible. But one of the things that was unintended that happened from that is that a bunch of people who thought that she was being fucking crazy commented on it and responded and dogpiled, I think her, I don't know, I can't remember. So like, you know, by trying to boost a black voice, I also inadvertently created an environment where that person was receiving a lot of, like, maybe not like harassment. I was making sure that nothing was like mean or anything, but like a large volume of responses can feel the same as harassment, you know? Screenshot for the tweet from Jessie. Oh yeah, like, this is part of what was so inappropriate about Jessie's response on Twitter afterwards, is like, you know, the scene here is implying that, like, you know, the house N-word is the one who, like, has a personal relationship with the slave owner, and it's like a bad thing for a black person to be sympathetic to their slave owner, you know? And so, like, the implication being that someone like Shark is this, like, again, slurs. Like, okay, and here's my opinion also. Like, I do feel like there's a pretty big difference between, like, when black people casually use the N-word in the way that you would use, like, bro, versus, like, calling someone the hard R. You know what I mean? Like, even within the black community, like, I can see, like, there is probably a distinction, and, like, one of them is more or less appropriate than the other one, you know? This is a big reason why there's so few reasonable criticizers, too. They get burnt out from the intention. Right, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. Yeah, like how Shark is a house N-word and Vosh is Leonardo DiCaprio, the slave master. Yeah, so pretty ridiculous. I gotta drink a little bit of water. Literally nobody would care if the slurs and insults were thrown at someone who it actually applies to, but Shark literally did nothing wrong. Like, it would make sense to me if a black person called Candace Owens a adorable trash panda slur. Like, that would make sense to me. I would still think that it was, like, pretty intense language, but also Candace Owens is, like, a uniquely terrible human being. Delicious. So, yeah, I mean, anyway, let's continue. This is gonna take forever.
Yeah, I mean, that'll happen. Like, that's
Yeah,
just
that'll
something
happen.
as a content creator, you know, especially, you know, like you've gotten a lot of attention from this stuff. So I imagine your you know, platform's growing a bit. It's definitely something you have to be conscientious about. I mean, I know I think about it. I think about it so much that like fuck, it can mess with you sometimes. Like, I mean, I've been doing this for 3 years now, and I know how everything that I say can be taken and so, but also there is a certain amount that you have to go, okay, well, if I say something super harsh and super inflammatory, that people might run with that. And yeah, so I mean, certainly I imagine you probably didn't think it was going to go as far as it did with
Right, beloved panda, like literally just because you're ex-minority doesn't give you a right to use these slurs with vitriol towards your own group. Like, Demon Mama was trying to say, like, she calls herself a faggot, but she's not gonna call another gay person a faggot, especially not if she actually meant it derogatorily. Like, you might, you know, lovingly call your faggot friends the F slur, right? But like, you don't really do it hatefully unless it's Michael Knowles, which, because I did recently, because I do think I would call Michael Knowles a faggot right to his face. But anyway, I'm dropping too many slurs.
with you know, your current subscriber count and everything, but I don't know. I feel like, at least personally, when I look at that situation, I don't know everything about it. I don't know if there's like things. I mean, I haven't seen Shark respond in the same tone to the people who've been criticizing him lately. I mean, the amount of stuff I've seen, and I'm like most people would at least perceive me as being like closer to the Vosh sphere because I'm personal friends with Vosh. But in truth, as far as following goes, I have a pretty even keel, and I've seen a lot of comparisons between like Shark and Candace Owens, and when I hear that, I'm just like, man, that is like, I feel like that's just so overstating the case. Like, and I mean, like, I say that as somebody who's been fucking torn into by people on really unjust things. Like, I mean, God, like, again, there was an entire period of history of my channel where people were accusing me of being a transphobe, and the reason why was because I made an argument in favor of self-identification, and that was then taken, well, if you believe in self-identification, and this is the telephone game that's played, if you believe that self-identification, you know, for trans people, that like a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman as a basic rule for how you treat other people, that means that you don't think that trans people are women before they come out of the closet, which is kind of a huge jump in logic.
Yeah, harkening back to the RGR and Destiny. Yeah, Luxander slur stream. I gotta be careful.
But then that was justified to call me a transphobe and then compare me to, most commonly I was compared to the sex criminal Jessica Yaniv, which is insane. And that was something that was all over the place. People were just, because I have a self-identity thing, of course, but that's like, it's hurtful and it's dishonest. And people on the internet are going to say all kinds of things, but this was not just this wasn't just random people on the internet. This was being pushed by fucking by content creators and people with
Candace Owens is the token. I mean, she's the most blatant grifter token, I think, present right now. I mean, like, a conservative black voice that, like, she literally, like, has flipped, and she used to think that racism was real, and she managed to get, like, a lawsuit about her dorm or something, and now she's like, there's no such thing. Affirmative action is bad. Dizzy says, I believe Shark called Soul Bunny a Negress. I'm not going to say it. The feminized version of Negro, the outdated term for black. Yeah, it doesn't mean, it's like, in Spanish, it's literally just like negro. Like, it just means black. My tongue doesn't want to roll today, apparently. Negro? Anyway. Which is the outdated term for black. After she came after Keffels, and Soul Bunny could fairly call that racist if she wants, but she responded by calling him a slur for a minstrel show caricature that in black parlance means a traitor to the black community who dances to entertain white racists. Bastet's Passion on Twitter said that word is a severe and a call for shunning, basically. Yeah, I mean, basically, you're like saying, like, this person only exists to serve white supremacy. Like, basically what you're saying when you're calling someone a trash panda, adorable raccoon slur, is like, that person doesn't stand with the black community. Like, that person is actively in service to white supremacy and only cares about, like, pleasing white people. Like, it has severe connotation. I wonder if part of the problem here is, like, the watering down of a lot of different kinds of language. Like, there's, like, so many things have been watered down. You know, people are using trigger in a way that it's not accurate. Like, I'm not really a fan of using slurs in any case because I believe it might encourage the bigots. Do you think that a bigot is going to refrain from calling you a faggot if you don't self-identify as one? No, the only thing that you're doing is taking power away from their ability to call you something and, like, hurt you with the words. Like, if someone calls me the F slur, or if they call me a tranny or whatever, like, I might recognize in that moment that that is a language that could precede a hate crime, but that on its own is not going to hurt me, right? But there are some people who are sensitive to the words, and they're like, being called this is painful to me, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I just think that there's a distinction there. What's up, Raven? We're doing a response right now. What's good about the chat on DM stream is that whenever Soul Bunny says something reprehensible, we know where to pause and give commentary. Yeah, there's, like, the chat over there. They go crazy every once in a while. The trans equivalent of what Soul Bunny did to Shark is if we used a word to call RGR an assimilationist pick-me, and we used a word that 4chan uses for trans women who pass. The trans equivalent of what Jesse gendered is if a cis person liked tweets calling RGR that slur. Let's invent the slur. What's the slur that we would invent that's the equivalent for, like, a trans person, like Blair White, like a trans person who has totally sold out to, is it passoid? Would you just passoid? I didn't think that passoid was a slur, though. RGR, her name was Riley Grace Rochong. She was a streamer a couple years ago, and it was a terrible debacle, and if you don't know about it, I'm not gonna rehash it right now. But it is almost Christmas, so it'll be my annual rewatch around Thanksgiving time. It's TTT brain rot speech, but not a slur, right? But yeah, I don't know, like, yeah, let's just call them fascist collaborators, right? That makes sense. It is almost Christmas. Listen, don't argue with me. It's almost Christmas. Whatever happens if you combine troon and passoid. Trunoid. That's what we'll call them. Fashy passies. Anyway, so, I don't know. Anyway, it's stupid. Christmas in July. True. It's Christmas in July. I have an Amazon wishlist, I think. We are closer to next Christmas than we are from last Christmas, so it is almost Christmas, I guess. Listen, I have, like, shit coming up later this year. Like, donations are appreciated because I'm gonna have to move in a couple months, and I'm not entirely sure where that's gonna be to, so any financial assistance to help cover the move itself and any time that I need to take off work. Oh yeah, I decided I needed to fix these things. How do I change this? Does Dono do a thing that I want it to do? Yeah, Dono does the thing that I want it to do, but I need to change donate and I need to add Patreon. Anyway, I'll just let this video play while I figure that out.
Level of platform, and it just builds into this atmosphere where I feel like everybody's brains end up turning off because nobody is, like, reining anything in anymore. That it's all just everything. It's like an all-out.
I'm not gonna be able to move to Seattle this year. No, I gotta take custody of my teen siblings, and then we have to save up enough money to go somewhere. But, like, imminently, I have to take custody of my teen siblings, and it's gonna be very fucking hard to, like, take them and then move to Seattle at the same time. You know what I mean?
Or where no holds are barred and you can compare anybody to anyone and say whatever the fuck you want, and you know, they pissed me off, so it's okay for me to fuck them over or whatever. And I don't know, I oppose that.
I think
so
Shark did respond
strongly,
to Soul Bunny
especially
initially.
Because like, most of the people that we're talking about here have had a modicum of success. Like, this is especially true among, like, all marginalized creators. Like, Like, God, the amount of success I've had, or Shark has had, or even Vosh. Like, I remember just yesterday I was looking at a video, and I was watching a video, and in the sidebar, it had in the recommended tab, it had one of my videos that I was reviewing for a clip, and it was like, finish this video, and then below it has the recommended videos, and it was a my video, Vosh's video, and an H3 video. And my video had, like, at the time, like 1.7 thousand, views. Not a whole lot of views. It was a less popular video. And then we have Vosh's video, which had 65,000 views. And then we had the H3 video, which had 1.3 million views in 2 hours. And I'm just like, the scale of, the scale that we're dealing with in these spaces, I think sometimes gets forgotten. Not that things should be looked the other way, but that when people are like comparing, random small creators to like in the video we watched today, comparing, Keffels and Vosh to Dave Chappelle and J.K. Rowling is like, it's like comparing a firecracker to an atom bomb in terms of like effect. And
okay, I was here. I was here by
now.
now. I showed up to the conversation by this point. I remember her saying that.
Almost incomparable. And I feel like when we get to that level of hyperbole, it just starts to break everything down, and it just makes the space nothing but toxic.
Okay,
right?
cool. Thank you. I was in the middle of typing that.
Well, I'll say this. I like to just like speak on like even my own video, because my own video is also like it has its own intensity to it already. Yeah. So like sure. I feel like, for example, when it comes to Shark, I even like tweeted at him to kind of make my statement clear, since before so like I personally, and again this is how I personally feel, I'm not like reining in folks. I'm not going to like people can feel what they want. People, and also because they're going to say, let me, before I even say this, like I probably me and Shark agree on 95, maybe 96, maybe even higher percentage of that of things. And I know he makes great content, so like I'm gonna like.
Okay, thank you.
But I do feel personally there's similar tactics that he uses as Candace Owens. He's not a literal Candace Owens. He's not, but the tactics, and I need to go into the tactics. It's like I didn't really lay that out in my video, but the tactics to me that I observe as a black person, I feel that because Candace Owens is a smart woman. She's dumb sometimes, virtually dumb sometimes, but she knows that she has a brand and what she's doing and how she's going to climb up her social ladder by making specific.
So Soul Bunny is just doubling down on comparing Shark to Candace Owens. Like, Candace Owens, someone who you probably could justifiably call a race traitor, like very clearly, and like she definitely is serving white supremacy and like working for one of these companies that does this kind of like very racist media presentation. And so she's just doubling down on comparing them. Yeah, she's dancing around this and refusing to actually engage with anything about Shark at all, just alluding to tactics that are similar. And she's just now said, like, black people can tell, like, we know what Candace Owens is doing, and she knows what she's doing, that she's doing all this in service to white supremacy, and that she's a grifter and stuff. And so she's, by proxy, saying that Shark is a, like, white supremacist collaborator, basically. Oh my god.
Moves, and that's how I felt. And maybe, and you know, let's say this, maybe I can even be wrong about what I perceived as those tactics. So I can give him that charitability that maybe potentially I was wrong on my examples that made me feel that he's using these tactics. But that is essentially where I'm at with that. But also just like after seeing like even his response video.
So yeah, Shark did have a response video.
I do stand in where I feel on things, but I'm still like, I don't wish bad upon him. I never expected like things to get to like, again, like people were talking to me because like I'll say this, like when everything was going down after my video uploaded and whatnot, stuff like I didn't like outside like the clip that went viral, viral in our space, and I responded to that directly. But like I had a bunch of creators and other people in my comments, and I didn't respond to them. You know, I had certain people come back day after day, like relitigating things. I didn't respond to them. I didn't respond to their comments. So that's why for me, I felt like everyone else was escalating it, and I was like not like responding to like folks directly.
Everyone else was escalating it. And I was just like not responding, like just notice what's happening there. She's like, I said some wildly inflammatory shit, and then people started trying to call me out on it, and I refused to accept accountability, and I refused to even engage with that discussion. And the fact that they still wanted me to be accountable was them escalating the situation. Like, Soul Bunny is the kind of person to, like, drop a bomb on your relationship and then just fucking dip. Like, she's the kind of person who will tell you, like, by the way, I've decided we're gonna have an open relationship. Bye! And, like, yeah, literally, like, I just threw a grenade. How was I supposed to know that it was gonna blow up? Once they're live, they always tone down their shit and then start it all back up later. It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. She's toning down a bit on what she thinks to make DM's audience like her. And a couple people in the chat were, like, sympathetic to her. Although most of them were just, like, really mad. Yeah, it was just, like, so it's gonna be interesting to see how quickly she goes back to the same kind of drama mongering. We have almost 100 viewers. Listen, hit the like button to see if we can get to 100 viewers. Let's see what we can do here. I would love it if by the end of the summer we had consistent, like, 100 viewer streams. That would make me a happy camper, a happy boy, a happy girl.
And the only person I did respond directly to was Shark, because, like, I saw his response to the clips circulating, and I responded to him in my own tweet, so that I stand on. So
do you think do you I'm sure you can understand, like, why somebody would, and I think at least you might be able to understand why somebody might be in the right to feel like a comparison to Candace Owens is extra hurtful.
I can see why it's hurtful,
right? And also, like,
like,
but can you also acknowledge that, like, so here's something I've talked about on my stream a lot. You've probably even heard me talk about this. These are spaces of reputation. Because of the way that the internet operates, your reputation is a lot. My channel got severely choked by the fact that I had some pretty huge, I mean, enormous. We're talking way bigger than anybody who's been talked about today. You know, bigger even than Vosh at the time. You know, content creators who were just obsessed with me, and I mean manifesto level obsessed. You know what I'm talking about.
We won't take this name, but I know what you're talking about. I know what
but like that hurt my channel growth, because there was thousands, I mean hundreds of thousands, arguably, of people who were told by a source of some sort that they had some trust in, that I was this, that, and the other thing. That I was harmful in this way. That I was dangerous. That was literally the thing. Some of the things that was said about me explicitly was that I was dangerous, a harm, dangerous to the trans community was one of the things that was used. That was broadcast to hundreds of thousands of viewers, with what I would consider to be actually fraudulent evidence. So in these spaces of reputation, you can probably understand where, or at least I hope you can, understand why, like, making comparison to someone as infamous and, in my opinion, very malignant as Candace Owens might do some serious damage, or if nothing else, let's say that the damage doesn't happen, at least cause a very genuine fear of reputational damage, right?
Well, yeah, of course. The thing is, like, I felt, so yeah, so that's like a given. That's like a given in this space. So, like, my goal was, because, like, for me, like I said, like, the tactics of Candace Owens is the way, like, he strategically had certain takes that, to me, as a black person, came off very masked off.
So she's like, I acknowledge that calling someone Candace Owens could be hurtful and could damage their reputation, and I stand by doing it because I view his tactics as being similar to hers. Like, that's her whole thing. She's not gonna back off of that. She's just gonna be like, I think that Shark is a minstrel dancing for white supremacists. Shellbell, thank you so much for the $25 dono. I appreciate that. Just joining the stream now. Donos need some help, so I'll pay my flex tax. Flex tax. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We will potentially get to the flexing today. I'm gonna have to take my whole shirt off, because, like, this shirt does not really show off my muscles very good, especially on this arm, because a black shirt does not show the muscles too good, so I'll have to take my whole shirt off and flex in a bra. I'm, like, wearing a cute little bra today. It's gonna be a fun moment. But thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate y'all. How do you deal with someone like this? I would have called her out a lot more. I'll flex in the shirt and then I'll take the shirt off, okay? Yeah, can you list those tactics? Right now it's just all vague accusations. Like, what are you trying to say here? Yes, another shirtless Luxander flex. Beautiful. Anyway, let's keep going here.
My final straw was the Cat Black situation.
Sure.
And I'm gonna say this. No one has to agree with me. That's where I'm at. Like, I'm not... Like, I know how I feel as a black person is where I'm at. And where I feel crossed. And that's what I spoke on. And when I saw his response video...
This is, like, getting layers and layers deep. Like, what did Shark say about Cat Black? Because I also think that Cat Black's behavior and Vosh's behavior were both pretty inappropriate last year, or whenever the fuck. Yeah, this is so many layers deep. Like, Cat Black and Vosh had an argument with each other a while ago, and Vosh had a fucking 7-hour meltdown stream, and Cat Black said a lot of weird and creepy and inappropriate things, and generally was acting like... I thought that she was acting a little bit like a psychopath. Like, I don't know how to describe the behavior. Just very, like like the amped up goth version of a manic pixie dream girl. Like the girlfriend from Waterboy, when she's got the sign in the window that's like, want me to kill them? Like, that's who Cat Black reminded me of a little bit. Like, I don't know. Cat Black also never talks about this, but everyone talks for her, which I find weird. I mean, she had plenty of commentary. She was being unironically ableist and how she engaged with his autism. Like, she just was being really weird, in my opinion. Both of them were being really weird. And then I guess Shark said something and, like, criticized Cat Black's behavior. And, like, to be fair, like, they both said just weird, inappropriate shit about each other. But, like, no, Shark is not a trans creator. He's just, like, a cisgender bisexual black guy, right? Like, that's Shark's demographic. Yeah, I thought that it's so similar to, I know that saying doe is either intentionally or unintentionally doing defense for pedos is bad, but I stand by that statement because of reasons. Not anymore. For Kat, this is a settled matter. She said what she said and moved on, but nobody will let the drama die. Oh, that's fair enough. But, like, so we're talking about something that happened forever ago. I think Shark's response to Cat Black was forever ago anyway. Oh, yes, so Shark also criticized Vosh, but SB cut that all out of her narrative. Like, what I want you to understand is that Soul Bunny is a drama monger. Like, that's what she is. That's what she's doing. She says things in the most deliberately, intentionally inflammatory way to get the maximum amount of outrage attention. And I know this because I've fucking seen it happen. Like, I'm not stupid at this point. I've seen the pattern. I know what she's doing. She's being as deliberately inflammatory as possible because, you know, as a black trans woman, you don't have a lot of, like, ways to get successful online. It's hard to get attention, and outrage marketing is highly effective. So, like, I think it's pretty ridiculous. It becomes a Pepe Sylvia web of who said what about who. In response to this video, which was a thing about a tweet. Oh my god, it was insane. The crux of the critique from Soul Bunny was that Shark misrepresented what Cat did. Soul Bunny thinks that Shark added to the lie that Cat leaked texts, but Shark only meant that Cat released that info in convos. I mean, one of them released their entire DM conversation. Wasn't it Cat Black? I read the whole thing. Just got here and I thought you were criticizing Demon Mama for being inflammatory. I have a criticism of Demon Mama in today's video. She did not leak sexts. Okay, she did not leak sexts, but she did, like, they did talk about each other's sexual experiences or whatever. It was, like, weird. No, I do have a criticism of Demon Mama, but I think mostly that criticism is, like, not calling Soul Bunny out on the, like, deeply unhinged behavior that she displays, even during this relatively calm conversation.
It kind of further confirmed how I feel, for different reasons this time though, for certain things that were said that I wouldn't move that way. So yeah, that's basically where I stand. Because, like, if I felt like something I couldn't stand on, I wouldn't put it in the video. That's how I perceive. There
were so many animals and things. You're correct. Bunnies, cats, sharks, and demons. Oh my. Yeah.
I feel so, because I don't just throw things out there lightly, because it's not a joke.
I guess all I'm saying is, like, when I think of Candace Owens, like, I mean, Candace Owens is...
I said tactics.
Yeah, like, but even tactics. Let's just say on the tactics of Candace Owens. When I think of the tactics of Candace Owens, I mean, Candace Owens is she helped found a right-wing propaganda outlet known as the Daily Wire, you know, and where she has sort of assembled a crew and uses her own identity as a shield for people like Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh. You know, these, like,
I saw
and that's not even to say, like, her own arguments. And when I look at her tactics, like, I mean, her tactics have been, like, outright manipulation. She has, like, stomped down other creators, you know, on a great level. Like, I mean, down to the degree of, like, it doesn't matter. She doesn't care about what their race is. She doesn't give a shit. She will just choke out anybody and use basically any tactic to be able to do that. I feel like that, like, even if you say the tactics of Candace Owens, the tactics of Candace Owens
point out, like, which tactic that I'm referring to. So, like, the tactic, like,
DM does look rather stressed here. She doesn't look super stressed to me. I mean, we're watching this on 1.5 speed because this conversation is fucking 2 hours long. But Demon Mama, She just got done yelling at another video for 3 hours and then started this conversation with Soul Bunny. So she's like flushed, but I don't think she's like super stressed out, at least. I can't take anyone, Chris. Yeah, you're gonna hear that. You're gonna hear that word a lot later on in this conversation, Chainsaw. I wouldn't call anyone in this space like Candace Owens personally. Yeah, I mean that's what Mama's trying to say. Like, Candace Owens has played so dirty that, like, if you're like, okay, we're not making a comparison to Candace Owens, you're making a comparison to Candace Owens' tactics. Well, her tactics are fucked up and like super manipulative. So it's almost worse. Like, you're saying that Shark is like, yeah, so Candace Owens put a woman in danger of her stalkers, you know, she is not a good, like, she's not a good person because of the things that she's done, like, because of the tactics that she uses. So if you're saying Shark uses the same tactics, you're saying that he's just as fucked up as Candace Owens. Enter the dragon. Yeah, it's time. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Some of the things that Candace Owens saying she knows is bullshit.
Well, sure, but I mean, but there's lots of people who do that who aren't Candace Owens, right?
Candace Owens, for example. Because Candace is not a new phenomenon, but she is the most successful. She is the most successful. So, she's taking the whole paid Black Republican route, where you know what they want to hear, you know how to like brand yourself and to get into certain spaces by strategically making decisions whether you believe in it or not.
Yeah.
So, where it comes for me is I feel when it came to two specific situations, and I'm purposely not saying the names because folks can see the video, and I don't want to like relitigate those people that use.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not super interested in like drilling down on every issue you have. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, you know,
see where I'm coming from too, though. Like, why?
I mean, to a certain degree, like I do understand where you're coming from. Like, I mean, God knows, like there are things. I mean, I can use a very specific example. There are rhetorical tactics and arguments that that Vosh uses and positions that Vosh holds that drive me fucking batty.
I know you're the one person that would like actually like as a friend that you've never felt like you couldn't have a criticism of them. Hence, like.
What are all these things on Mama's piano? I'm just looking at these things on Mama's piano that are like covering up her keys a little bit. I'm like, what are you doing over there, Mama? We got some pink triangles. We got a rainbow. I can't see what this one is because it's very reflective and the lights are reflecting off of it and I can't see what it is. This one is a trans flag and it says liberation. And then I can't see what this is. We got another, this one says trans thriving. What do you got going on back there, Mama? And then there's this thing. I'm guessing that that's like part of the set design. But why is this all up on top of your piano? I would be so irritated by that. Like, I want my piano to be playable. They're patches. Oh, okay. But they're covering the keys. Those were sent to her from a fan that they made for her. Okay. Oh, by the way, I do have a P.O. box. I know I don't mention it super often because it's private. Like, Demon Mama doesn't make her P.O. box public. But so if you want to send me something, I have a P.O. box. But it's not public. Hello, Aided Furball. We're doing okay. I don't even know that I would say Soul Bunny moves like Jay and uses tactics like Jay because Jay fucking doxed people and her friend group uses sock puppets to stalk their victims. Oh, okay, yeah. Like we're, you know, we're making a comparison here that's inappropriate, right? Basically. Soul Bunny is the Trotsky to Jay's Stalin. Oh no. Oh no. Mind you, this is because Shark had criticisms of 2 black women. He didn't dox them, throw slurs at them, try and hurt them, just had some negative opinions of them. These essayists always do this. They take fairly small interpersonal shit and blow it up to the level of you are a Nazi. Right. No, I made another one. I made another one of those seraphims for, is it on my desk? No, I put it with my jewelry. It was just kind of loose on my desk and then I decided that that was disrespectful. I made a necklace for an NB person I was dating and then they broke up with me. Sag. Yeah, I gotta find a way to, like, I gotta remember to promote the P.O. box more often. But anyway, also, you should donate if you enjoy the conversation that we're having. Because I would like to be able to pay my rent. That would be lovely. Thank you so much. Anyway, let's continue.
Video I used your clip from because
Yeah.
But I only stuck to what I felt was the only point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I guess
why I didn't include all the other stuff because that was just like I don't want other people speaking for me.
Yeah.
So
I guess
I know.
all I'm trying to say is, like, even with the stuff that drives me, and again, my history having, like, at great personal cost, let's just say the times that I've disagreed with Vosh, I have lost subscribers. In fact, one of the biggest loss of subscribers ever happened with my last public debate with Vosh. I lost 1,000 subscribers in the course of like 2 days. It severely damaged my channel. My channel was not very big at the time.
Yeah, the last big conversation, the last big blow up that happened between Demon Mama and Vosh was like the like making oh my god, what was it? Like making estrogen in the bathtub, like the question about supply chain in an anarchist society. If I were to hypothetically make you a thing, what would you want? What kind of stuff do you make? I don't know. I would have to think about it a little bit. My cat just tried to commit murder-suicide. He laid down right behind me as I was standing, and I didn't realize. I stepped to turn around and stepped on, I think, his paw, and doing so made me have a fall myself. Yeah, because you step on the clay shit. Oh, okay. I'll think about it a little bit. You should send me some pictures of some stuff that you've made before, because I would like to see. Yeah, when you step on the cat, you're trying not to, like, step fully on the cat. So, like, you start to put your foot down, but you can feel that there's cat there, and so you desperately try not to put your full weight down, and that makes you, like, fall. Absolutely. I was in PR and saw ghost pepper trail mix peanuts. Obviously, that would be preserved long enough to send via P.O. Box. But if I see any other ghost pepper food items that can last a while, I will remember to buy some for me and then for you and send to your P.O. Box. Please don't poison me. But yeah, that sounds amazing. I love ghost pepper. Ghost pepper is amazing. We have almost 100 viewers. Can we get a couple more likes? Just a couple more likes. And then maybe we'll have 100 viewers to help us through this conversation. I had a big old fall. Don't think I broke anything, but my legs are for sure sore. Oh my god, I hope that you murder your cat. I don't know. Oh gosh. Cats are unironically amoral beasts. They are immoral. We love them. We love them.
That was devastating. And I still published the video. I still put the video up. I still, stood by that, even though it made his fans, a lot of his fans very angry at me. But even still, like, I can't imagine comparing Vosh to, like, I don't know, Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh or something, just because even if he has, like, an argument that I think
Thank
that,
you,
like,
Forrest.
a tactic.
Oh my god, for the $20 dono. Got a new job. Here you go. Salute. I hope that you make good money. I hope that you make the most money.
That, like, is borrowed from those people. The comparison to such a major figure is so severe and so, like, hyperbolic that it comes with implications that you can't control. Like, even if you were being spicy or whatever, which, people fucking talk
Candace
mad shit.
Owens was an example as, like, an archetype, is what's the point. So it wasn't that I was trying to say he's using the tactics of a right-winger. That's not was ever what that means. And I can get how.
But you gotta admit, Candace Owens is a pretty spicy archetype to pick. Like, especially.
I'm my rar money for Luxander, rar true. Thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Ela Devine, enjoy your dicks. Hell yeah, dude.
Archetype, but I'm pointing out that black people are well aware of within our community, but Candace Owens is the one example that people in politics is well aware of that utilize these specific tactics as a black person. So
I mean,
again, like that
sure.
segment was meant for black folks. It wasn't really like that was me.
Yeah, donation doesn't get rid of your white name. Only subscription does.
Speaking as a black person on how I genuinely feel and where I stand, but also like I said, when I go back to the response video, like there's a conflation that he did with the C word. And again, I'm mixed.
Yeah, she's shifted the goalposts. Crazy Kudu points out she just changed it from Shark uses tactics similar to Candace Owens to now Shark is an archetype like Candace Owens. So she just keeps walking it back. My big fluffy boy used to headbutt me in the ass as hard as possible whenever I crouched down to look into the pond. Swear he wanted to see me fall in. He's trying to push you into the pond. We have 100 likes! Yes! I want 100 viewers, but we're so close. So close.
I'm Afro-Latina, my dad's Hispanic, mestizo, my mom's black. So
oh, hold on here.
There's a conflation that he did with the C word. And again, I'm mixed. I'm Afro-Latina, my dad's Hispanic, mestizo, my mom's black.
Thank you.
So he conflated C word, because it's a conflation to
now you have dicks.
Two N words, one in English, meant for one black woman, and one N word in Spanish. And that I took very personal because those are the C word, the usage of the C word, and those N words have two completely purposes, usage, and meanings that are not equivalent at all. And I can get why he felt the way he did. So let me put it this way: I can get why at that point
the archetype that she's referring to, that they're similar to, is the COON, like the black man in the minstrel show who dances like a fool to entertain white racists. Yes, 100 likes. I know, it's amazing. She realized she can't actually give any examples of tactics, and she's shifted to something more nebulous that is harder to disprove. Well, and she also keeps saying, like, I don't want to relitigate the whole thing. Like, that's her continuously dodging accountability. She's like, I don't want to relitigate the whole thing. I refuse to discuss the specifics of the situation because I have decided that I don't want to talk about it anymore. And everyone else who keeps trying to hold me accountable is escalating the issue. Yeah, it's Amat and Bailey. It literally is Crazy Kudu. I was thinking that earlier. Like, she says one thing that is obviously indefensible, and then when you challenge her on it, she walks it back and makes an argument that is much harder to attack. Like the Amat and Bailey. Yeah, it's like, I don't know that I would call her an abuser. I don't know anything about her personally, but she is definitely using like some slimy-ass tactics. Yeah, you just got the sub not too long ago. You stepped out of the room. I said, enjoy your dicks, Ela Devine, didn't I? I don't know. I can't fucking remember words.
Especially when he like filmed it and like he had went through people that I already felt that escalated the situation that I wouldn't co-sign, that I was getting blamed for, as if like I had them like my goons, like a mafia leader, to go like sick my pit bulls.
Well, I'm not trying to say anything about
No,
being
I'm not saying you
popular.
are,
I'm just
but
trying to say like
I'm not
I mean,
saying
your
you
video
are, but
has
that was how
had
people
a
were
lot of
moving.
reach, and like so there's a couple things here. Like your video ended up having a lot of reach, which is always something a video can do, even intentional or not.
Hello, Alex.
That's definitely something a video can go well beyond your
I lost control of what that was doing. Like I didn't expect the clip to even like explode so fast, like within the same day of it being uploaded. So
Yeah.
it like blew up. Like, and again, like this, it would have never blown.
I didn't expect to get a lot of attention on a video that large creators boosted my shit, and I knew they were gonna do it, and I didn't expect to get this much attention, I guess. Like, she should have known better if she genuinely didn't think that she was gonna get more. Is the current conversation about the guest in this video? Yeah, so we're responding to Demon Mama's conversation with Soul Bunny, and Soul Bunny is like a black creator who has like lashed out at other black creators and keeps shifting the goalposts. She has engaged this shit over and over. Have you seen what she's been doing on Twitter? Jesse or Soul Bunny? I think that I finally may have blocked Soul Bunny. I can't remember. Yeah, I was expecting that I would be able to lie about people without anyone noticing. I didn't think anyone would tune into my lies and like wild over exaggerations.
To the degree that it did, if that clip didn't circulate, because as we all know, whether
like,
you like or not, you like a video or dislike it, like that pushes it. If you
well,
argue,
sure,
in the
but also
comments,
like you
that's
gotta
gonna push
admit,
it.
like
So
that clip was almost like designed. Like that's an eye
it wasn't-
catcher.
it wasn't
That's a zinger,
designed,
right?
That was like a very candid moment. That
But it's that's real. Even you can acknowledge it was
It's
harsh,
canon.
right?
I was saying that I wasn't sure. I was initially saying that I wasn't sure which way it went, and then Gayfesh, I think, updated the information and pointed out that Jesse Gender, and I think someone else said Jesse Gender and Kira Chats. Someone in the YouTube chat added that it was Kira Chats as well. And Jesse Gender and Soul Bunny were all together on stream when the video was about to be uploaded. So I was saying, like, either... Oh my god, I just dropped something on the floor. I was like, either Jesse Gender boosted, either Soul Bunny is being correct, because what Soul Bunny was saying was, oh my god, this blew up and I wasn't expecting it to. And so I was like, okay, so if that's true, then Jesse Gender sharing the video was a bad ally move, in the sense that, like, if Soul Bunny actually didn't know that it had the potential to reach a huge audience, that would have been a bad move. Like, to promote a small creator's video where they're saying something incredibly divisive and furthering conflict within the video, it would be bad allyship to promote that without checking with Soul Bunny first, right? But apparently Soul Bunny was like on a stream with Jesse Gender and Kira Chats when Soul Bunny's video was going live, like when it was premiering. So she knew that it was going to reach this type of audience. So what I was trying to say, like, either she's being honest that she had no idea that this was gonna blow up and get to such a huge audience, in which case Jesse Gender fucked up, or Soul Bunny is lying. So the conclusion that I've reached, now that I know that Soul Bunny was aware that the video was going to be boosted by some huge creators, she is lying about the idea that she thought that this video was going to remain contained to her 3,000 subscribers. She's lying here. Is the video still up on YouTube to reference? I believe so. Let me see if I can pull up a link really fast. Yeah, like the whiteness problem in leftist communities. I don't know. Or do I just need to look up Soul Bunny? Soul Bunny. The White Leftist Industrial Complex is the name of the video, and I never ended up watching it, because I was like, yeah, I agree, this is a problem. Like, I don't really watch video essays anymore, so... hold on, I'm trying to find chat. Trying to find it. So this is... If you're interested in checking that video out later, no worries, Echomancer. What does SB gain from this conversation? I'm not sure, like, who wanted to have this conversation? Gayfesh, do you know? Like, did Demon Mama reach out to Soul Bunny, or did Soul Bunny reach out for this... to start this conversation with them? SB has realized she was an ass with ass arguments, got caught, and now she feels she can't reverse course because she feels virtuous and believes other virtuous people are supportive of her. Yeah. Okay, Soul Bunny was in chat and said that she wanted to talk. Okay, so Soul Bunny wanted to come on after Demon Mama was responding to this other video from a different black creator last night. Excuse me. She was also in Sage's chat looking to talk. Who's Sage? Sage... Is that, like, Poppy's partner? It's so funny that Zan is in the thumbnail of the White Leftist Industrial Complex and Soul Bunny doesn't even talk about Zan. You gotta have at least one sentence. You must have at least one sentence about Zan in order to justify having him in the thumbnail. I think SB and DM have known each other since before SB was making content, so they go back a while and aren't on bad terms. Oh, so is that why Demon Mama did not bother to try to hold her accountable for the shitty things that she was saying? Like, Demon Mama ends up saying after the end of this conversation that, like, she doesn't care about the things that, that Soul Bunny said in April. Like, I know that the internet moves really fast, okay? And I know that Demon Mama and I both have ADHD, but are you fucking serious? Like, it's one thing if you say, like, okay, someone said something off-color, like, 6 years ago. I don't hold people to the things that they said 6 years ago. But, like, 3 months ago? Really? You're gonna be like, oh, I don't care about these posts from 3 months ago. That was, like, 12 years ago, like, as far as internet time. Like, Mama, please, come on. Like, please. Are you for real right now? Like, that's one of the things in this that I was like, are you fucking serious? Not saying DM was being biased, but I think she was genuinely trying to hold out an olive branch because she was hoping SB could change. Yeah, I guess, like, honestly, I think that Demon Mama should review this conversation later. And I think that she should put more thought into it and go like, huh, it's interesting how, like, maybe because I was super tired 6 hours into this stream, maybe I didn't notice at the time how Soul Bunny completely fucking dodged every single thing that I tried to hold her accountable for. But, like, I think it would be good to observe this and go like, yeah, actually, this was not handled well. Like, allowing Soul Bunny to continue to weasel away and lie about shit, overtly lie. Like, I didn't find out until just now about the premiere party. Like, they had a premiere party with Soul Bunny and Kira Chats and Jessie Gender. And, like, so if Demon Mama didn't know that, and Soul Bunny is lying to her, then Demon Mama can't call her out and say, actually, I think that you fucking knew that this was gonna get plenty of attention. Like, I think that you fucking knew. Yeah, it's rich that SB will go on stream with Kira Chat / Bad Bunny at the launch of her video, and that woman has dropped more N-bobs than a clan rally, but she expects people to believe that Keffels is the irredeemable racist. Really? Wait. Is Kira Chats like someone who says the N-word? Wait. Please. Is that real? I knew that she was awful. Like, I knew that she had said some weird shit about black men and bisexual men, but, like, I didn't... She was literally an alt-righter, like, 5 years ago. What? Oh my god. Like, I knew that she was fucking off the rails, but I didn't know... She has literal pages of Discord logs saying the F and N words. Oh my god. And so Kira Chats is the person... No, I don't know anything about Kira Chats. I just think that she sucks because she's, like, friends with Sophie from Mars. And, like, she's one of those people who will call Zan, like, a sex pest and shit. Like, that's why I don't like Kira Chats. I know that she was Bad Bunny. I used to follow her, and then I was like, she's really weird. She said on stream that she will start grifting to the left. Really? How do you not know? What? I mean... I can't keep up with everybody. I can't keep up with everybody's fucking racism and drama. It's hilarious to go Kira Chat sucks because she's friends with Sophie from Mars and not Sophie from Mars sucks because she's friends with Kira Chats. I knew Sophie first. Like, I only know about Kira Chats because of her being friends with queer creators that I was already friends with. She said she would throw up at the thought of having sex with a black bisexual man. Yeah, and, like, Shark is a black bisexual man. Be aware of all racist people. I know, I gotta do better. The Zan accusations were so bizarre. Why make up a sex cult? It was, like, a funny, stupid thing that they were doing in their Discord server. And, like, someone got really upset and decided to start lying about... Like, I guess maybe... I don't know, maybe... She did actually think on some level that this would be her great escape, that, like, this streamer would carry her away and make her part of the sex harem. Like, at the time, Xanderhal still lived with his abusive parents. Shark is straight. I thought that he's bi. I thought that I just learned a new thing on Twitter. Sophie was simultaneously doing, why am I being dragged for joking about Xan have a sex cult? And also, but he did have one, though. Yeah, just... really despicable human beings. A 19-year-old, by the way. Like, Sophie's my age, I think. Imagine being, like, 27 or 28 years old and accusing a 19-year-old of being, like, a sexual predator. I thought that Shark was bi. Someone help me. Someone help. I don't even know what his, oh, it's Shark 3-0. Please, is he... Someone help me. I mean, either way, Shark doesn't deserve this. Yeah, let's homo-vestigate. It's not my job to educate you. Kira Chat's Twitch page says she's 21. Does it? Oh, I was referring to Sophie. I thought that Sophie was closer to my age. I don't know how old Kira Chats is. Yeah, I don't know if... I thought that Shark was bi, but maybe him not. I don't know. No shit, Kira Chats is 21. She's my age, late 30s. Oh, so she's just trying to, like, cater to a certain demographic, I guess. Like, she does sex work, and, like, even her streams on Twitch, the last time I saw her doing streams on Twitch, she was, like, doing yoga or whatever, like, something similar to that, in yoga pants on stream as, like, you know, like, sex work on Twitch, basically. Like, fully clothed sex work on Twitch. Oh my god. Anyway, thought Slime and Sophie calling themselves anarchists and still being fine with the tankies and MLs was the biggest red flag, even before I found out about the sex cult lies. Fair enough. She's a Twitch thottie these days. Yep. OnlyFans, Twitch. Do your softcore on Twitch and do your pussy shit on, OnlyFans. I'll be honest, I feel like some real stretches are being made on guilt by association in this discourse. Jessie Gender being condemned by folks for boosting Soul Bunny feels like an incredible overreaction. Jessie is a treasure, and I don't think Sophie from Mars being wrong about something one time makes her a terrible human. Yeah, I mean, you're permitted to have your opinion. I think Jessie has been fucking up in a lot of ways recently. Like, for this entire year, frankly. I think Jessie has done numerous things that are, like, uncool. And one of them includes, like, liking a tweet that implies that shark is a house N-word. You know? Like, it's not by association. You know? I think, like, Jessie has actually done things that are really worthy of critique. And then she hides immediately. She responds to the people saying the most inflammatory stuff to her. She blocks people who are giving her kind, thoughtful criticisms. Like, her behavior is so erratic right now. You can like what she creates, but, like, I guess you would need to be on Twitter to see how, like, unstable she's being in every single one of these things. Like, she needs to stop interacting. Because I guess, like, yeah, when the Harry Potter thing, like, when J.K. Rowling sent a bunch of people after her, like, I think that it may have given her trauma symptoms that she didn't have before. Because she is, like, really not behaving in a way that is appropriate. And Sophie from Mars, when you say, like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna call you out directly on the minimizing language that you just used. Like, Sophie from Mars being wrong about something one time, you know, Demon Mama was just saying earlier in this video that this is a space where you are reliant on your reputation. So if you accuse someone of being a rapist, which is like, if you are accusing a creator of weaponizing their status to coerce young women and, like, make them believe that they're gonna have a place to go live, like, that's career, like, attacking. Like, and at the time, like, the reason why this is so egregious to me is because at the time, Xander Hall was 19 years old. He was still living with his abusive parents. And he was being groomed into another abusive relationship by, oh my god, whatever her name is. That's so lovely. Lonnie. I blanked out on her name. Like, it's so fucked up, the situation that he was in at the time. And then for Sophie to go on and be like, oh my god, I can't believe people are mad at me for making a joke, but actually he was being an abuser. And then, like, Corvidae got on board and was gonna have a debate about how fucked up Zan's behavior was or whatever, but then was like, yes, but the person who accused you of starting a sex harem or, like, being a sex abuser, like, that person has decided that they don't want me to talk about this. So, like, it's just, like, if you are in your mid-20s and you accuse a 19-year-old of being a sex pest and, like, using their powerful position as a streamer to, like, convince a young woman that she has like, that she's gonna be your, like, baby or whatever. Like, I just, like, she's not, like, a terrible person forever. She's just a person that I don't want anything to do with. And I don't forgive her because she never apologized. And I care about the fact that Zan was in an abusive situation on two ends. Like, it bothers me. And, like, Zan probably doesn't love that people talk about, like, he tried to downplay it even at the time. He was like, I can't get a regular job as a streamer. Like, or sorry, when he still lived in Florida with his parents, he was like, I can't get a regular job because my parents keep threatening to throw my computer into the pool if I leave the house. So he wasn't allowed to leave the house. Like, he was in an abusive situation. Becoming a streamer was the only thing that he could do to get out. And he also got in a relationship with someone, like, who was going to help him get out. And she did help him get out. But then she was taking advantage of him and abusing him as well. Like, to accuse a victim of being an abuser is really fucked up to me. Like, especially if you don't have the evidence, if you don't have the receipts, if you're just going on hearsay and attempting to destroy the reputation of a 19-year-old. Like, it's just like how I don't care that y'all like TJ Kirk. I don't care. I think he's a piece of shit because he attacked a teenager. Like, I don't care what he's done since then. I don't forgive him because he attacked Milo Stewart and was super racist and super transphobic to them. And like, yeah, you know, everyone else in the TJ Kirk, what is he called? It's something atheist. What is it? He's not the Amazing Atheist, is he? Yeah, he's the Amazing Atheist. Yeah. So TJ Kirk from the Amazing Atheist, you know, back in the day when it was all in vogue to attack Milo Stewart, like, people, like, were awful to Milo, and TJ Kirk was one of them. And Demon Mama has talked to TJ Kirk and did not hold him accountable for, like, bullying and abusing a teenager. Yeah, anti-SJW YouTube was wild. So, like, I feel similarly about Sophie from Mars and all of them attacking Zan's reputation. It's not the same. I hate TJ Kirk way more. Like, I don't think TJ has as many redeeming qualities. Like, I do think that Sophie has some useful input or whatever. Oh yeah, Dizzy. Well, yeah, Dizzy, she didn't know that the kid was 14, I guess, and Kat had been abused by someone who was threatening suicide on her all the time. So, like, I understand why it was on Twitter. Like, I understand why Kat Black said that. So I'm not gonna criticize her for that exactly. Like, I understand what the situation was, but you don't have to like her. Like, you can think that that's irredeemably fucked up. Even understanding the context or whatever. It's crazy how many people don't know this about TJ Kirk, right? I watched TJ back at the beginning of YouTube and actually stopped watching him after he responded to a Lacey Green video where she was clearly upset and going, "Ugh, fuck off with this crocodile tears with your tits out sympathy ploy." And I thought it was so out of pocket. That's like ancient internet history at this point. It's literally like 10 years ago. They said I'm 14 in the tweet she responded to. Yeah, people can lie on the internet, Dizzy. Like, I don't, like, anyone can claim to be any age on the internet. But yeah, I guess, like, generally don't tell children to kill themselves. Anyway, hit like on the video. We're gonna continue. I've been pausing a lot and having a lot of side tangents, so this is gonna take 12 years to get through.
Like, it was really harsh, right? Like, you were slamming him pretty hard. And that's definitely going to get some eyes, right?
With myself, yeah. And it wasn't about getting eyes. It was just me standing on how I felt, and because again, the video is a purging. That video was designed as the end of me ever discussing in any video format about, like, even like on my YouTube and my content I make, like, about that. That was like me getting out all how I felt and what I observed.
What if you could go back in time and tell teenage Hitler to kill himself? You wouldn't.
This time, and I laid it out, whether good editing or not, or some parts I probably would have done differently. That's what the video was for. It wasn't to, I didn't like that book, so that's where it goes. Like I said, like, that was really a canon moment for me in there, and because I was contemplating, do I even include that part, because I know that in my content I don't even, like, I usually have this ASMR approach, and I usually don't, like, break character.
Is she justifying this by saying it was her feelings? She's at that point in the video.
It wasn't already, like, really with the way I was, like, designing my channel, the way to be, like, kind of like this art ASMR approach to me discussing how I personally, my perspectives on racism, etc.
That's fair. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, the video to me, like, just going to be 100% real. You had Keffels, Vosh, Shark. I think that was all three. Let me see. Maybe in the thumbnail.
And Merrick.
And Merrick. So, you know, a lot of people.
Why do people keep bringing Merrick into stuff? Leave Merrick alone. She's perfect. Leave her alone. Yeah, Vosh appeared in DM's chat. Yeah, he was there for a little while.
Let's just say are hot buttons on Twitter specifically. It seems to me like, if we're being honest here, like, you were definitely trying to reach outside of your circle with that one. I feel like you got to be honest about that, right? Like, if you're putting the face of, like, 4 controversial people on the cover of a video, like, that's what we call in the business, you know, you're making a thumbnail. You're making a catchy thumbnail, arguably even clickbait. Like, that's, like,
I wouldn't say clickbait, but I know that it would definitely potentially reach.
You're reaching for an audience.
Still. Like, that is, like, Soul Bunny, she can't even, like, this is why I don't like Soul Bunny. She can't even acknowledge that the purpose of making a fucking thumbnail is to attract attention. If she just wanted to get her feelings out there, she could have just recorded a video in her car and used the auto-propagated thumbnail, you know? But you went into Photoshop, you picked all these people, excuse me, you picked all these very controversial figures to put them in your thumbnail because the point of putting a video on YouTube is to make money and to get eyeballs on it, okay? And she can't even admit that the purpose of a thumbnail is to attract attention to your video. She did record that kind of vid 3 days ago. That's fine, that's fine. But I'm referring to the original, the white leftist industrial complex video. Like, she literally is incapable of admitting that the purpose of the video was to reach an audience. Merrick is the Britney Spears of left-wing streamers. Leave Merrick alone! Yeah, exactly. Merrick gave Keffals all her DMs with Soul Bunny. Oh, okay. Excuse me. I didn't know about that part. That was a segue. Miscues, here's her car vid. It's not good. Okay, so Soul Bunny did post a car vid recently. I don't know if I'm gonna watch it right this second. What is this? How long is it? It's 2 minute long. I don't like... Hold on, when was this from? This is from July 9th. I don't like a bully that gaslights. This white Canadian trans streamer is rewriting history, so I had to correct the false narrative since she's going after Jesse, Gender, Foreign, and Callan. Leave my friends and cornbread tube alone. Hashtag white woman tears. I don't know what the video is about. The victim blaming of Keffals for her addiction and suicide was awful. I've seen several creators going, like saying things like, oh my god, Keffals did this and you're like enabling an abuser. I actually went to look through my mentions earlier. Someone actually tagged me not too long ago in a post on YouTube. So like there's this little section inside baseball YouTube stuff. This is like a little section in the back end of the YouTube where if this is in the comments area. So like if someone mentions me with my @ which is @LuxanderReal on YouTube, then it shows up in here, and it'll tell me like, okay, someone mentioned you. And a while ago, and they've deleted the post since then, it was a community post where someone, hold on, let me see if I can find this. Someone tagged me because they were gonna talk about me being racist or something, and that person had also posted a video about how the left was enabling a drug addict, like a video about Keffals. But they deleted the post. So they were like, I'm planning on making a call-out video about Luxander, and then they didn't, I guess. Like, did she take down the post because she knew that I would see it because she actually tagged me like a fucking idiot? No, it was not Essence of Thought. This one was not Essence of Thought. I don't think Essence of Thought would be stupid enough to actually tag me at my @ on YouTube. But yeah, so this person like tagged me and then I guess they deleted the community post, either because they decided to stop making the video or because they realized that I could see that they had tagged me, but I can't remember the name of the channel because I didn't know that they were going to delete the post, so I didn't save it. And also YouTube is being really fucking stupid about the results that they show. Like, why do you only show me like 7 results on the homepage, and then you switch to people also watched? Like, how about you stick with the fucking keywords that I clicked? Like, the keywords that I typed. Why don't you stick with those, and don't show me a bunch of random shit that has nothing to do with what I posted? Maybe. Wow, like, the search page on YouTube is fucking stupid. This is horrendous. Like, why? Anyway, whatever. Hello, Shade! I just got here and I really, really, really hate all this discourse. I have a personal friend that likes to look up problematic things that Vosh has said to tell me about how horrible he is and about Keffals too. I can't talk to her about most of the activist stuff I want to do because she's so into hating half the people I listen to. Oh my god, that's fucking annoying, Shade. Was it Corvidae? No, it wasn't Corvidae. It was a black creator, a very small channel. I think that they were like a black female, so I'm not sure. I didn't really like watch much of their content or anything. Showing all the screenshots of Keffals talking about going to rehab and pretending like those were an apology to people for being racist instead of Keffals talking about her friends and family. Yeah, people think addiction is a sin or a personal failure and makes you evil. Addiction is a disease. Most people get addicted after taking prescription opiates for their illnesses. Right. Thank you, Valhalla Vidya. I like this top too. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find this thing. Oh, I found it. I found the channel. Oh, I found it. Yeah, so this person is, I believe, black and I think female or femme. They also made a video called, so Sage and Poppy and Xena are in the thumbnail of this one, and it says, "These pick-me losers need a reality check." And then, yeah, there was a video from like 4 months ago. "The debate bro community is enabling a drug addict. We name it and shame it." I'm not naming. I'm just saying that this is the person who posted on their community page about me. And did they delete the post, or did they just edit it to take my name out of it? I think she must have deleted the post. Like, did she decide that she wasn't going to make a video about me, or did she just decide to delete the post? But yeah, just a lot of really horrendous shit about Keffels on this here channel. So, anyway. I said the title of the videos. Yeah, well, but like, it's like hard to find shit on YouTube, so. Over under on how many steps removed from bad empanada. Truly, these are the questions. Okay, this conversation is gonna take forever. It's gonna take 10 years.
No, right? Like, I can admit that I do that in all my videos. Like,
We'll
all
say
of my
this,
videos.
like,
I'm an entertainer, so, you know.
but I'll say this. Like, I thought when they would have seen it, it'd have been like 3 months later because of how small my channel was. I had no idea it would ever do anything. I thought it'd never get anywhere to Twitter discourse. Like, that's because.
So she's lying.
It was all mostly pertaining to Twitter discourse, right? So.
Let me see.
Most of the topics on there were tied to Twitter discourse in some way or another.
Some parts was tied to stuff. There was still like YouTube segments. There was at least a handful of YouTube stuff. So there was probably 60% of Twitter and 40% YouTube, because it's definitely a mixture. Because I know my own video for sure, the way I even approached it, because it was very much like, even the way I went about like things, like I explain the traits and the behaviors, and then I used examples, and that's kind of how each chapter was structured. So when it comes to the figures in the thumbnail, that wasn't just like, obviously I knew me even criticizing or even like using them as examples was going to obviously get reach, and people are going to see it and watch that, and probably potential people in those spaces. That's
okay.
Different. But you know,
So I mean, it sounds like the answer is like yeah, you did know that it was going to reach beyond your space. That it wasn't just intended. Like, well, yeah,
of course, it wasn't like a tea party.
You were kind of backing off. You were kind of. I'm not trying to grill your opinion or anything. It was just, it kind of sounded like you weren't.
I misinterpreted what you were like implying, but I get what you mean now.
It's you know, like
party for friends video at all. Like, I knew.
I feel like if you were going to do that type of thing, like you could post a rant that you put in a group chat or something, which would be a totally different thing. If this was like a you know, you ranted in a video to a group chat, but this is a public facing video. You made a thumbnail that was super eye catching. It definitely went well beyond just like, you know, a rant.
Anything
to your
that
friends.
I ever, well, again, like, and also like how I'm going back to, like, I was extra small, so I had never thought it ever reached outside of fans that would engage with it on both sides of things. So like, again, like I was coming from this place where no one was ever playing my video that was from that space, or either space. Like, it wasn't. I was just like, Twitter is what blew up the video. Like Twitter, again, like
that happened. That'll happen too.
Yeah, so that's
Twitter tends to, like, you know, Twitter.
So like,
Twitter
again, Jessie Gender shared the link on Twitter, and so did FD Signifier. Two people who agreed with her posted the video, and then the clip started circulating.
As a magnifying effect for anything dramatic and also anything that's snappy. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, like, yeah, your channel was small. You're, you know, fairly new to content creation. I'm not trying to, like, I don't know, slam you for anything like that.
No, I don't.
Not to even change the topic, but on this, like, do you ever feel like it's this whole thing has just become an interpersonal hurtful war of personalities? Because that's what like when I opened this video, before I even watched the Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video, at the beginning of the stream, you know, one of the things I was talking about, I did this big long preamble talking about how exhausting it is as a creator and as somebody who spends time in these spaces. Like, I get tired of the telephone game with everybody. I get tired of feeling like my brain just shuts off whenever I read something because I don't believe anybody anymore because they all just say bullshit. And I worry that, like, I mean, there's so much stuff. Like, right now, it's like this Keffels thing. And again, the way I feel about it is like, I think that most of the shit that gets said about Keffals is completely insane. Like, it's so far from the truth. It's so much of a game of telephone. And that's not to say that there aren't things to criticize Keffals on. I have done so. I have done videos, multiple, criticizing Keffals. Even some of my videos where I was positively agreeing with Keffals, I ended up working in a lot of critiques. You know, I'm not exactly like a Keffals superfan or anything like that. But I've known Keffals for a while. And I just feel like, I don't know, it sometimes feels like there's this, I don't know how to describe it. Like, there's just this, there's an incentive to turn all these interpersonal disagreements, things that are like, may or may not be political in nature, but to turn them into something so much more. Do you ever worry that that's like something that you're getting pulled into? Because it's something that I've had to like actively push back against. And I also recognize that I don't make a lot of friends by being like, when I tell people like, hey, I think you're fucking losing it over this, and you probably need to cool down a little bit. You ever feel like it's like going out of control?
Sorry. With me, like, even like with my own video, like I made my own critiques that I felt very valid, and I wouldn't put in a video if I didn't feel like this wasn't like a personality. This was actually genuine, like things I have genuine critiques on. But as someone that when I made that video, I even just saw like how some people just like, I had to tell a couple folks like, hey, can you please stop replying? I see every time you reply to this person, I get the notification, and it's honestly annoying me.
She doesn't understand how to mute conversations on Twitter, apparently. Like, you can mute... I think you can even mute a particular thread reply on Twitter. She's like, I literally had to ask people to stop replying.
So, I do see, like, kind of... Like, there's some people that follow me, I wish I had the courage just to go and block them. But if I did, I feel like they'd go and, like, rant about me blocking them. Because it's just, like... I made the video, but it was supposed to be a purging, so it's just kind of...
When you say purging, you mean just kind of like getting it out of your system?
Yes, it's the whole point of why, like, my video was structured the way it was. I'm sorry, do you have, like... I need to grab my phone. That's my hormone,
Yeah, if you need a break, if you need a moment, just go ahead.
I just took my hormones right now, but I was looking for my phone. I took care of that, sorry.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Sorry, so yeah.
It
was, when you moved away from the mic, it was like, I'm getting a little bit of back and forth. If you move away from the mic, I lose audio.
Yeah, write a diary entry instead of making a whole fucking video. Like, I just needed to get my feelings out there. This is another thing that I think is wrong with the internet. Like, don't use the internet to air all of your feelings as soon as you have them. Like, you're allowed to have your feelings and be quiet. You're allowed to have your feelings and keep them private. Yeah, she said her next video is going to be just for Patreon. And yeah, great. Keep them all there. You can just keep them there. So, like, yeah, if ever something terrible happens on my YouTube page, I will retreat to Patreon. Just like fucking Calvin Guerra doesn't post on YouTube really anymore. He posts videos on Patreon and still gets paid to be like a horrendous person. Yeah, be a normal faggot and journal with your crystals. Like, just, like, start yourself a journal. Maybe do a little daily tarot read. Twitter and COVID have teamed up to eradicate people's ability to sit quietly with their own feelings. Amazing. Anyway.
So I couldn't hear everything you said there, but that's fine. It's no big deal.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
So you hear what I'm trying to say? Like, that's me saying, like, I agree with you that in some cases...
I'm familiar with
Judith
Judith Butler.
Like that, but there's definitely a space on Twitter that operates like that I don't like their stuff. I don't tweet their stuff. I just skip by it on Twitter because it's just like...
I mean, in this video, even in this foreign man in a foreign land video, I saw what I would consider to be a pretty out of the ordinary level of like what I would call like back patting and wagon circling. Like, I mean, I think Jesse Gender, not to like name names, but I think Jesse Gender like did a big thread, which was like, this is a foreign man in a foreign land appreciation thread. Let's like shout him out right after like retweeting the video, promoting this video. And honestly, I think this video was really bad. I think this video is like that if anyone was being honest with themselves, they would acknowledge that.
I don't know that I have a favorite crystal, but I like Tiger's Eye a lot. It's real fucking pretty.
Like his conclusion that like marginalized people aren't given any wiggle room, that they're not allowed to make mistakes, and that they're torn apart limb from limb, which is the conclusion of the video, but the rest of the video is basically making out Keffals to be an incredibly harmful person with very little evidence played. Like, I think that that's like repugnant, and I think that even people in your friend group should be willing to go, man, that's fucking bullshit. But I didn't see that happening. In fact, I saw the opposite. I saw an abnormal amount of like going out of their way to promote this video, to be like, hey, let's build up, you know, let's gas this the fuck up. And I go, man, like, doesn't it, when this is all combined with all of the big statements about politics and the caring about marginalized people, but then a video that's just so self-contradictory and also, in my opinion, very manipulative in the way that it talks about Keffals and also way overstates harm. Like, I mean, he described, and I quote, like, Keffals did...
You just got some blue Tiger's Eye? I was gonna say I love blue Tiger's Eye. It's my favorite. Hello, Alex Amethyst. What's the tea? Sorry, just logged in. Well, first of all, welcome to the website. Both Valhalla and Alex, welcome to the website. We appreciate you being here. We're just reviewing Demon Mama's conversation with Soul Bunny last night because I fucking hated it. That's an exaggeration. I was quite frustrated by the conversation. So we're talking about that. We're going on at length about this convo. We should do react streams more often because this allows me to save my voice, and that means that I could potentially stream for much longer tonight. Like, I could potentially stream for like an hour or two longer than usual because I'm saving my voice by doing a reaction video. So we should do this more often, TBH. Soul Bunny is the pro at the art of the non-answer. Yeah, she is going to be the best politician when she gets there. When I knew Lonnie had an addiction, it made me worry for her. I reached out to her. I sent her money because I was concerned, even though I thought Zan had done nothing wrong. Lonnie just needed help. Yeah, I mean, yeah. She needed help, and you're right. You said earlier, not from Zan. Yeah.
Cause pain at scale. But that's just not true. It's just false. Like, when are we going to draw the line and say, hey, dude, you're fucking lying now. You're just not telling the truth anymore.
So I'll say this.
And also, it's hypocritical, right? So, like, where is this? Why is there so much, it almost seems to me like there's a bunch of people who really don't like Keffals, and they're basically willing to promote whatever hurts Keffals, even if it's something that's, like, blatantly contradictory. And do you ever get worried that that's, like a toxic space, and that, like, there's problematic behaviors in that type of...
1 second.
Yeah.
Because you said a lot.
Sure, sorry, I know. I'm 6 hours in. I can get a little rambly, and I apologize.
Yeah, because I'm trying to, like, keep up with every point.
Sure,
so,
sure.
Like pretty much, I will say my examples that I use, I actually explain them to a degree. So because I can't just throw something out and expect people, unless like people just have their own personal lives. But I explain my personal. I'd show a clip and I'd go into problem facts. Like, even like mine was my personal critique is the say your name situation, the hashtag say your name discourse that I as a black person was very.
Oh God, here we go.
Not like.
Here we go.
I didn't appreciate how that was handled as a disc. It wasn't just a Keffals thing, but it was just like how a whole community of folks. It's not even just that. It was like there was people that were just like full orgs that were using hashtag say your name that are not like connected to anyone on any leftist online spaces. So yeah, I have because I only want to speak for myself. And as far as with this video, you know, like there's because I saw your whole most like 90% of your reaction to the video, and there's some things that I don't have the same opinion as you, but that's why I'm always gonna say like you can have your opinion.
But you can understand where my frustration comes from. Right?
I can understand where you're coming.
I like
from.
gay fesh in the chat. Oh no, are we relitigating this? Yeah, because this is Soul Bunny's justification. This is Soul Bunny's justification for being horrendous to Keffals. Like, it's like her justification is, well, Keffals took the wrong position on hashtag say her name, so I don't see how Demon Mama is so confident in harm being overstated. It's like, what harm is Soul Bunny claiming, I guess, is the question here. Like, so I guess that's kind of like what we're really about to get into in this section, is that, like, Soul Bunny is gonna continuously invoke this idea that it's harmful, but she doesn't really, like, substantiate that, you know? Anyway. Hello, welcome, Peppy! Welcome to the website chat. If any of y'all hanging out on YouTube, first of all, hit the like button really quick, because it's quick, it's easy, it's free, it immediately helps the stream, but also you can come over to the website chat. I'm just like Demon Mama. I have my own website. This is website chat. Luxander.net/live. Anyway. Love how this was just randomly got brought up. A trans person got bullied off of Twitter by a horde of weirdos led by an anti-misogynist. Oh God, the lore gets so deep.
It's pretty well, and to me, that, like, again, I don't mean to interrupt you here or anything, but like,
I get your logic, though.
This video is pretty emblematic of the type of behavior I'm talking about, which is basically it's this Machiavellian approach of being willing to basically lob any accusation while out of one side of your mouth saying, marginalized people don't catch any breaks, and every mistake they make gets jumped on by the right and the left, and nobody gives marginalized people of any stripes any room to grow or to exist as a person. You fail once and sometimes your entire life ends. And then at the same time, make a video that's basically taking a giant spear and aiming it at Keffals on what I would consider to be pretty, it doesn't live up to that statement, does it? Doesn't that seem like, I don't know, do you see where I'm coming from? It seems emblematic of what I'm talking about in these spaces, where there's like this overstatement of harm, there is this exaggeration in the way people talk, hurtfulness.
I can say there's parts that he probably should have went in more detail, like more length and explanations on. I can say that, but, you know, like, you have your opinion, I see where you're coming from. I get your logic completely. I get it completely.
The say her name discourse came after Soul Bunny started her beef with Keffals. Well, because it was the noodles thing that started the whole thing, right? Like the accusations that Keffals is racist. Say her name was a continuation of what started with like the noodles issue. We get so deep. These fucking narratives that we have to keep track of are insane. Like imagine trying to explain this to someone who's not terminally online. Like, yeah, anyway. Say her name is a feminist slogan. Yeah, we'll get into it. Yeah, we'll get into it.
Do you really think, like just on a personal level, totally personal, do you really think that it's accurate to say that, like, Keffals has caused pain at
Oh,
scale?
she's talking about the foreign man video. When we're talking about harm, because she just came off of, like, a 3-hour response to the foreign man video, and he said that Keffals caused, quote, great harm at great scale. Imagine being black and accusing a disabled white woman of causing great harm at great scale to your community. Like, wow, holy shit, dude. This is all just queer drama. I mean, kind of. Yeah.
Scale. Do you really think that's an accurate thing to say?
Hold on. I'm sorry, I gotta take it back.
Do you really think, like just on a personal level, totally personal, do you really think that it's accurate to say that, like, Keffals has caused pain at scale? Do you really think that's an accurate thing to say?
Let me be honest. When I heard him say that, I didn't actually get what it implied 100%. Like I didn't get with it. So if you can break that down to me right
I mean,
now, I can give
at
you
least the way
mine.
I understood it. Now I can't be in his mind, but usually when somebody says pain at scale, that means caused an incredible amount of pain. Like pain at scale is a turn of phrase that generally means like a huge amount of damage. It's saying like pain at scale is like you've caused a lot of pain. And even if I think about all the things, and trust me, there have been some moments I've literally spoken to Keffals about shit that, you know, fights that Keffals has gotten in person to person. I said, what the fuck are you doing? But I don't think anything that any of the fights Keffals has been in would, in my mind, qualify as pain at scale, especially with like images of 9/11, and especially in the context of everything that happened to Keffals. I feel like this is like just, I don't know. Do you really agree with that type of statement?
Not 100%. I can say that, not 100%, because
right.
I don't think it's to the extreme. Yeah, I don't think it's to the point where I could say Keffals divisive, and I have my own reasons why. But I wouldn't say that I agree to 100% that she's like this boogie woman. That like, it's just there's just things that I guess to us in the Black community and certain folks that we, and again, like I'm not the one saying like she's the worst person ever.
Yeah.
Like this is me speaking personally. Like I know she's pretty divisive. Like the say your name thing was very divisive. Like that definitely like pissed off a lot of people that they're not even
Wait, what was very divisive?
Yeah. Like this is me speaking personally. Like I know she's pretty divisive. Like the say your name thing was very divisive. Like
The say her name thing.
Like,
she keeps saying say your name, and that's not correct. So I'm like, what the fuck did she just say? Say her name. Say her name. She keeps saying say your name. And it's like, I can't keep, and I have the speed up a little bit because this is taking forever.
Pissed off a lot of people that they're not even in the leftist space on Twitter. Like
I'm gonna be completely honest. I may have missed her statement on the say your name thing. I remember. I mean, I talked about that, but I talked about it with regard to I think a thread that Jesse Gender wrote, and I kind of what did Keffals say about say her name?
So in my own video, because that's where I focus on. That's why I will like I don't know, like I don't fully care about zodiacs. Like I'm a Taurus, but it's
Sure.
We're very I guess like if I'm gonna like put like something out, I want to have all my T's lined up so like nothing can get misconstrued. Like
Yeah, it's so cringe to invoke the astrology thing. I'm sorry. I'm not an astrology fag. I'm sorry.
So with my own critiques, like I said with the say your name thing, like she essentially was fine with co-opting it and had her reasons of something. And like if you can go to my own video to like see exactly, because I included the screenshots of what she actually said.
Sure.
So that's why I'm gonna say it in a vague way, because I don't want to like I don't want to like say anything incorrectly. But it essentially was her, like her and it wasn't just her, but other folks, basically like mad that, not want to say mad's not the right word, but they were definitely wanting to co-op. And
Shellbell, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub gifted. I find this infighting and drama incredibly hard to follow. I must be too much of a millennial. Oh my god, chat just refreshed itself. Anyway, I command Prosy Rosie's name to stop being so white. Thank you, I appreciate that, Shellbell. And I hope that Prosy Rosie enjoys their dicks. Beautiful. If her video is what it looks like, then if this video is what it looks like when she has all her shit together, that's embarrassing. Yeah.
the say your name hashtag, and being insensitive when folks were explaining, like they took their time to explain why it's not okay to co-opt this movement that Black women, because again, like for those that don't know, say your name thing, it's because of the Black Lives Matter movement was solely focusing on men, or 90% of the time. There was a lack of representation for the harm that Black women and Black femmes experience, because they also use her name for Black trans women as well.
True.
I'm sure that you've probably missed plenty of conversation, Mama. Oh my gosh, there's a couple people in YouTube chat who are disagreeing with me a little bit, but I mean, I think that this part of the video is gonna demonstrate like some of the biggest issues I have with Soul Bunny.
Being insensitive when folks were explaining, like that took their time to explain why.
Yeah, so she's saying like what was your issue with Keffals? Like, well, I don't want to specifically claim anything in here because I don't have the screenshots on hand. So let me just say that Keffals and some other people were not listening or whatever. Hold on.
Not okay to co-opt this movement that Black women, because again, like for those that don't know, say your name thing, it's because of the Black Lives Matter movement was solely focusing on men, or 90% of the time. There was a lack of representation for the harm that Black women and Black femmes experience, because they also use her name for Black trans women as well.
True, but I mean,
so it was 100% the whole aspect of the type of attitude and tone of being so okay with co-opting something that, like, as outsiders have no dictation of who gets to use what when it wasn't a space that was made for them or where it was made for them. This was completely for a whole movement for Black and femmes that were underrepresented. And
do you think
it's like kind of like how the Black squares in 2020 when people were sharing those with hashtag Black Lives Matter, it was clogging up and missing. It was covering a lot of things that Black folks were posting at that time, and it was just completely counterproductive.
Well,
to what
I mean, I do think that's a little bit of a different thing. I mean, the black squares.
That's essentially what we're trying to prevent as what the amount of hashtags of Black
I guess
Lives
here's
Matter.
what I'll ask you on this particular.
You see the point I'm trying to make as far as even.
Well, no. I should be clear. I completely understand the concern of co-opting. I mean, God, every single year that I've streamed, I've had to have conversations about, cops at Pride, the attempt to purge kink from Pride, the attempt to clean up Pride for corporate advertisers. I think that's a real concern. But do you think it's possible that, like, the say her name thing came from a actual genuine place of severe grief about a young trans person who was killed? Because I mean, to me, like,
I don't deny that at all. But
well, it seems using the word co-opt is. And I'm not. I just want to get this out here real quick. It's like using the term co-opt. Generally, when that's termed, like the term co-opt generally implies, and this is just the way that it's used. That's what the term means. Is generally it implies somebody intentionally going out of their way to take something over to use it for their own ends. Like, for example, Burger King, putting their profile to a black square as basically a free advertisement riding off the back of a social movement that clogs up the actual thing. But
co-opting could also be as simple as co-opting ABE. That's like one of the biggest and easy examples for people in the Black community is people don't even realize the origin of some of these words and they just casually use them. And
sure.
So that's
I would say that's a little bit of a different type of co-opting, right? Like we're talking about a very different phenomenon.
There's degrees
in terms
to co-opting. There's degrees.
Well, but it's a different type, right? Like people co-opting language like that is a little bit different than what we're talking about, like a hashtag movement.
Well, isn't like hashtag part of like the language because they have meaning
to a certain degree, but also like say her name is fairly intuitive. Like, it's a fairly intuitive thing, right? My point is I don't want to like I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make this like hard to talk about or to go off on other things. What I'm trying to say is, do you think it's possible that that there was absolutely no ill intent whatsoever, like not even, and that perhaps it wasn't even a co-opting at all, it was just people using the same three words for another thing that they cared about? Because if I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong about this, but I believe initially that say her name was for missing Indigenous women, if I'm not mistaken. So, and I don't think
they have their own hashtag. And that's like a given thing. And that's also when people.
So Soul Bunny just completely dodges this. Okay, we need to pause and like catch up a little bit because, yeah, she completely dodges this thing, and this is gonna go on for a while. Like this conversation kind of goes for a while. So the hashtag say her name, okay? Like what the fuck are we talking about? It became popularized recently in association with the Black Lives Matter movement. Because the Black Lives Matter movement, because it was kicked off by George Floyd's murder, so a lot of the conversation was about black men, right? So like Freddie Gray and Trayvon Martin, like all these people had been like focusing on the black men aspect of Black Lives Matter, right? So say her name became popularized by the death of Breonna Taylor. Well, no, actually it was Sandra Bland. People started saying say her name for Sandra Bland, which was longer time ago than Breonna Taylor. It was popularized at that point, but it was not invented by the Black Lives Matter movement. The hashtag say her name was originally invented to evoke the... Actually, it's Native American women who go missing. It wasn't even about death, I don't think, or like say her name is... It's for missing and murdered Indigenous women. So it's for Indigenous women, Native American women who are murdered or missing. So say her name was started by those people and then was popularized. So it's actually kind of an interesting sort of racism angle there. Like, because, you know, it's interesting that when it's about black women, it becomes popularized on the internet. But when it's Native American women, you know, it's still so low key that it's like still so away from the mainstream that people like Soul Bunny can believe wholeheartedly that black women invented the idea of putting these three words together. So yeah, like that's like one of the issues that we do not resolve in this conversation. Say her name was not invented for the Black Lives Movement. It was just popularized as a relation to that. Co-opt here implies intent, I think, as well. I agree. Like, is it really co-opting if I am using AAVE because I heard it from a white gay person? Like, maybe at some original point, there was a co-opting that occurred, but now it's just like, it has been co-opted, and now I am using co-opted language. For me to use co-opted language, I think is a meaningful distinction from saying I have co-opted the language, you know? It's not like I heard a black woman say, slay, and then I decided to start saying it because I wanted to take something cool that a black woman said, you know? Anyway, so... yeah, she said they had their own hashtag and blew DM off. She just completely blows this off. And then so what happened is that a white teenager was murdered. A white trans woman, a teenager, was murdered by being stabbed to death, and she was initially being dead named in the press. And so people started saying hashtag say her name, because that's three words in the English language that that go punchily together as a political slogan to say you need to say her name instead of dead naming her, right? So yeah, like it was popularized because of that. And she says she doesn't have an issue with that. She has an issue with the fact that people didn't stop saying it after she told them to stop saying it. So we'll get there eventually. Say her name was used and popularized by a group called the African American Policy Forum to draw attention to the murders of black women by police. They created a specific campaign in 2014 that they still actively use today. Say her name is also a pre-existing feminist slogan when we say when vulnerable women are murdered. It's used regularly in conjunction with MMIW, but it is just generally for murdered women overall. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so there's another aspect of this that does not get addressed here that bothers me a lot personally. That this American woman, I think that Soul Bunny is a woman. I'm just gonna, she's a trans femme. So Soul Bunny is an American black woman who is telling British trans people, that they're not allowed to use this hashtag say her name that she claims is used in conjunction with American police brutality. Like the United States centric view that that if you live anywhere in the English speaking world, you need to obey how Americans decide to use hashtags on Twitter. Like there is a really fucked up entitlement and control aspect that we start to get a glimpse of in this part of the conversation. I know that she's she, they. I can see it on the screen. Yeah, anyway.
run with that
Well,
talking point. They're speaking for Indigenous people.
I'm not trying to
because
speak for Indigenous people. What I'm trying to say is
I'm
that
not saying you
I
are,
wouldn't, at
but
least
I'm saying,
myself,
like,
what I would say is, from my
people that were
perspective,
using that type of argument were a lot of non-Indigenous people running and saying that, because at the end of the day, like, co-opting goes way back, even way before co-opting, sorry, say your name goes way back, way before even Sandra Bland.
okay,
This
right.
is like, this
Yeah, that's
goes
what I was talking
years
about.
back, even before, like, because I saw the type of articles they were trying to release. I'm like, there were many Black women's years before those articles with these hashtags were used for.
I agree with you. What I'm trying to say is that I don't, at least from my perspective, I would not call it
people have
co-op.
MMIW, missing, murdered, MMIW. I'm trying to.
Yeah, missing and murdered Indigenous women, MMIW.
Women, yeah.
But that's true, but that's not. But I mean, those things aren't exclusive to one another. Like, there's all kinds of
Just
overlap.
not use
What
their
I'm trying to
name,
say is
just
that I would not describe, you know.
To me, that's like a straw man, because.
Well,
it's
hold on
like,
a second.
you
Hold on.
don't-
We're getting ahead of ourselves now. Hold on a second. What I'm trying to say here is, and I gotta get my point out, because I want to make sure that this is going in like a direction that's productive. Which is to say, I wouldn't call it you know, co-opting if Black women.
Initially.
I wouldn't call it
Initially.
co-opting. Hold on. I wouldn't call it co-opting if.
Oh my
Black women
God, Soul Bunny, shut the fuck up. Oh my God.
and also used Say Her Name, and also Indigenous people used Say Her Name at various points in history. I would consider that an evolution or the
Okay, so I was talking over Demon Mama. Demon Mama was saying she would not consider it co-opting that Black women started using this phrase that was invented for Indigenous women. Or like, that's like the closest association. Thank you, Chainsaw, for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Enjoy your dicks. Yeah, Luxander trying to rob Soul Bunny of her voice. Shake my head, the racism. I'm doing such a big misogynoir right now. Telling a Black trans woman to shut up or whatever the fuck I said. Oh my God, excuse me. Yeah, this is quite difficult. Oh my God, we're almost at the halfway point, y'all. Almost at the halfway point. Thank you all so much for hanging out and for liking and donating, because you're all amazing. My friend is Dakota, and I love her to bits, so I started getting really fucking angry right about here. Here's a bunch of indigenous folks using Say Her Name in conjunction with the MMIW hashtag from just scrolling the 2 hashtags in the search. Yeah, relitigating the idea that this is... So, like, what Demon Mama is trying to make the point here that, you know, Soul Bunny is calling it co-option for people to mourn a white teenager using a hashtag that was popularized by Black people. And so Demon Mama is trying to say, like, okay, well, but like, why are you saying that is co-option? But the fact that Black women are using this hashtag is not co-option of the MMIW movement. Like, how is it not? And again, she just dodges the question entirely. Hey, there's 91 viewers. Hit like really fast, really quick, really fast. Luxander is fishing for someone to make a hit piece and show it to 1 million people to blow up the channel. Yeah, sure. Like, I'm gonna make some controversial video, calling another trans person, I mean, there's not, like, I'm gonna call another trans person, like, a pick-me tranny, and see how many views I can get. Anyway. Anyway, let's continue.
Of a similar phrase, I wouldn't consider that co-opting. And I think that's the position that a lot of people are coming from, which is to say that it feels, I think a lot of people feel like there is an unnecessary policing that's happening when
Can we get some dicks in chat? Can we get more dicks in chat?
And then we're going over,
I want to see a lot of them.
Trying to say this is co-option or something, when I don't think that it's co-option. I think it's just a hashtag that's being used for a perhaps similar, perhaps different purpose, but ultimately to deal with a severe tragedy. You see what I mean? Like, I wouldn't, like, it wouldn't occur to my mind to ever criticize, like, if a Black trans woman was killed and then people were using Say Her Name. I think it would be, I wouldn't imagine it would be productive, empathetic, or useful to go, hey, you're co-opting this from missing Indigenous women. You see what I mean? So I think a lot of people interpret it like people going after that.
That was never my argument. But that was never my argument. The problem lies is because no one.
Oh my God, she's such an idiot. She's a moron. Like, either she's a moron or she's being deliberately disingenuous. She's like, that was never my argument. Like, she doesn't understand the concept of a parallel. She does not understand that, like, she's saying it's co-opting when white people are using it about a white person because it's co-opting from Black people, but she doesn't think that it's co-option that Black people stole this from Indigenous women. Like, I don't, like, like Demon Mama does not seize on this. It's like I like wish that Demon Mama had gone into this with the idea that this might be like an argument, because I think that the fact that she is approaching it as a discussion means that she is letting a lot of shit fly. Like she is letting so much shit fly here. Yeah, agreed, Baby Squid. The fact that Say Her Name applies to multiple issues strengthens the message, which is there are women, these are all women who for one reason or another have been deemed less consequential by society, and that commonality between otherwise disparate groups surely helps build solidarity. Right, like, black women are disposable, and Native American women are disposable, and white women are also disposable. Like, you can get your 18-year-old white woman wife pregnant, and then she dies in childbirth, and you'll just, like, get another one. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, women are a commodity. You can use up their bodies, and it doesn't really matter. And you can, like, commit violence against their bodies, and it doesn't matter. So, like, yeah, that should be a connecting point. Yeah, of course, trans women are also, yeah, like, all these different types of women, but we're just having the race conversation right now. Yeah. Yeah, and also, like, claiming hashtags and saying we're creating a space separate and you're not allowed to use that, like, it's also definitionally not solidarity. Remember when DJ Mule said these people see leftism as a social club? Picking up that vibe? Yeah, picking up that vibe. Just for those of you in YouTube chat, by the way, I don't pay as much attention to YouTube chat, so I'm sorry. They're both very active chats. I favor the website chat just ever so slightly. Yeah, Oppression Olympics for sure.
We get why people did it and whatnot. It's how they moved afterwards when black people took the time to explain. So, because at the end of the day, you don't see indigenous people, you say their name, her name. That's just not the case.
Well, I disagree with that. I actually,
But,
people are sending.
She just claimed you don't see indigenous people saying hashtag say her name. Yeah, because those posts don't get, like, boosted as much. Like, again, literally, like, in the Oppression Olympics, black women are paid attention to more than indigenous women, which probably feels like an insane thing to say to a black woman, but, like, to an indigenous woman, it would be like, yeah, like, no one gives a shit about indigenous women. We have this whole movement called Black Lives Matter, and we don't have a similar movement about Native American women. They're still being murdered and raped and going missing to this day. The absolute invisibility of Native American issues in the United States. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's why they created the hashtag in the first place. So yeah, you, like, black women definitely co-opted in the harmful sense. Like, okay, and it was really, I think it's messed up that Soul Bunny is describing people in the aftermath of Brianna Jai's death, like, people mourning this white trans female teenager. She described that as clogging up a hashtag that is meant for black people. So if this was created for missing and murdered indigenous women, like, then black women and Black Lives Matter popularizing it for black women actually harmed the movement to increase visibility for Native American women, especially now that people are making the argument that Say Her Name belongs to black people. There are 16 missing indigenous women per day. That's insane. Like, there are not very many of them. That's genocide, you know? Like, yeah, exactly. You murdered... There's a murdered child on my feed. Get out of here. Get off this hashtag. I only want to see the black murdered people. God, like, this is just... It's such a frustrating conversation that she's not held to account for any of this, like, psycho shit that she's saying.
But
links
also,
to this right now in chat. I mean, I looked into that too.
But
yeah, I'm just saying that I don't know that claim is
But at
accurate.
the end of the day, it's not a thing that, like, indigenous women are using at a high number, if they even are.
Demon
And it's
Mama's
also-
not calling her a liar, but she should be. Let me take it back like 20 seconds.
We get why people did it and whatnot. It's how they moved afterwards when black people took the time to explain. So, because at the end of the day, you don't see Indigenous people, you say their name, her name. That's just not the case.
I disagree with that. I actually,
But,
people are sending
but
links
also-
to this right now in
but
chat.
also-
I mean,
and they
I
can
looked into
send
that
them,
too.
but-
Yeah, I'm just saying that I don't know that claim is
But at the
accurate.
end of the day, it's not a thing that like Indigenous women are using at a high number if they even are. And it's not something I don't see Black people
If they even are, God, I hate her so much.
releasing from Indigenous people even using.
Well,
But it
right,
is a Black
I know, but
slogan. So
I wouldn't even say that people were using
my stance and Black people's problem was when we did explain, because we got why. We get why, and we get it was from an innocent place. We get that. Because even like orgs apologized.
Well, sure, but I mean,
not
orgs will
understanding,
apologize for all
but-
kinds of things, right? They apologize for.
But rightfully so. But rightfully so. As a Black person, we see, especially
Valhalla Vidia says, I feel like Mama's opinion of SB changed from this chat. At the start, she seems chipper. At the end, she is basically death staring into space. At the end, she yells at chat. She yells at chat at the end of this conversation. And she's like, I was trying to reach her and you all like want blood or whatever. And it's like, no, we wanted you to hold her fucking accountable. Like, we wanted you to prevent her from actively using the platform you're giving her to lie many times. Yeah, how can Indigenous people use it in a high number when they're almost all gone? Like, she's literally admitting that Black people fucked up and ruined an Indigenous people's hashtag. In her argument that white people are ruining it for Black women, she ruined, like, she participated in and is continuing the erasure of Indigenous women. Like, wow, what a racist, Soul Bunny. You're super fucking racist, Soul Bunny, TBH. I do hope that Demon Mama reviews this later, and I hope that her opinion does change, because this is, like, some slimy, disgusting shit.
Black but it's how people responded to that.
Do you think that that's like a productive use of people's time?
This is where I'm standing. Is it wasn't never initially how it was used and where it's placed. It's how they move after they were explained, and that's the core problem that Black people have. That's the core problem Black femmes have. That's the problem even when I shared it on Instagram with just folks locally, just Black people locally in my orgs and whatnot, they definitely all got in instantly how that is problematic. So this is again, like for those that were like being like intense when people were being, they have a genuine place where they came from when initially, but when you get corrected on things and you just dig your heels in, well, that's my colonizer type of behavior.
I mean,
that was the language I used in my video.
I hear you, but
that's the language I used in my actual video that I stand on.
I hear you, but also at the same time, I mean, I don't 100% agree. I think that, like,
and I don't 100% agree with you either.
I know that.
I'm Black and I'm with them, and when it comes to like again, like it becomes, because I'm sorry, because like I'm not, I need to like I'm almost finished with my thought because you said a lot before.
Sure, that's fine.
I got to speak. So
we both said a lot.
Yeah. This is a weird thing, where it's like, because it's like essentially like a boundary or like that Black.
Ooh, that therapy talk. That therapy talk. The boundary. She's drawing a boundary. Like, Black people are drawing a boundary around how you're not allowed to say this word. That's not what a boundary is. Boundaries are you saying, I will not participate or interact with you if you do this. It's not, you're not allowed to do this, and I will ruin your reputation and hound you and like mock your suicide attempt as a result, What's up, Christy? Do you think that there is a difference between white trans people using Trans Lives Matter versus Say Her Name? Well, the Say Her Name thing was specifically because Brianna was being dead named in the press. Yes, we were watching Soul Bunny. Yes, Christy. Yeah, oh, what? Soul Bunny's Black? Never would have guessed. She didn't bring it up fucking 20 times to, like, hide behind. Like, people were saying Say Her Name for Brianna because she was being dead named in the press by the UK media, which is obviously very transphobic. That's why this came up. So it's like, yeah, probably people used Trans Lives Matter. Oh, wait, do you mean how Trans Lives Matter is a spin on Black Lives Matter? Is that what you're alluding to, Shellbell? Because Trans Lives Matter is definitely a spin on Black Lives Matter. It's like, is that co-option? That's an interesting question. I'm curious. I've coined a new debate tactic that Soul Bunny uses. It's called the Mott and Race card. Yeah, remember, this is the exact same thought process as RGR's, quote, I educated you on the issue, now change your harmful behavior to the Black community. Similar to how RGR was like, I read philosophy and ethics, so non-binary people cannot include xenogender people, so change your, quote, harmful behavior to, quote, the trans community. Oh my god, I forgot that RGR even went off about xenogenders. Oh my god, I hope that she's suffering every day of her life right now. Anyway. The wild thing is that this is her evidence that Keffals is racist, but Demon Mama has the same opinion on this as Keffals, and Soul Bunny just says, it's fine that you have your opinion and I have mine. Yeah, like, Demon Mama is not a racist because she's friends with Soul Bunny. Anyway.
And we sent, and whether, like, how non-black people feel, it's really not your place. It's not your place.
Hold on. Hold on, I gotta take this back a second.
Like, again, like, it becomes, because I'm sorry, because, like, I'm not, I need to, like, kind of, I'm almost finished with my thought, because you said a lot before.
Sure, that's fine.
I got to speak, so.
We both said a lot,
yeah.
Mama rolled her eyes a little bit.
This is a weird thing, so where it's like, because it's, like, essentially, like, a boundary, or, like, that black femmes and we sent, and whether, like, how non-black people feel, it's really not your place. It's not your place. When we educate y'all about it, you know, that was the moment, we get it, but for the Pacific people, for those that chose to dig their heels in and start talking back and started having...
Do you hear the language that she's using right now? Thank you so much, Owl Lester, for the tier 1 sub. I check in regularly enough that you deserve my sub. Also, gatekeeping say her name is so shitty of Soul Bunny. Agreed. And she's just objectively wrong about, like a lot of things here. And she seems to be okay with being wrong. But thank you so much for your tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Enjoy your dicks! We are now halfway to the flexing. If you all want to see me take off my shirt and flex my muscles now that I'm back in the gym. I started back in the gym this week, so they're gonna start getting bigger again. Excuse me. Yeah, you can't use this hashtag on Twitter. That's my personal boundary. Yeah, I don't, this is, yeah, African Americans have greatly benefited from the colonial oppression of natives. Unsurprising, yeah, I mean, like, unsurprising.
You know, entitlement, because that's what I talk essentially. When people that feel entitled to say your name, that's where, you know,
people feel entitled.
Well, okay,
and
but
that's exactly,
like she's saying, okay, yeah, white people were using say her name for this teenager who died, who was murdered, who was killed by her peers in broad daylight by a knife, stabbed to death, bled to death on the sidewalk. She's saying that at first it made sense for you to use that, and then when black people came in and, quote, educated to you, y'all started talking back. Have you listened to, like, have you heard the way that she's talking about this? Like, please play.
Really not your place. It's not your place. When we educate y'all about it, you know, that was the moment, we get it. But for the Pacific people, for those that chose to dig their heels in and start talking back and started having, you know, entitlement, because that's what I talk essentially. When people that...
Can you believe that she just said that there is an entitlement when she just said that, like, she's saying that we are entitled to this phrase? Like, the 3 words in the English language, say her name. She's saying black people own this phrase. Like, this is, it's so alien to me because, you know, that's like such a capitalist thing to do. Yeah, and like also keeping in mind, like, yeah, a child died. And I think that Demon Mama does try to push back on this. Like, do you think that maybe this, like, the time when a person was murdered is not the right time to do this? Like, I think that she tries to push back on that, but I don't think that she does that very much. It's just, this is so frustrating.
entitled to say your name, that's where, you know, you got to twist it.
Well,
that's where, you know,
okay,
and
but
that's exactly how black people felt. Even just like I said, even
I feel like
I brought it to Instagram to just local black folks, and they all, like, a lot of them responded, and like,
well, that's fine. That's
so
great.
that's
fine.
where I'm at.
The problem that I'm having,
like, the arguments, I'm
okay,
because
sure.
like the only people that I'm seeing that are immediately their response to use indigenous people indigenous people used it essentially, whether that's true or not, was just on Twitter.
Well, it is
that
true.
Not,
I mean, that's just a simple matter of truth. Like that hashtag.
But in the way that they used it was in a malicious intent to go be entitled to go, essentially, like I said in my own video, colonize, say your name. And that was the stuff that we saw, and that's why we responded.
This is where I start to disagree with you. And this is
Okay, let me pause for a second. Shellbell, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub to With Otro. Gotta bounce, just taking a white name with me on the way out. I find the tone policing and canceling among people who should be allies tiring and frustrating. Yeah, and like, to be clear, thank you so much, Shellbell, thank you so much, and I hope you have a good night. Like, to be clear, when people say, like, when people say, like, you know, we should be allies and this infighting is also frustrating, like, or like when people are saying to me, like, I don't think we should burn bridges with people over their mistakes or whatever, it's like, they're the ones burning the bridge? Like, this is just like the situation where people will, like, say something rude, and then when you get upset with them, then they accuse you of being rude. And it's like, okay, just because the thing that you said was in a polite tone doesn't mean that you didn't just say something fucked up. And that now you're accusing me of, like, starting a problem, even though you're the one who started a problem. So, like, when a divisive character like Soul Bunny comes up, and if people are saying, like, I don't think that we should just burn the bridge with her because she's done all these horrendous things, and she just, like, does not walk any of them back. But it's like the horrible things that she has done is her alienating herself from being involved with me and other people that I want to have community with. You know what I mean? Like, colonization was such a violent, horrendous thing that it really sucks to me that that's, like, yet another word that is being used in this shallow and cavalier manner. Like, colonization was rape and torture and murder. Good night. Yeah, Europeans, y'all in the 2 a.m. Have fun. Yeah, like, it's just really fucked up. Guys, let's be honest, they don't care if she was a child. Remember, Soul Bunny is in the same crowd that the moment Cloudflare dropped Kiwi Farms, there was a tweet that got traction and support for calling Keffals an anti-black and anti-Asian racist. They will never stop being terrible. I guess, like, yeah, exactly, Valhalla, that's what I'm trying to say. It downplays the horrors of colonization. To make the terminally online declaration that being on Twitter and using a hashtag is equivalent to colonization, which destroyed entire peoples. Like, there are entire cultures that just simply do not exist here, you know? Sorry, I just think when we're trying to build coalitions, there has to be some room to fuck up. I think Soul Bunny is beyond that here, but it's not an inherently bad faith criticism. If there was no room to fuck up, Vosh would not be such a big part of leftist spaces. I feel like, you know, I have never in my life said that there's no room to fuck up. I'm saying that she is holding by on these horrendous things that she said, and therefore she is not someone who, like, she is not open to building a bridge with me. You know what I mean? Like when someone else makes it clear that they are not interested in building bridges and they are not interested in examining their claims or being truthful, like, that's like it. And then if you stand by that, like, that's a number of fuck ups that you can't get over easily, you know? Like, Mama, I feel like I don't even know, like, we just are, like, really on different pages tonight in a way that's kind of confusing to me, because my entire fucking thing as an anti-SJW now is that, like, SJWs were psycho purists who would not let you ask the wrong questions. So, like, obviously I think that you should be able to make mistakes, but I also have witnessed this woman doubling down and being super entitled and, like, minimizing real issues and simultaneously overstating harm, you know? Like, I feel like I'm having to make a lot of clarifications that I shouldn't have to make, given that y'all have a relationship with me. That we, you know, like, you know where I'm usually coming from on this, you know what I mean? There's a concept in Black academia called mental colonization, and I feel like Soul Bunny has heard another academia term about colonizer mindset, maybe, and then butchered it, because she does butcher intersectionality a lot. Yeah. I guess that's fair enough. The most infuriating thing is that as a content creator, you actually are incentivized to get attention any way possible, which doesn't mean being right, it means making waves. That's why I'll never be successful, because I do care about being right. And I won't just make waves for the sake of getting attention. Just wait for Soul Bunny stands to accuse you of being so bad faith and impatient, OMFG. I want, like, who even is a Soul Bunny stand who would be anywhere near me? You know? Like, Jesse Gender and I have never been in community together. Like, I don't really know. Like, I saw that Soul Bunny, well, I guess Lance. I saw that Lance from the Surfs did a panel, a group call, and Soul Bunny was on there. And so was Benny. Benny recently from the Young Turks. And Lance has also on a couple of occasions, like, supported people who've done and said, like, some fucked up shit, and, like, in a way that is not very critical of their behavior. Integrity, extremely important in this day and age. I love, Mersh, how you don't know any of these people, so you're just, like, lurking tonight. Like, this is it's so many layers deep tonight. Thank you, Jade, I appreciate that. Vosh is the most criticized person in the online left, but a lot of that ended up being a benefit to his career. The fact that he ends up being right about almost everything is just a happy coincidence. If I recall rightly, quote, mental colonization is the idea that white supremacy gets into your head when you're black. I think it's a bit like comp het, if memory serves me right. Yeah. I actually like Lance, and I wish he'd apologize to Xan. Oh my god, what happened between Lance and Xander Hall? Ah! Everybody's got beef. Yeah, I know you're not trying to fight or anything. I just feel like I'm like, yeah, Mama, you know that I don't need, like, I feel like I shouldn't need to make these clarifications. Like, obviously, I think you should be able to make mistakes and grow. I just also am witnessing, like, a doubling down, the likes of which I haven't seen since fucking November 2021. This is when RGR versus Doe debate. It was Thanksgiving 2021. Ah. We aren't pro Vosh, right? He's very toxic. I happen to like Vosh. I think a lot of the toxicity around him is other people and manufacturing it. Every time someone has bitched about something Vosh said, I have either understood what he meant in a way that other people didn't seem to, and I did not find a problem with what he said, or he has then later himself realized that he fucked up, and he restated his opinion and rephrased. Like, he came out about neo-pronouns in a way that wasn't great at first, and then he figured himself out. The kink at pride thing, he fucked up at first and then figured himself out. And almost every other issue that Vosh has been caught up in, I've been like, yeah, I mean, it seemed, I've been confused. I'm like, how do people not understand what's being said here? It's so obvious to me what's being said here. But then again, Vosh and I are both deeply retarded. So it's, like, I understand him, I think, because we're just both, like, on a similar wavelength of being retarded, you know? I like Vosh. He brought booze for Christmas. I'm still so bummed out that I'm not going to be able to make my Seattle trip this year. Like, that's just such a bummer, because I was really looking forward to getting to have lunch with folks and, like, meet folks and stuff, but it's just not realistic for me to take that time off right now and, like, make the whole drive up there or do a plane drive. Like, it's just the logistics and, like, who am I gonna stay with? Like, anyway. Yeah, we have that autism to autism brainwave communication. Oh gosh. Yeah, we are retard synchronized. Hello, Paint. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Just to clarify, the R slur can only be said by ND people, not just mentally ill. I think that it's generally meant to be used for people who are autistic and perhaps ADHD. But I am autistic, to be clear, and I have ADHD. My Sag, I get no Zeph. Oh, wait, what? So much Sag, I get no Zeph. Wait, you're getting so much Zeph right now. Anyway, yeah, stream derailed. This whole stream has been a bunch of derails. That's the thing. Here, I want to be clear. This is not going to be a section on the channel. This is not going to be a video on the channel. This is going to be just a stream. And we will go on as long as it takes. There's still, like, almost an hour of this conversation left, but it starts to get really, really, really repetitive here. So, yeah. Anyway. I think Down syndrome people have the most right to use it since it's weaponized against them a lot. Okay, yeah, I mean, I know that. But also autistic people. And neurodivergent people. You know what I mean? Anyway.
I was disagreeing with you earlier, but it's okay.
Well, wait, hold on. But you had your turn to talk.
Oh, you're saying that, like, there's gonna be no in-person Zeph. I need friends to enter meet space so I can show you around and see cool shit. I know. It'll happen eventually. It'll happen someday.
So I want to say my thing now, too. There's a couple of portions here where I feel like we're leaving the realm of productive political conversation, where we leave the realm of reasonable political discussion. So, like, for example, when you say things like colonize...
I know, I brought it to Instagram.
Hold on a second. You gotta let me speak. When you say something like colonizing a hashtag, we've moved beyond. We've moved out of the realm of you sort of doing an analysis and saying, hey, this is kind of, we got to be careful about these hashtags. First of all, there are some basic facts about hashtags. Obviously, hashtags are, anybody can slap them on any post that you want. It's a problem with hashtags generally. And obviously, with a three-word phrase, there is no ownership that can be had.
I'm so jealous that you met the dogs. I don't know, your dogs seem a little bit like they're a lot, but you also have several of them, so that, like, several dogs is a lot, but one dog is good, Yeah, the hashtag is facing imperialism. Oh my god, my eyeball.
No org can do that. I don't even think you'd want an org to do that. In the same way you wouldn't want a single org to own the rights to Black Lives Matter or any, social media thing. Ownership of something like that to me is it's not a simple thing. You can't just say somebody owns it or who gets to say. Like, I think a case can be made that
yeah, I sure love other people's
that's a little
dogs.
bit different than claiming ownership. And of course, when you start to say something like white people were colonized and they had been educated, there is I don't know if that's like the language starts to reach to the point where I feel like we're talking about different things now. Where now you're alleging things that I don't think are accurate to what actually happened. Like when you saying that somebody colonized a hashtag, that's very strong language to use, but I just don't think that's accurate. And also, if you take just a moment and step back to just look at what you're talking about people expressing grief at a dead child. I feel like calling that colonization is actually like it's not just insensitive. It also just shoots your own point in the foot because it's not productive. Like calling that colonization is like, to me, it's unproductive. It's like, it's not even making your own point well. Like,
well, I am, but you can have your stance. But I'm going to say this because I feel like you're splitting hairs.
We're talking about the subject.
This surpasses Twitter because, like I said initially, yeah, but the colonization, because that's the right language. It's exactly what it is. It's the fact that when we
earlier you said that you could understand that people were
initially,
using it out of,
specifically initially. That's what I've said.
Well, that hashtag never even got that big. To be fair, this time around, it was a grand total of like 1 week.
These aren't. That's not the point we're making. The problem started.
She at first says, I don't want to split hairs, and then she's like, but now I'm gonna split hairs. Like, oh my god.
And they got educated when they were informed. When black people took the time to let them know what this means to us.
Do you think all black people agreed on that particular point? Because I don't.
For those that were even arguing it, it was a very terminally online thing because every day, like I said, everyday black folks.
Well, I feel like that goes both ways, right?
Instagram.
That goes both ways, right? Like arguing.
Not when it comes to this
arguing over the hashtag being used is like almost intrinsically terminally online, right? Like nobody.
The talking points that people were running with was a very terminally online thing.
The kind of talking points that people were, oh my god, she doesn't understand the point. Who out there in the real world is arguing about the fucking hashtag say her name? Like, it is intrinsically a terminally online thing because it's about what's happening online. Like, we're litigating what's appropriate online. It is definitionally terminally online, and Soul Bunny, again, is unable to claim accountability here. I saw plenty of black people on Twitter who were like, this is stupid. Yeah, she continues at this point, like, she will continue to speak for the black community. And she will say, like, well, I asked some of my oomfies on Instagram. Exactly.
People that were feeling entitled to. And that's why I said the colonized mentality, because it's the whole thing when we let white people know, like, hey, this is what it means to us. And folks were like, well, I don't care. I desire this. So you're going to, too bad how you feel. I have my own bigger purpose. That's when it came, like I said, when we already had educated them. So like I'm not attacking or mad at anyone that used it initially. That's what most black folks don't feel that way. And I think anyone that did feel that way initially, like that's more like a Twitter thing. But when it comes,
I think Soul Bunny is like 24. Someone said it earlier.
To when we go out of our way to educate and let you know why, we're very sensitive about our own movements that we made. And this is
you didn't make it. You stole it. You literally stole it from Indigenous women.
This has been like way before Sandra Bland, years before Sandra Bland, and a lot of people don't even know who Sandra Bland is.
Yeah.
There was a very specific reason why this was even created initially. This is not like a hashtag like Me Too, because no one's over here arguing that just because that was made initially by a black woman that no one else should be using it. This is a very specific, different case.
Well, right,
but because that's why I feel like people were trying to talk about it as if like it was a Me Too hashtag. Because when I saw some certain people using that came from a black woman. And I thought that.
Well, I mean, that's why
not the right argument.
From my position, that's why I kind of think that the ownership argument about hashtags to me seems, somewhat silly. Again,
that's why I think this is a different case. This isn't a Me Too hashtag. This is very specific to a very when it comes to just like the movement that black women.
I'm just gonna double down on the black people stole from Indigenous people rhetoric. Like, if people are gonna say that white people colonized this hashtag because it belongs to black women, I'm just gonna tell them that they're racist and that they're minimizing the issues of Indigenous women. Yeah.
Specifically are underrepresented and all that stuff, like everything. Sure. Again, even of our own movements. That's the whole Say Your Name would never exist if Black Lives Matter was actually inclusive to women and trans folks. When the same week as George Floyd, when he was murdered, Iana Dior, a Black trans woman, in the same city, was dogpiled, jumped by almost upwards to 30 people for getting in a car accident, simply just because she was trans.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a good point, Crazy Kudu. I wish Demon Mama had asked if men who were victims of sexual assault are allowed to use the Me Too hashtag. Yeah, or are they colonizing the space if that it's meant for women? Oh my God, it's meant for women. I actually, correct me if I'm wrong, those of you who were there at the time, didn't men have to start their own separate hashtag? They did. It was hashtag men too. Oh my God, I feel like I just unlocked something. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that not what happened? Like, hashtag men too. TBH, I think this drama has laid claim on enough vital oxygen already. This soul bunny is clearly out of touch and all points seemed to be made. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit more about this, but the conversation does become quite repetitive at this point. Like, it will become quite repetitive. Don't remember. Yeah, hold on. Like, hashtag men too, right? Yeah! Oh, wait. Apparently hashtag men too was a social movement in India which was started against false sexual harassment allegations. No. They believe men are victims too and decide to fight back with the hashtag men too movement. Like, I'm just saying that there was a separate hashtag. It might have been used for different purposes, but like, yeah. So like, I'm sure there are probably people who would be like, no, men shouldn't use the Me Too hashtag because it's specifically about women and they're... The Terry Crews story? Yeah, did Terry Crews him too? Hashtag him too? Someone in YouTube chat just mentioned. In 2018, actor Terry Crews recounts his story of sexual assault, telling the Senate committee, "This happened to me too." Terry Crews' story has been accepted into hashtag MeToo based on his victimization at the hands of another man, not his position as an actual victim, says this one random website that I'm looking at. So I guess, yeah, he was accepted into the Me Too movement for various reasons. SB would just write off male victims because that's not what I'm talking about. True.
I mean, I agree with you that, like...
So that's why, well, but like, I get where you're coming from. But yeah, like I said, like, everyday Black people are not going to have the Twitter response that a lot of these people that felt very entitled, which isn't a colonizer mentality when it comes to white folks.
I feel like that's... And I just feel like it's very hard to judge that. This is how Black people talk. This is how Black people talk about these type of mentalities. We're not afraid to use that word. And, you know, if... You know, you can feel how you I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's being said here that's like, I don't know exactly.
I'm not saying you have to agree with me as a Black person because, you know, I know where we stand. I know when I brought it to, like I said, Instagram to just everyday Black folks, we're very baffled.
Sure, but you always know, like, you have to know that, like, again, there's always going to be, like, a selection sample. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to say that, like...
very specific. This is about entitled people when they got informed.
Well, see, that's just why I just... Anyway, the reason why I contest the language is because, like, at least for me...
It's colonizer language. It's the right thing. It's the right word to describe that kind of entitlement mentality. That's exactly how we're talking. That's how we're talking in colleges right now. That's how, you know, that is exactly what, you know, when it comes to even the way, like, Gen Z Black folks are talking, and even other folks.
I just don't know. I don't know if I can... I can't agree with the idea that, like, people are being entitled by using the hashtag or by wanting to be able to...
They showed it when they got educated. And that's what couples did.
But I mean,
she keeps saying they got educated. Like, this is the thing that, like a couple people have said, this is quintessentially what makes people think that woke scolds are terrible, right? Is like, oh my God, I'm just gonna make my lip bleed apparently. There is like this expectation that you must obey, you know? Like, she says, Black people educated you, and then you didn't listen. You didn't obey. Like, you perhaps didn't agree. And because you didn't agree, I am just gonna, like, decide that you are no longer worthy of human consideration when you have a suicide attempt or whatever. There is such a level of gatekeeping and entitlement here. Oh my God, my lip is bleeding. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. It's past 3 a.m. Good night. If you're in Europe, you need to go to bed. Get out of here.
Pretty much. I mean, that language always. That type of language always raises my hackles just a little bit, because I think that anybody can frame themselves as just educating. I could say right now if I wanted to that I'm just educating you, and whether or not people would say that's true, this
is just a common knowledge within the Black community though. Like this isn't like some like big brain thing.
I don't know if I agree that like I don't know if I buy the idea that like
you don't have to agree with that, but this
maybe it is. I don't know that either of us. Well, hold on. I don't know that either of us really have the ability to poll at large the Black community as a whole and come to a conclusion as to. Maybe.
This wasn't the Black community was not split.
Invoking common sense. That's a fallacy, isn't it? What's it called?
I have a hard time believing that the average Black person.
I think here, this is like your own bias showing, because I'm literally just saying like right now, like I took it to outside of.
Oh, it's literally just a common sense argument. Like it's a common sense fallacy. What's up, Riley? We're responding to a frustrating conversation.
Where everyday Black women, people that run orgs, people that are just.
And they said that they
responded.
I just want to be clear. They said that they felt like white women were colonizing the.
You don't. Let's be specific about our wording.
Well, I'm trying to be. That's why I asked specifically, like what you're saying that they did, because there's been some back and forth as far as what.
We're saying white people in general. We didn't say white. We said white people.
Yeah. So you think that white people were colonizing it with a dead trans teenager?
Mentality wasn't. That's the problem. Is you can like.
And
you finally mentioned the dead teenager thing.
Vague language, and I just want us to remember. No. I want to be completely clear. Hold on.
That's a straw man.
Hold on. Please hold on a second. I'm not trying to make you angry. I'm just trying to be clear, because again, what we're talking about.
Sensitive though, because like I'm gonna I don't want to keep repeating myself. Like I said, the problem lied is once they were educated, because we all get why they used it. We know it's for a noble cause. Okay.
Okay. Let me ask you.
We gave them alternatives. Wait, one second. We gave them alternatives. And they said no.
We gave them alternatives. She's like a parent. She's literally acting like a parent. It's like when a parent says like, do you want to walk to the car or do you want to dance to the car? When the kid is being really resistant about going to school. You're talking like a 3-year-old kid. Like, okay, so we're on our way to the car. I know you really don't want to go to school, but like, okay, are we gonna dance to the car or are we gonna walk to the car? Because that is like it's not really a choice. You're making it clear that your intention for the child is that it's going to do what you tell it to do. And that, like, she just keeps using this language. Like, she keeps doing this. A noble cause, like it's raising money for cancer patients and not a dead trans teenager. Yeah. Getting educated is when you agree with Soul Bunny, the self-promoted CEO of all Black people. Mama did not deserve to be spoken to in this way. Okay, let me back this up just slightly so we can catch all this.
And the thing is that we get lost in some of the vague language, and I just want us to remember.
Wait,
no. I want to be completely clear. Hold on.
That's a straw man.
Hold on. Please hold on a second. I'm not trying to make you angry. I'm just trying to be clear, because again, what we're talking about.
Sensitive though, because I don't want to keep repeating myself. Like I said, the problem lied is once they were educated, because we all get why they used it. We know it's for a noble cause. Okay.
Okay. Let me ask you.
We gave them alternatives. Wait, one second.
We gave them alternatives.
And they said, no, we want you say your name. And that's why I and other folks, that entitlement, the proper descriptor is, that's some colonized behavior shit right there. And that's how everyday Black people will see that. We're not over here afraid to use the word colonizer because they're going to hurt the feelings of non-Black people when our shit is being colonized. That's literally how we talk about when a lot of even just play AAVE when it gets co-opted. So this is a very similar sense, and we get it, like I said, a noble cause, but once you get educated and you say, fuck that, I don't care how you feel, how I feel, it goes above how you feel, that's some colonized behavior shit, and that's exactly
okay, but that mentality right there, like, fuck you, I don't care how you feel, when we're talking about, and I need to be specific about this is not any straw man, when we're talking about a hashtag being used.
This is documented, I have it documented in my video.
Hold on. When we're talking about a hashtag that's being used for a dead trans woman, a child, like, do you understand how that might be not productive? Do you understand how that might actually like?
I think it's not productive for white people to like dig their heels in on something that was very simple.
She doesn't think that it was unproductive for her to derail the mourning of a dead child. We were mourning a dead child. She thought that it was a productive use of her time to correct and educate white people about what they are not allowed to say. It's not like she's like, okay, if a Black person says you're not allowed to use the N-word, I'm like, okay, yep, that's yours. I'm just gonna, whatever. If Black people say like, you're not allowed to use the slur that's short for raccoon, I would be like, okay, cool. Like, yeah, no, I completely understand that. Like, you're not allowed to use the phrase, say her name. Like, you're not allowed to use this 3-word phrase in the English language. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, wait, now I'm banned, sure, but it's always unsaid. What are you talking about? Me Too covers men, they can be assaulted. I know, I'm just saying that, like, I thought that there was a different thing there. You also shouldn't say rest in power, that's AAVE. I have heard that before. Yeah. Her argument is literally that the actual efficacy of using the hashtag to get justice is less important than Soul Bunny getting to feel like she owns a series of words. Yeah, like, she completely doesn't acknowledge here, like, Demon Mama's trying to say, hey, this is a bad time. Like, you should not have done this. Like, this was an inappropriate time. If she had waited a week, if Soul Bunny and all those other people who were upset about this, if they had waited 1 week, it would have been less disgusting, but still disgusting. For them to be litigating whether you're allowed to say her name about a child who is being dead named in the press because she happens to be white. I bet Soul Bunny cheered so hard when the Mountain killed Oberyn Martell because he co-opted the hashtag, yeah. Oh my god. That's a great scene, though. I fucking love Pedro Pascal. Like, he's so wonderful. He's great. Yeah, you can still say rest in piss. You're allowed to say rest in piss. That's not wait, no. You're not allowed to say rest in piss. That's cultural appropriation for rich people, I guess. I don't know. Fucking whatever.
Well, we gave them
you're being very
option.
broad by saying white people, but I mean, I feel like there's probably
a lot of white people.
I feel like
It
there's
was
probably
a
a
lot of white
diversity of
people.
opinions on this particular issue.
It wasn't a lot of black people running and saying this.
Well,
I'll
I
say that right now.
don't think either of us have the numbers for how many black people agreed with this one hashtag
I
that popped up
think
for a week on
you
Twitter.
would
All I'm
take-
saying is,
She's not saying she owns the words. She's trying to validate and point out African-American vernacular English. She is trying to say that that her specific subset of black people own this phrase. Like, I want to be clear. She's saying white people are not allowed to use the hashtag say her name about a white trans child being stabbed to death in the street and dead named in the press afterwards. And she's validating this idea by citing her Instagram mutuals. She's like, I, on my curated Instagram account, posted about this, and all of the black people who follow me on there who responded said, yeah, wow, it's obvious that this phrase belongs to the black community, and that it's colonization to use the phrase in this other context, because we own it. Like, that's like the implication of what she's saying, and then if you don't agree with her that black people own that phrase, well, the work is not done on the original hashtag say her name. Yeah, the original hashtag say her name was for indigenous women, and black women have ruined that. Like, black women have ruined the original purpose of say her name and have contributed to the further erasure of the murders and rapes and abductions of Native American women, you know? Like, it's insane that she's doing this, and this is why I think it's insane. You know what I mean? We asked Luxander fans how much they agree with Luxander. This is representative of the trans community. Exactly! Yeah, my audience agrees with me. Therefore, all trans people agree with me. Also, rest in power is for activists, for people murdered, etc. Brianna Jai was both murdered and an activist. The problem is when people say it for those who pass peacefully of old age, as what happened for Angela Lansbury, and who aren't activists. Yeah, like, rest in power is another one of those ones that, like, I think has been used more generally for, like, any activist who dies, like, especially in the line of duty, as it were. It could have been that she was talking on other people's posts, or maybe it was a story, because those are a limited time and then they expire. But still, there's currently zero evidence I can find that Soul Bunny actually posted about this on Instagram.
all I'm trying to say is that, like, this, we got onto this because it was something that you said was like an example of why you think that Keffel's. Hold on, why you? Why,
oh yeah. I was gonna say that too. Like, this is her justification for being abusive toward Keffels. Like, this is what we're relitigating hashtag say her name, and the realistic thing that we're doing here is that, like, Soul Bunny mocked Keffel's suicide attempt, and she's basically saying that, like, Keffals deserves it because she used this phrase and she said that this needed to be like she didn't back down off of using it when black people told her that she's not allowed to use it, and that now is justification for like anything that is now being said and done to her by people like Soul Bunny. Like, keep that in mind, that this is Soul Bunny justifying being abusive toward Keffals. I'm not sure if there is a Soul Bunny fan in the chat, or if they're just spirited in support of black individuals. Anyway, let's keep going here.
Why you said that you felt like it was at least partially accurate to say that Keffals had done damage or caused pain writ large.
This was divisive. I said be divisive, and this is an example.
Okay, why this was divisive? But like, can you understand how people might interpret it another way, and not without us jumping into saying people are colonizers, or without jumping into any sort of other thing like that? Can you understand how people could feel like trying to make an argument over hashtag ownership in the midst of a tragedy of a child who is trans might come across as other people as divisive in and of itself, and they might be? Can you at least acknowledge that they might have some genuine reason to feel frustrated by that, or feel like that was being used in bad faith?
I think you're setting the field that I'm supposed to respond by how you're setting the field for me on this, because
no, I'm just
there's
asking
a lot
a very
of
genuine question.
No,
I
see the question you're making, but it's a question that you're basically setting, like, this is basically, if I say no to that it's because the way you worded it, how you built up to that, and just in this moment of when
She knows that she was wrong. This is what's happening right now. Thank you, Forest Cattle, for joining the website chat. Thank you so much. If you didn't know, if you're over there on YouTube, first of all, hit the like button, because we're still here chilling and we're still hanging out. You know, hit the like button, and then if you didn't know, this is my website. I'm like Demon Mama and Vosh. I have my own website. It's luxander.net. Come over here, hang out. Yeah, DM chat is on. We were mad last night. I was like, I should have been asleep, and I was sitting in my bed, like, listening to this chat and, like, typing on my phone. Well, my phone was, like, had died, and so I'm sitting there with my wireless charger, like, oh my god, do I have anything on my desk to represent this? I don't think I do. Wow, my desk is, like, relatively clean right now. Here's a book. I was, like, sitting there with I'm holding my phone, and there's, like, a wire connected to my wireless charger. I'm like, this is my wireless charger. I'm like, I've got a wire connected to my wireless charger. It's in my hand, and I have my phone in my hand, and I was holding the whole setup like this to, like, type and be mad last night. Oh my god, I was malding. I think it's important to explicitly state, quote, black women ruining Say Her Name is not a statement from MMIW activists, but rather Soul Bunny's logic being used against her. Yeah, no, I'm not purporting to represent the missing and murdered Indigenous women's movement. I'm saying based on this logic, if she's going to say that white people are co-opting or colonizing or stealing this phrase from black women, then it is also simultaneously true that black women have co-opted and stolen this from Native American women. And like, I could make the argument that it is in fact worse what black women have done, like in co-opting this phrase, because black women's issues are given more weight and consideration than Native American women's issues. Like, I could make the argument that it is arguably even more fucked up that everybody now thinks that Say Her Name is a black women's hashtag, when it is in fact about Indigenous women. Like, you could very easily make that argument, and it is based on Soul Bunny's logic. So thank you, the guy who could, making that clarification there. It was like 6 a.m. for me. We were so mad. My partner could see me raging from YouTube chat, since site chat is shown on screen. Yeah, it can be difficult to know when to say someone is using the race card to be manipulative, because using that language grinds up against something in my instincts. I think that, so I don't really use, like, the race card. I don't use that language, but I will say Soul Bunny is constantly hiding behind her race to avoid accountability and to dodge criticism in this conversation. For sure. Like, I would not say she's playing the race card, but I am saying, like, she is hiding behind her race to avoid accountability here. Absolutely.
After you responded, because when you said that there's a lot of your bias that you were putting in that, because at the end of the day, like,
oh yeah, but yeah, she can't answer the question. Demon Mama is saying, do you think that this was maybe an inappropriate time to bring this up? And like Soul Bunny has to dodge the question, because if she says, like, I agree this was an inappropriate time to bring this up, like, then she has to admit that she was wrong. Or if she says, no, I don't think this was an inappropriate time to bring this up, which is actually what she believes, then she will be revealed to be a disgusting human being who lacks the very basic, like, community empathy toward a no, we don't need to do timeouts or anything tonight. Yeah, we're good. The way you phrased that question by making reference to reality makes me think I might be incorrect, and that makes me uncomfortable. Therefore, this is a sneaky debate tactic. Someone is gonna clip me out. This whole video is very clippable out of context. So yeah, thank you, the guy who could. I appreciate, like, if someone is trying to clip me out of context, then they're not gonna bother to wait for the clarification, you know? Like, I hope that it's been clear this entire time that I was saying, because of the context of, like, logically, if she's making this argument, then this is also an argument, you know? And yeah, she saw the rock in the hard place before her and somehow still managed to dig herself a deeper hole.
It was a very...
Nobody tries to clip me. Luck's bad, luck's bad. Nobody tries to clip me. I'll know that I have made it when people try to disingenuously clip me. So far, I only have, like, me participating in Xander Hall's chat. That's the only thing that I've had taken out of context. Cannot wait for the next Soul Bunny that's 4 hours long, and then clipping this stream out of context. Hell yes, I cannot wait.
Harmful, terminally online thing for the people that reacted negatively after they got educated. And
they got educated.
Do you think that every person who responded to...
I saw a clip of you yelling at Alora in chat once. I remembered that. And I was immediately like, I'm sorry.
It's like white fragility. Like, when we sat there and we explain, and your response is to still say, I don't care, I just feel like
you're being very broad. Like, okay, here's the problem that I'm having.
I think I'm very clear and candid.
The problem I'm having here is that I feel like there's a sort of, we have a fluctuating focus.
Wait, did Essence of Thought actually clip me? Did she actually clip me in a video for real? I love ignoring her, so I haven't actually watched most. I did watch part of one of the videos because I was like, or no, yeah. I familiarized myself with the criticism that she was making when I was, like, in Xander Hall's chat. And then I went and rewatched the entire stream of Xander Hall's to be like, okay, when did I say this? What was Xan saying when I said this in chat? Excuse me, but I didn't know that she has actually pulled clips from my channel. Has she done that? Because then I've made it. Oh my god. Ah! That was a fun sneeze. Anyway, let's continue.
A statement.
I'll say this. Olamide Lerma will agree with me on this. I'll say that 100% because she, like I said, like, Black folks, we get this. This is like a very given. That's what's like. This was a very terminally online thing, a moment that should have never had gotten even to the point that it did. It should.
I agree. My video on it was that I felt like there's a time and a place, and that when we're dealing with tragedies, that, like, we should be strategic to a certain degree.
I don't think Black people were bad for educating folks on the importance.
I mean, I never said that, so I didn't say that at all.
Why they can use this, because that's like the point. Because that's what happened. That's what Black people did. They educated, and it's the way.
Do you think every single? I mean, let's be honest here. Do you think every single Black person? Do you think every single Black person educated, and that there was nobody who was like none of there was no Twitter fights happening. There was none of that. Because, like, I mean, to me, I look at this whole thing, this whole situation to me, and what I see.
That's like similar to you saying if I can say if every Asian American person agrees with affirmative action, there's going to be a small tiny portion.
Well, I know, but I'm not the one who's. In this conversation, I have not invoked any. I have not invoked any group monolithically. I have basically. I just want to be clear.
You literally said every though.
Because you're saying that.
Oh my god, Soul Bunny is either stupid or she is a very active liar here, because she is not capable of grasping, like, the direction of a conversation. Like, she's out here saying Black people think this, Black people agree with this, and then Demon Mama is pushing back and saying, like, can you realistically say that every Black person is responding in this way? And then Soul Bunny's like, she's ready to jump on her. Like, oh my god, you said every Black person is doing this. Like, it's like she's literally making the point that you are treating the Black community as monolithic, even though I personally witnessed black people disagreeing with your position multiple times. I love how Soul Bunny just essentialized everyone who agrees with her as part of the, quote, black community and everyone who disagrees with her as fragile, quote, white people when there are people from both racialized statuses in both camps. Yeah, that's another good point, too. Yeah, like, everyone who agrees with me, I'm considering part of the black community, and everyone who disagrees with me is, by implication, not really black. Which is the problem behind calling a black person COON. Like, there's the reason why that's so inappropriate is because it is disavowing them as black. You're like disavowing them from being part of your struggle. She's primed to be offended. Like, she's literally like, she's ready to lock on. There were several black folks in chat last night, and almost all of them were in strong disagreement with SB. Yeah, for sure. None of those black people matter, though, to Soul Bunny at all, because they are, signal lost, static. She lacks both critical thinking skills and basic argumentation, while at the same time is an active liar. Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, because, okay, this is what I'm talking about with the vagueness and the specificity is sometimes going back and forth here.
I'm very clear, though. I don't think I'm vague, because this is a very common sense thing within the black community as far as how we feel about say our name. So, like I said, like, I think this is the last time I'll say this, because I think we can move on to the topic, because you're not going to get me to concede on this as a black person. That brought it to regular black people outside of Twitter. That don't even use no Twitter.
Regular black people outside of Twitter agree with me. She is saying all black people agree on this subject.
Kids and stuff that just check their Instagram, like, is basically their Facebook.
Sure.
We all saw the entitlement, and which is traits of a colonizer mentality. When we educate you about it, and folks' first thing is to go use a straw man on, well, my cause matters more, or you go pull up indigenous folks use it as a straw man to go shoehorn yourself into using it.
No,
right there, because that's what people were doing.
I think that's a very bad. I'm sorry, I gotta stop right there. I think that's
using indigenous people as a straw man so that you can wedge yourself into it. It's just making the point that, like, if you're gonna claim that this is all only about black people, there is a counter argument, and it's that you didn't even invent it. Like, that's a good point. That's not a straw man. She keeps flipping back and forth between this was a terminally online thing and all black people agree with me. Well, she was saying that the opposition to agreeing with her was terminally online behavior. Like, she's invoking the black people that she knows away from Twitter. And, like, oh my god, can you get out of my face, please? Holy shit. She's, like, invoking regular old black people and, like, you know, even people who are offline agree with me. And so therefore, the kind of people who disagree with this position, the white people on Twitter who disagree with the idea that say her name belongs to black people, belongs to black women in specific, like, she's saying that that is what's terminally online, you know? Honey, black people outside of Twitter might not even know about the hashtag say her name, right? Yeah, only the other side of this disagreeing with her is terminally online. Precisely. How convenient.
That's a very bad faith interpretation of what I said.
I think it's bad
what
faith
I
to not
said
know
is that
that
what
that's
I
what
said.
happened.
Excuse me. I gotta be able to say my piece on this particular part. But on this particular issue, what I was saying is that from my perspective, I would never have called it co-opting.
She's accusing a white person of using a Native American to win her argument. It's fallacy to quoque or know you. It's... You can't be fucking serious right now. Like, you can't be for real. It's one thing for you to, like, you've been disagreeing in chat this whole time, and, like, that's whatever, but, like... Black women can't own something they did not invent. Black women cannot own something they did not invent. Black women cannot own something they did not invent. How many times do I need to say this point? Black women cannot own something they did not invent. So when you invoke the fact that someone else invented this, it doesn't matter who it is. They made famous by stealing it from a more marginalized group. Like Native American women are, like, brutalized and raped and murdered at a rate that far exceeds every other minority group, and black women popularized the phrase in a way that has completely erased the fact that it started being about Native American women in the first place. Like, are you fucking serious, dude? Like, you can't be real with me right now. Are you for real? Yeah, Soul Bunny learned what a straw man actually is challenge. She's just gonna invoke whatever language is required to make her opponent look bad. It doesn't matter what's true or not. She's made that abundantly clear. She does not care about the truth. Do I have to go grab the thread posted on behalf of an indigenous trans person? Yeah. Gonna keep on that. Why do suffering Olympics when all... Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, DZ? Are you fucking for real right now? Why do suffering Olympics when all these groups can come together and outnumber them all? Tell Soul Bunny that! I'm not the one who started the Oppression Olympics. We're trying to use a hashtag for a dead trans child. And she's out here saying, you're co-opting something from people who, like, we deserve to keep the hashtag because we need it more than you, because you're white and you don't deserve to be honored in this way. Are you fucking serious, DZ? I don't normally get this irritated during a stream, but that's fucking retarded. I can't believe you just said that shit to me. I can't believe you just said that shit to me. We got a tweet from Dizzy. A close Native American friend of mine asked me to post these. Let's see. Ignoring the armchair diagnoses, Say Her Name actually originated with MMIW. The creator of the Black Say Her Name movement may not have been aware of its original use, but acting like it didn't originate with indigenous women is erasure, and it's exactly why our girls are missing. Responding to someone being like, if a hashtag being misused by a handful of people on Twitter makes it impossible for you to feel sympathy for a child who was murdered solely for being trans, you are not an activist, you are not the victim, you are a sociopathic narcissist. Ugh. Yeah, so like, this is a trans Native American saying, although Crenshaw was probably unaware of hashtag Say Her Name already existing for MMIW, she created the movement with all marginalized women in mind, including young trans women like Brianna. Acting like hashtag Say Her Name only belongs to black women is not only disrespectful to why the movement was created, but it is also erasure of the original meaning for murdered and missing indigenous women. You know? Like, this has clearly been ongoing for longer than, like, since before Sandra Bland was, like, a name on people's mind, you know? Martinez stated the general idea is no competition of hierarchies should prevail, no oppression Olympics. True. Yeah, sorry, I yelled earlier. I be yelling sometimes.
Women started using a 3-word hashtag that also happened to be previously used by, you know, missing indigenous women, which it is, and it is. You can verify this. It's just a matter of fact.
I did use the example of Me Too, that like it started off with someone black, but no one's going to sit here and be mad that non-black people used it. But that's why I said that Me Too and Say Your Name are not to the same thing. So you can't. That's because your example is equivalent to Me Too. When it's comes to Say Your Name,
is that? I don't think so. I'm literally using the Say Her Name, and I'm saying that like missing and murdered indigenous women is a movement that used that hashtag by chance or by inspiration. I don't know. Like it's hard to track the inspiration of a hashtag or of a phrase.
You'll have to give me numbers onto the degree of the amount, because you said like about
that's what I'm saying though. But the numbers now you want numbers.
I'm using the same example of how. So you're asking for numbers on how many black people agree on the common sense thing.
No, I'm just saying.
But I have few numbers for how many indigenous people actually use Say Your Name to the degree that it could be used as an argument against black people that are saying please respect us on this boundary that we're setting. Here are literal hashtags that you can use for hashtag Her Name is Brianna and these other things that we did offer. And folks said no, they were entitled to. So that's exactly why we use the language colonized.
I think all of this is kind of aside from the point of what I was saying, which is that like, I would never call it colonizer behavior, or I would never say that it was colonization.
And you're not black, so you
but
don't
I don't think you would agree with that either. Well, I don't think you would call black women colonizers for using a
she's again saying all black people agree with me that this hashtag bullshit is colonization.
Hashtag that was initially used, Say Her Name, which was initially used by murdered and missing indigenous women. What I'm saying is I don't think this is.
But we're not. We have
hold on. What I'm trying to say is I don't think that that's exactly how hashtags work.
Galay in the chat said this is torture.
Because nobody can actually own a hashtag. You or I right now.
I don't think black people have to go copyright a hashtag.
Hold on. I'm not saying you got to. In fact, that's the opposite. I'm saying the opposite of that. You could right now go tweet anything you want. You could literally type anything you want with a hashtag of any type. You could take Say Her Name. You could take Me Too. You could take any hashtag. That's just how hashtags work. They are tags. You can tag anything. And so as a result,
no one's going to use Black Lives Matter for a non-black cause, and that's equivalent to what Say Her Name is.
Yeah, I don't know. It's because it has the word black in it. You fucking moron. Oh my god.
Exactly directly to the Black Lives Matter movement that it wasn't inclusive to black and femme trans women. So that's exactly why we are very protective of it, because it's essentially the a femme version of Black Lives Matter because that's they're not using his name is. They're not doing that. Literally. So that's why we're very.
Well, I mean, I have seen like say his name used multiple times. I mean, I've seen that around even in posters and stickers that have been put up
But
around
even
town.
with that conversation, that's like a co-op of Say Her Name. So, because Say Her Name only exists because of Black Lives Matter was not inclusive to us, and that's already a conversation that Black folks had years ago. So this is another thing. So like, what Black people were saying, like, and me too, and other folks, like, white folks would know this is exclusive for Black folks if they paid attention when people were using Breonna Taylor, and so even just 2020, that's like the most recent time that collectively, it showed us that they weren't paying attention. That if they were saying it, they weren't really taking that in and really understanding that. You know,
Yeah, she said that hashtag say his name is a co-opting. Like, Black Lives Matter was focusing entirely on black men. Therefore, we created Say Her Name to address black women. And so then if say his name becomes a phrase, because it's just a kind of natural, like when you're putting 4 hashtags at the end of your tweet, like you might just go ahead and do that. Hashtag say his name. Like, that's an additional co-opting of something that was, you know, even more separate. I don't know. It's fucking stupid conversation. There's so much left, but it gets really repetitive, and so there's probably going to be a point at which here soon I'm going to be like, okay, I should be getting ready for bed by now. I'm trying to go to bed at like midnight, and so it's like almost 9 o'clock, and I still need to eat dinner, so that's going to be fun to navigate. I like a long stream. We don't do a long stream very often, and we're going almost to 4 hours now. We don't usually get this far. When you use the hashtag, it hurts me personally and violates my boundaries. Yeah, just continuing to weaponize the therapy language to, weaponizing the therapy language to control other people's behavior. I mean, ultimately, that's what's happening, is, like, she's trying to control people about what language they're allowed to use. Like, at the end of the day, that's what Soul Bunny is doing. She's trying to exercise control over other individuals.
This is an exclusive. This is a movement that we've created because of our own lack of representation, and if people don't respect that, that is some colonizer behavior, and there's no getting around that for at least Black folks. That's how Black folks feel, and we have every right to feel that way. And
That's
we're
how
not
Black
trying
folks
to be
feel.
palatable for non-Black folks.
Because Soul Bunny is representative of all Black people. Don't forget that.
They can feel whatever they want to feel, but at the end of the day, when we took the time after we educated and folks dug their heels in, that's on them, on how they feel, because we don't care how anyone feels when it comes to after we took the time to let them know, like, hey, like, I get it, but can you please and use these instead. We let them give you option, and you smack it down. You're like, no. So at the end of the day,
now
like,
you're saying you. Now you're saying you. This is one of the things that I don't understand.
No, this wasn't a me thing. This was a collective thing, because like Black Twitter got involved in this. This wasn't just like a leftist-based thing. Like this got into,
I'm not gonna lie.
It was trending. Like orgs were using it. Like this got outside of just any insular like leftist space. Like orgs had to apologize.
When you say an orgs, I know what you're talking about. It was actually it was one small protest group in the UK that did do an apology. But I mean, when we're talking orgs that apologized, this was a small org that did the apology.
I think you're splitting hairs.
Well, no, see, that's
I made myself clear.
What? I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean, okay. To try to express the perspective of Black folks and how we feel.
I hear what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is, don't you think?
I share things to Instagram and just regular day Black folks that don't know nothing about no bread tube, don't know nothing about no debate bros, that know nothing about even how Twitter spaces go. Some of them don't even engage ever with Black Twitter. So, like I said, like
I mean, I don't know. I didn't say anything about any of that, so I don't know. I don't know.
I think we're going in circles on this.
We are going in circles a little bit. The point is, what I'm trying to say here is, I think that there is especially. I mean, we can go back onto the topic of quote-unquote breadtube, of quote-unquote video essayists, these consumer groups, which is what they are. They are consumer-created categories that people can sort of pitch their content to.
True.
And sometimes they'll be accepted, and sometimes they won't.
Luxander viewers, Hordes, you are a consumer category, technically. Hey.
Really knows who actually belongs in breadtube and who doesn't, because it's created by viewers. Viewers decide who they call breadtube. Nobody actually. But on all these groups and in these sort of broad spaces that we exist in, I think that there is an active tendency, and I think that this is on a lot of sides, to overstate harm, to pick issues that are one, you know, there might be some sort of nugget of truth or analysis that's there, but then turn it into like a major social what's the word I'm looking for, schism. Or like a point there where you have to declare a side, and I think a lot of it is kind of unproductive. And we kind of got off on a tangent on this particular topic because I was asking, you know, your opinion and trying to share some of mine as far as the way I look at it. And I don't know, when I see a lot of people claiming that they care. Maybe it's just the whole space is just shot. Maybe all of this just doesn't matter, and this conversation doesn't matter, and none of the videos we've been talking about matter, and your videos don't matter, and my videos don't matter. That's also a possibility. I'm totally open to that. I mean, I am very honest with my audience and tell people I'm an entertainer at the end of the day. I've never been anything other than that. I've never represented myself as some kind of...
You know, it's interesting. I don't primarily think of myself as an entertainer. I think I primarily consider myself a political agitator slash... I mean, I consider myself an influencer, because I do actually have the goal of influencing you to do things like better your lives and vote and do stuff. Like, I am for sure an influencer. That is what my job is. That's what my goal is. But I am, like, I'm a political agitator and an independent journalist. Like, I honestly don't even consider myself to be an entertainer, although performance is part of my job, you know? Yeah, I bully politicians. You should drink water now. I've been drinking water this whole stream. Like, I filled this up before we started. I've drank 32 ounces of water sitting here, and I'm gonna need to pee sometime soon. Yeah, I'm bullying you into being a better person. I am the hypno streamer. Hypno toad. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I can bully people to drink water. That's true. Yeah. I'm mommy-doming you into drinking water. Oh my god, yeah, that needs to be washed. I've been using that same thing of water for a couple days and refilling it, and I need to wash it out with soap. I'm not an entertainer. Also, Luxander flexes muscles and wears cute outfits. This is true. This is just how to get you in. Mommy Dommy. Yeah, bullying Luxander into water toxicity. Luxy bullied me into getting these gains. How could you make me develop cum gutters like this? Yeah, I decided to work in some ab workouts, and so I'm working on my cum gutters. It's gonna happen soon. It's just hard, like, it's hard to do a lot of stuff because I have a back injury, and so sometimes things that I don't expect, like doing bicycle crunches to hurt my back, but then they do, and I'm like, Can we call the queer left pastry tube? Pastry tube.
You know, political thought leader or activist or whatever. But I guess I just feel like a lot of times there is a weaponization of serious topics or topics that are serious at their core, and they turn into like really hurtful interpersonal fights that just make everybody miserable and everybody bored too. That's the worst. That's like almost the worst part, is that everybody in here is a streamer and a YouTuber. We're all entertainers at the end of the day, no matter how much we self-delude about it, which I don't. Maybe other people do. I know there are a lot of people who try to sell themselves as saviors or as a movement leader or something, when ultimately you're making YouTube videos at the end of the day. And that, I think YouTube videos are cool, but they are YouTube videos. And I guess there's just a lot of, it seems like there's a lot of fucking, there's a lot
I just
of,
got music in my own brain right now.
There's a lot of statements of harm that I don't feel are often backed up with evidence. I worry about that, you know what I mean? Because I feel like it makes the space miserable, and it actually defeats our ability to do cool stuff. It floods the space with people slandering.
It's like this is like an indirect call out. She's kind of indirectly telling Soul Bunny, I think that what you're doing is like antithetical to the idea of developing a community in this space. It kind of seems like, yeah, while Demon Mama has not been pushing back and clapping back with righteous indignation over Soul Bunny's puritanical behavior, I think it's important to recognize that she did understand that letting Soul Bunny speak her ideas acts as a record for us in future to use against her and for us to criticize her lies and abuse. I don't think, based on Demon Mama's comments after the stream was over, I don't think that her intention was for Soul Bunny to hang herself with the rope that she was providing. Like, honestly, part of me feels like that was cop out on her part, and part of me recognizes that this record would not exist if she was treating this conversation like an interrogation and castigation of Soul Bunny. At the very least, it's good that many in the chat were seeing the bullshit for what it was. I guess that's fair, yeah. She's saying everything indirectly and nicely. Yeah, it's like, I just think that when someone does something despicable, that, like, you could even say it in a nice way, but, like, I think that you should say, like, I think that utilizing, like, an opportunity where a teenager just was stabbed to death in the middle of the day, for you to talk about, like, the language of, like, who owns a 3-word phrase hashtag, like, I think that that was a, like, despicable thing for you to do, and that you should have waited until her body was cold, maybe? Maybe wait until her body is cold before you invent some fucking moronic discourse. Political agitator is honestly the one term I think applies to what we do. We are doing agitprop. That is what we're doing. It's not activism. It's often not even proper education, but we are definitely agitating. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I am a political agitator. That is, I think, what my main purpose is in this life. Anyway. Yeah, all those things are bad, but I don't take anything back.
Each other in games of telephone instead of like actually cool and interesting things. Does that make sense? That
I
was,
can
like,
agree with
the
the
kind of
signing
broader
on
point.
Twitter thing. And even just when it hits Twitter, like the way when it hits Twitter, the Discord hits Twitter, it definitely gets. That's when it really becomes unproductive. I can say that. Like when it hits Twitter, the type of like on both sides how takes can get where it can potentially get and has gotten. And not everyone obviously that are engaging on the Twitter discourse, but there's spaces where, you know, even,
there's an article I read where even some black trans folks who wanted people to respect the hashtag said, in paraphrase, this is the wrong time to have this conversation. Right. Yeah.
even if whatever the intention was for the videos, the cause was lost. Like even for example, my video, I never wanted the type of like the way how on both sides escalated and did the most on both sides, and it just
on both sides, but not me.
Discussion on my video got overshadowed by all these entities that were turning up the volume on things on Twitter. Again, this is Twitter. Like it became its life of its own once it hit Twitter.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I think now there's like yeah, there's
sorry,
like there's also
yeah. We're gonna finish this conversation through to the end because there is still like I think there's one horrendous thing that Soul Bunny says in this that really upsets me.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off.
Yeah, I as a small creator at that moment, I had like no control over how that was gonna. Because there was even days where when I'll see them having a discussion about this user discourse, and I was able to like, oh, you're talking about me just without not saying me. And I'm like, oh, this has become a thing of its own. Like, and that shocked me. Like, I never anticipated to even
both sides of my butt cheeks.
My views were just like about like 10K because like my most viewed video was my transphobia and trans misogyny video. That's what I was like. I got discovered off of that video. So like I was very I was not prepared for how that went down. Like I had no idea. Like I remember like when I had the call with like who's now my editor about like saying like, oh, like you'll think like the people from the states will find it in like 3 months. They're like, oh no, honey, they probably already found it. And I'm like, no, like you're joking. Like nah, like maybe in a couple weeks. But within 2 hours after the call, when I went to like a housewarming party, I was wondering why my phone was blowing up, and that's when I saw the 15-second clip circulate. And from that point, like I lost all agency of like how that was like.
I think that she is yet another plague rat. Also, I'm just gonna start using that aggressively. Also, she just says like I went to a housewarming party. I'm gonna bet that she's a plague rat.
Running, and some people were taking it really far. Like there was like an account that was like just like being just very what's the word
So this is just once again circling back to the original conversation that we were having at the beginning of this. She's claiming that she had no idea that this was going to break out into a bigger audience after she knows that Jesse Gender boosted it. She knows that.
Casual with just like wishing, not wishing, but just like being careless and not caring of like I guess essentially
I would say people definitely get like cavalier with that. Yeah, like
cavalier. That's what I was thinking. Cavalier. Start. Thank you.
Yeah, they'll throw around. They'll throw around pedophilia allegations. They'll throw around, hope you die. That kind of shit. That's really fucking hurtful.
Yeah,
in my opinion, goes way above and beyond.
And I've seen that today on Twitter, and I'm seeing people defend that just because it's Keffels, and I'm cringing. Like you guys are goofy. Like all you guys that are liking this and commenting, and like you guys look silly. Like you're not gonna find me ever liking anything like that on my Twitter. You'll never, because that's like I cringe at that, and it's just like they don't even see. But they're so caught up in the personality, so I don't see how optically wrong that is. So I can agree with you on things like this. I do see where you're coming from, and I do agree because on a lot of it, I wouldn't say all of it is that, but I do see that side, and that side I won't lie. Like I'll get people like they'll cluster up to our videos and the discourse on that, and usually like those people end up running and controlling the discourse because like they're part of the people that make it its own life, a life of its own. Because that's what happened with the way things would happen in Shark. Because like I said, like people talking to me like as like because people like you were wishing the death on Vosh. Is like I wasn't replying to like Vosh had left a comment, and then the next day came back and left another comment, and I didn't reply to either one, and I didn't block him, and he's still not blocked. But I didn't engage, but I'm saying like both sides was doing the most, and this is me as someone that saw it go down. Like so I see what you mean because that's from my own situation. I can literally use an example. So like I 100% get what you're saying. I didn't see everyone do, but there was a lot of people that was doing stuff. But just like right now, there's a lot of people that are becoming very unproductive on both sides with how just like
again on both sides, but not me. I'm being 100% productive.
It's really just boiled down to personalities.
Are you goofy himpies? You goofy himps.
Just even some of the original critiques, like the source of where the conflict that people have is like lost because now it's just like tweeting screenshots of folks back and forth at this point.
Yeah, I mean, so not to like try and close this out or anything, but I am pushing 7 hours on my stream. I just wanted to say, do you think you would agree with me with this? I'm going to make a statement. I want to see if you agree with it. Do you think that this space could seriously benefit from people taking it down a few notches and from being willing to like tell one another to like, hey, like especially friends to be like, hey, like tone it down a little bit, like because I think that would be I think that would make these spaces actually start to resemble spaces. I think that we could actually start to have some community, actual forms of community where people are making stuff together and not just fucking firing back and forth at each other all the time. But I think that's going to require people being willing to sort of forego the drama bucks or forego these sort of tempting easy clicks. Like, I mean, I've done that in my content. I know.
Honestly, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Like, I wanted my videos to be the last one discussing this. Like, I was hoping the way I structured my videos of purging, like, I wanted it to be a purging for the space, like the way I laid it out to be just it all.
Yeah.
So like that's always been my.
Listen, honey, it never works that way. Listen, babe, 69 viewers, nice. Like I've done this before too, where it's like I would love it if my video could be the last word on this. Like, do trans people need dysphoria in order to identify as trans? No. I made that video years ago, and so that was me being like, yeah, I'm hoping that this will be the end of this. And of course it's not. Even though I'm citing a bunch of organizations, like, it doesn't, you know, it's never going to be the last one. In fact, you are almost guaranteeing that the conversation will continue by contributing to the dialogue, even if you think that what you're doing is like last word content. Yeah, exactly. Toxic gossip train. Are we gonna do this now? I don't remember any. Yeah, bi lesbians are real video. True. Yeah, that was no one has ever talked about bisexual lesbians since I made the bi lesbians video. Yeah, Dizzy is the emperor of last word content. She's so mad that she took a shit on the floor and was not able to just walk out of the house, truly.
And like I went into making my video as I don't, especially as far as on my side, as far as like the space that I operate, to be the last. I didn't feel like there was anything else.
I don't think we're gonna do flexing tonight, y'all.
So like I would because
I don't think we're gonna make it.
I was not advised to even make the video, but by multiple creators in my own space. But like I said, like this was like a personal purging for me that I felt the need to get out.
Yeah.
And
but
yeah,
obviously,
so like,
you never, no content creator ever gets to have the final say on anything. Something I have learned myself. None of us, no matter how big our egos get, should ever fool ourselves with the idea that you get to have the last word on anything, because that's not how it works. You put out a video, it's always going to be comments, it's always going to be reply videos. So. Yeah, I mean, again, I agree with you. Yeah, I feel like there would be a lot of benefit if people would stop it with the fucking baseless allegations. Stop it with the overstating of harm. Stop it with the exaggerations. These are all things like that piss me off. I mean, again, you quoted me talking about something I was frustrated about, which was the way that some people were, in my opinion, misrepresenting and exaggerating what actually went down in the Cat Black situation between Cat Black and Vosh. Which that whole thing I thought was a phenomenally stupid fight. But I also understand why both Cat Black and Vosh found themselves feeling defensive and hurt. I went over that whole thing on stream. So you know my opinion on that. I fucking hate this shit. But I also think it's a problem, and I don't think it's just people. I don't think it's just like viewers. You know, viewers are bad at it. I mean, but also like, no offense to all of you in chat, love you all, but chatters are fucking stupid. Okay, everybody's chatters are fucking stupid.
True.
That's just how the chats work.
I'm a chatter.
Masses of people just typing shit on a moment's notice. People who don't have any.
I was in the chat when she said that. I was like, LOL. True. I'm a dumbass. Yeah, I, Soul Bunny, Taurus, have made the final statement on this topic, and none shall ever speak again. I saw Colleen Ballinger had apparently attacked H3H3 and somebody else for using her song in their videos. Makes me think that was the plan all along, doing the apology as a song so you can strike your critics and have greater control over the conversation. That is a good point. Yeah, she put her song on Apple Music so that she could then pull copyright on people about it. Yeah. Soul Bunny literally can't make last word content because that takes extreme patience, thoughtfulness, and not putting inflammatory bullshit in your content. You have to calmly address your topic while trying to be as well-rounded as possible and not call people slurs in the middle of it. This is why people don't react to my videos. This is why people don't talk to me, is because I am actually good at putting an issue to rest in such a way as, like, you can't attack my positions because they're perfect. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, I'm doing a little bit of a Vosh. I don't know that I actually believe that I'm perfect or anything. I do play up the confidence as part of the streamer persona. I just want to clarify that. But I am also perfect, and no one is capable of actually addressing my arguments, which is why they have to just claim that I am, like, weaponizing the soft boy aesthetic to avoid accountability or whatever. Like, you can't attack anything I actually say because I am always correct. Yeah, I know I'm not perfect. However, I am definitely better than everyone else. Yeah. Anytime I want to make a hit piece and not have anyone respond to it, I'll just do it in a song form and then release it on Apple Music, for sure. Look, everyone, this is the final word on the topic. Proceeds to use a bunch of racial slurs. The softest boy to ever soft. I know. I'm so soft. How could I flex? How could I flex my muscles? I'm gonna kick my water over, apparently. How could I possibly flex my muscles when I'm so soft? I'm so soft and baby. You can't even look at me. I'm so baby. Oh my god. I'm not even full screen. I'm like in the corner doing this. Anyway, I'm an idiot.
Who don't have any, you know, they don't got any stakes. There's nothing, you know, we put our faces to all of this stuff. We put our names to these things. Chatters don't. But it's not just chatters. There's video makers.
Diss tracks are coming back.
I feel like the video I reacted to today did a whole lot of what we've been talking about. And I feel like it does a disservice to the actual topics, but more than that, it does a disservice to the space. And it does generate clicks, it's true. It can make you a quick buck. You know, Foreign Man's video got a lot of clicks. It definitely did. But those clicks don't last. And the cost is what we're talking about now. This never-ending gnashing of teeth, this like cycle of people lying about each other, right? I don't know.
Definitely where you ended off. Yeah, it has become on like on both sides. Like just it didn't need to get up to this point. It really didn't have to be this Twitter war. That's something I really want to say that like on my own side of things. Like you have your opinion on certain things about the video, and you have every right. I'm not gonna ever police you on that. I'm not gonna argue or debate you or anything on your
appreciate
opinion.
that.
I allow like that's where I'm
Totally
gonna when I
open
see
to
that.
it.
That's where I stand. Like I'm not gonna like you have every right to feel how you feel and share your audience like how you feel about things. But as far as what the end result of things, we can both agree. I don't like how things are being drawn out.
Oh, Dizzy, are you a bug person? My partner is telling me about all the ant queens that he's caught this year. Yeah, my partner is into catching ant queens and seeing if he can if they can live long enough to establish a colony. He did have a colony. We suspect that it was killed by the apartment management. Like, we think that they may have come in and, like, sprayed the tank of ants. Unclear what else would have killed them. Snails! Snails are cuties.
That could have just ended maybe 2 days of Twitter. Why are we
Capturing
going on
queens is misogynoir. Oh my god.
Why are we going on day 4? Like that's where it's just like on both sides. Like, hey, let's just because both people engage because everyone got each other blocked. So people are snooping on each other that are blocked and just sharing each other's screenshots. Like, y'all stop engaging. Like, stop. Like, I see stuff about Said About Me all day. I'm not after I said I was
welcome
done,
to being a creator in this space that's like this. You know, that's part of the problem. I mean, that's part of the reason why I get so fucking mad. The reason why I got so fucking mad at this video is because I mean, I'm just like I look at this shit and I'm just like, man, this is what makes these spaces.
Oh my god,
this is the type
Thea.
of behavior that makes these.
Holy! I was like, oh my god, I wasn't expecting the roar to happen in my ears, and then it's a $70 donation. Holy shit! Thank you, Thea Jane. Oh my god, that is so generous of you. And now I have no choice but to flex. I was kind of wondering. I was like, are we gonna have a flexless stream? A flexless, no flex stream time? Both sides was also a good drinking word if you wanted to poison yourself. Yeah, true. Okay, it's time to flex, and then we'll finish this video, and then I'll leave and eat dinner or whatever the fuck I'm gonna do for the rest of my day. It was just not gonna last very long. Oh my god. So Mama Mephistopheles, yeah, you're still in here. You were saying earlier that you needed like a flex inside the mesh, you know? And then I'll take off my mesh shirt to show off because like, listen, this muscle, you can barely see it. It, like, what? I gotta find like a nice color background to like make it so that you can see the bump. Nope. This is quite nice. I like that this line right here stands out quite a lot in the mesh. Like, the line of this curve stands out quite a lot, and I like that. That's pretty sexy. Ooh, yeah. I don't know why I'm reminded of this, but I remember seeing a behind the scenes for Aladdin where they ended it by saying, like, look forward to next year's movie, The Lion King. And because I was playing a lot of Sim Ant at the time, I misheard it as The Ant Lion, and thought for a year we were getting a movie about ants. I know. Get busy flexing or get busy getting docked. Are we not imps? Are you imps and horties? Both simultaneously? Okay, see, here's where you can actually see stuff. Yeah? Oh, you can see how big my shoulders are getting. Boy, howdy. Like, my pecs. It's really difficult to flex your pecs without also flexing your entire, I'm in the corner. Oops. It's, like, hard to flex without... You gotta flex your shoulder and your pec at the same time. Anyway. Thank you so much, everybody, for looking respectfully or disrespectfully. Yeah, I gotta flex with the mesh back on so that we get a full screen of that. We gotta get a full screen of the flexing with the mesh. I gotta give the people what they want. The people need to have what they want. Damn it, give me your booba. I need more booba. I have, I guess technically there's like D cups, but they don't really fit in most D cup. Okay, yeah, so now we can see this. This is what I was talking about. The line of this arm here. That's quite nice. Yes. Anyway, pretty bra. Yeah, I know, it's a cute bra. I thought that you could see it a lot more in the stream, and then I took my shirt off and I was like, oh, okay. I guess the shirt does cover up the bra more than I thought it would, but yeah. I have D-sized boobs, but I also have like a trans woman-esque oh my god, what is the word that I'm trying to think of? Like, distribution. So, like, I have D-sized boobs, but I really only fit in, like, C-cup bras, because they're just not made to cover, like, my boobs come all the way over here and, like, all the way up here, you know? And most bras are designed to just be right here, so it's stupid. I used to have so many meadow ants in the garden, but as succession progressed, they gradually disappeared. Well, that's good, I guess, not having as many ants in the garden. I don't know. The deltoid to bicep gap. Let's go! Let's go. All right, let's finish this.
Space is so miserable.
Thank you so much
and,
again.
I've seen it be different. You know, I was making content before most of these rifts existed, and it's in a bad place, but it's got to start, you know, at the end of the day, it comes down to us. And I know that I'm like a larger creator overall than you, so I'm not trying to like put undue burden on you or anything like that. But I mean us as the creators. We are the voices in the space.
I also have a wide chest. Yeah, I have like a 32 or 34 band, so yeah.
And it does come down to us in a lot of ways, you know, whether these things get perpetuated or whether we just say, you know what, this isn't fucking productive. Fuck it. I mean, I can tell you
at this point, 100%,
how many times.
It wasn't productive.
I appreciate that Demon Mama is trying to have more productive
one,
conversations. Like, as frustrated as I am, like, I want to be clear, like, that I really like and appreciate Demon Mama. I think that she does great work, and I understand where she's coming from on this, of, like, wanting to build bridges. I just think that her urge to build bridges caused her to overlook a lot of really inappropriate behavior during this conversation. I think that she let Soul Bunny dodge questions and accountability in a way that, like, you know, she ended up just kind of, I don't know, she just, like, platformed and let her say a lot of stuff with very minimal pushback. But, like, I get it. Demon Mama is trying to have productive conversations. She wants to politely tell someone, hey, I think that what you're doing is counterintuitive to the concept of building a community. And, like, for them to hear that criticism and make a change. The question is Soul Bunny gonna hear that criticism and make a change? I don't think so. My personal opinion is that Soul Bunny doubled down and doubled down and doubled down, and she will still double down even yet more in the next 8 minutes until the end of the video. But yeah, like, ever since the Sky funeral, Mama has been extremely frustrated with the discourse on the left. Wait, what Sky funeral? What are you talking about?
Wasn't, again, like, I'm seeing, I'm gonna say this before I go also, like,
sure.
I think it's personally wrong to try to think like people could hold couples accountable. Like, that's something like no one has the power really truly to do, and folks like running to try to like do that.
She held a sky burial for the left on a stream a while ago. Oh, Demon Mama did? Was she like, she was saying like, the left, the Twitter left is dead now? Okay. Yeah, I was like, I am confused.
It's just like, one, I personally feel like you're wasting your time. But two, it's just like, that shouldn't even be your goal. Like, you can have your criticisms, but after you say your piece, people like trying to just like, now so that's like, at least I can like, if I'm being good faith, like that's something that I feel like, because this isn't like, again, these are just like things that are happening within like online, like, and again, like I said, I have my own criticisms about the divisiveness, but like, sure. You know, I kept it that, and I'm not over here tweeting at Keffels after I make a video how I feel. Like, no, like I made my critique and I moved on. But there's people that they don't stop at critique, and they're thinking they have this power to hold folks accountable, and this is like, and they're on both sides, and this is why things are drawn out for days on some things that just like, I just feel like it doesn't need to get to this place, and honestly, that's why. And we're probably going to go on to day 5, and I don't know how long this is going to last.
People are pointing out in chat. You did put a comment on Keffel's video that I would consider kind of mean, But
I know
that
what
was
I
like a
said.
day
What
ago,
I said.
right? Yeah, but I mean,
said
come
what
on,
I
right?
said.
Like that's
She's gonna be like, I know, and I said what I said. Like, this is the most egregious thing, in my opinion, that Soul Bunny has done.
engaging, right?
Look,
It falls down to us
no,
to choose
that's
not to
not
engage,
about-
or how we choose to engage, right? Right?
I was very intentional with that. I'm standing with what I said.
When you said on her video,
and I deleted it, too. And
Oh,
not because
that's good
I
to
don't
know,
stand
at
with it. I deleted it because I saw that it was pinned, and I
Yeah.
took it as
you felt like that
this
was
is gonna be-
like unproductive or whatever, right?
I no, it's not about that. That's not because like I said, I stand with it. It's
She stands, okay, like, so Keffels made a video explaining that she was a drug addict who had a suicide attempt, and Soul Bunny called that white women tears in the comments of that video. And basically it was like, essentially to me, that is mocking a woman's suicide attempt. And Soul Bunny is like, this is the thing that I think makes her irredeemable to me. Yeah, she posted, "This is what we call white women tears." As the, like, it wasn't like she was trying to avoid accountability about anything that she had said. She was just saying, hey, things have been crazy lately, and here's why. Let me tell you about why I was gone from the internet for like 3 months. And Soul Bunny just holds by. She's like, I only deleted it because I saw that Keffels had pinned the comment, and therefore people were going to see that I said that and comment on it and pay attention to it. She saw that it was pinned and that she was going to receive negative attention for saying something horrendously fucked up, but she stands by the comment about this is white woman tears. Like, this is what's irredeemable to me about this woman.
And it just stirred engagement of a bunch of comments, so I just removed it for just the engagement factor. It was very simple, just like, oh, I saw the email and I just removed it when I was like, I didn't even realize it was pinned until I saw my email. So like I said, like, I stand with that, and you can look at my tweets.
You stand by the white
women tears, if that's what you are referring to.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, it's just, I mean,
I stand with it.
Yeah, all right.
I'm saying I stand with it, so like, I'm not running.
To me, that feels like the opposite of it. But again, we didn't have this conversation yesterday, so hopefully tomorrow it will, maybe this conversation will encourage.
This is literally like my last talking about it publicly, anything like this.
She's like, Soul Bunny, you just said that these are that this is like, we are responsible for the level of discourse here. Like, we are responsible for making sure that we are in a decent space. And she's like, yeah, but I stand by saying something really fucked up to someone who just recovered from a serious drug addiction.
This was like kind of like, hey, like, if I'm gonna have anyone that I'm gonna talk about this with, I didn't expect you to want to talk. So this is like pretty
I'm
much
usually
like
very open to it, you know.
Yeah, so like I made a tweet already like this morning, yesterday that like I'm setting the boundary, like, don't talk about Keffels to me. I didn't put her name, but and just like I'm over it. I'm gonna move on from it, like stop engage. Like I
definitely think that's a good idea. Like
I mean, it's like I'm gonna make my videos and stream and just like leaving at that. I'm leaving at that. So folks that kept like engaging and tagging me to things, they got blocked, and there's still more people out there blocked. They just don't respect that boundary.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like, but like I'm saying, like, I stand with
on Twitter.
But everything that like I said led up to that, me setting that boundary, I stand with. So like I just want to make that show, because I'm not here to like litigate what I said. I stand with it, and I explain my own reasons. And folks who I know what I was very clear with myself, and
sure,
there was
again my whole purpose in all of this. The only reason I even talked about this drama at all is because
I just was making myself clear. Like, there's nothing I'm backing down on or running from, and that's all this is. I'm not even trying to like lay them out.
Just so you know, it's okay to fucking back down on stuff sometimes. And in fact, like, I mean, God, I had to learn that hardcore. Okay, like it's okay as a content creator. You never want to fall into the trap of thinking you never back down, because sometimes you're just wrong. Or sometimes you say something that's across the line. I mean, I once called
I'm at a point where I'm not even engaging. Like, I'm not going to respond. I know where I stand, and there's no reason else to say anything else, or no video, no back and forth. Like, I just it's not productive at that point. So that's basically what it is for me right now. So I know what you're saying. Yeah. But like, there's the same breath of, this is a very simple decision that I made, and I know like the folks that I'm in community with know where I'm coming from and agree with me. And this isn't about like. But yeah. Anyways, that's the follow.
My hope in all of this is I mean, again, there's a lot of people who don't like me, and sometimes I know that part of the reason that people don't like me is because it's just a simple fact. Some people really hate like anybody. Some people look for yes men, and they look for somebody who's going to always agree with them. And there's a lot of people who know that I don't do that, especially knowing that I'm willing to take a personal hit and call out huge content creators by comparison, like Vosh. Some people won't associate with me because of that, but I just like to. I like to hope that there is some way that we can move past these aging dramas, and that we can break some of the habits that cause these things to fester for so long. Because I really do think it's bad for the space. I think it makes it miserable for creators. Creators burn out all the time. There's a lot of personal hurt. There's a lot of actual legitimate trauma that happens to creators of all kinds of stripes. I mean, God knows. I mean, I know I fucking dealt with that. And I think Keffels has. I think Vosh has. I think Professor Flowers has. I think Cat Black has. I know Cat Black has. Cat Black has been creating content and dealing with fucking freaks on the internet for longer than any of us. And I just think that's dreadful. And it makes for a space that's not enjoyable. It limits us. it means that all of us can't. Nobody's gonna come hang out in this space because they think everybody's always at each other's throats, and especially if it's like a wolf crying situation where, like, if people say this, really super crazy thing about somebody else, or a really hyperbolic statement about somebody else, and then that turns out not to be true, well, they feel burned out. They feel like they can't trust anybody. What I'm saying is there's a severe issue of trust. There's a severe social issue in spaces that are largely full of people who call themselves lefties, call themselves pro-social. And for such a space that should be focused on empathy and socializing, to me, it feels like there sure is a lot of bad blood and hatred and toxicity and toxic habits and toxic cycles. True. And there's a few key behaviors, Does that make sense, what I'm trying to say, what my whole point
No, I agree with you saying, and I agree with you. Like, I exactly, I see what you're trying to say.
Just like, I agree with you, but I am going to continue stirring up shit by saying fucked up things about people and then dodging all accountability. Yeah, she's hearing all this and doesn't realize it applies to her. Wow, gosh, you're so right. All these other people are so fucked up. Okay, good night. Like, I have thought about my actions and have decided to become worse. True.
Yeah, like I don't, like I said, like I don't think this should be going on to day 5. This has been dragged on way longer.
Yeah.
Like once people say like, hey, like I'm not going to engage, I'm not going to say anyone's name anymore, I'm setting a boundary if you don't bring her up or don't bring them up, etc. It should end there, at least publicly. Like
I'm just again, like I'm just gonna say something fucked up about someone, and then like if you won't stop trying to make me be accountable because I refuse to be accountable, I will simply block you. Like this is the person. This is the person. And of course the therapy speak. This is my boundary. I have a boundary. Well, in this particular instance, yeah, she's setting a boundary that people should stop bringing up Keffals to her. Like if people bring up Keffals to her, then she's setting a boundary that she will block them. Yeah, it's literally the thing where like your mom like upsets you and you tell her that she's upset you and she goes like, it just really hurt me when you accused me of being manipulative. I can't believe you would say that about me. Like, and then she makes herself the victim, Exactly. I punched you, but if you hit me back, you're violating my boundary. Like, oh my God. My boundary is that you can't tell me that I'm hurting your feelings. Like, it really hurt my feelings when you told me that I hurt your feelings. Like, okay. Fucking Anne, do we have the same mom? Not my mom. I was thinking of a TikTok that I saw at some point not too long ago. But just like, yeah, I'm sorry, but like, I have a boundary around you not telling me how much I've hurt you. When you tell me how much I've hurt you, then that hurts my feelings. And I have a boundary about you not hurting my feelings. If she doesn't want people to bring up Keffals to her, then maybe she should do something like, I don't know, stop making hit pieces about Keffals. It's not just she made a hit piece about Keffals originally, but like she then commented on Keffals' video, like going and commenting on Keffals' video as though people aren't going to notice that. Like, did you forget that YouTube comments are public? Girl.
Amongst your friends, but just like at that point, it's just like engagement on just fans that are just like on both sides that just like like I said, when they keep doing the screenshots passing around, that's for every morning, each day is just over. It's like it doesn't need to get there. You just like, just stay blocked and just don't be like, and that's kind of just where like I said, like it becomes really toxic, and it doesn't have to be. And like I said, like whatever the back and forth of what it was, but when people are done engaging, say your piece and don't make it like a several day thing. And this goes for everyone. This goes for everyone. So I set that boundary with my audience, so they know how I feel.
Well, I gotta probably wrap my stream up here.
Yeah, this is the end of the conversation. Something that continues to bother me is that I wonder if people even ask Kat Black before they make drama vids defending her. If it makes Kat continue to be a topic of discourse, and it turns her into an object to fight over in a way that's pretty weird. Yeah, like it's weird that the Kat Black and Vosh discourse keeps coming up because neither of them have mentioned it in such a long time. It's like, why are we still going over this? But it's like, I guess like you could have hurt feelings about things that were said back then. You could still disagree with things that were said back then. But like, yeah, if you're making whole videos about Kat Black, whether it's defending her or vilifying her, I don't think that she's really interested in being the subject of that kind of discourse. Like, Kat Black is just doing what we are all doing. Like, if you look at Kat Black's channel, what's she doing right now? The same fucking thing that all of us are doing. She's streaming. I think what she does is streams and then posts, because, like, Or maybe she just changed her setup, because she's like sitting at a desk now. When she does, so does she stream and record videos? But like, this is what she does. This is what she does. She's talking about the Young Turks, and talking about the, like, laughing about billionaires dying. Like, she just talks about the same stuff that, yeah, she actually wrote, rehearsed, performed, and uploaded this. She just talks about the same bullshit that we all talk about. So, like, yeah, why do people keep invoking her and making whole videos about her? I don't like Kat, but if I had a fight with someone and moved on from it, I would feel weird if people who were supposed to be on my side kept using that thing for drama clicks. That's what bothers me. I agree. I think Soul Bunny talked about Kat Black in her video. Yeah, like, I don't really watch Kat Black actively, but I also don't really watch any political streamers actively. I am uncomfortable with, like, I think I was a member of her Patreon when the thing with Vosh went down, and she posted a patron-only video that made me think that I was concerned with her mental state at the time, I will say. Based on her physical behavior in the video. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Kat? Like, what drugs are you taking right now? But, like, that's more, like, worry and concern, and not, like, there's something inherently wrong with her. I was just like, what the fuck is with this video? And then, like, I have criticisms about how they both handled things, but they've also both moved on, right? Vosh has mentioned that people have gotten into massive fights over him with, over him before without him even being there, and he laughed about it, but that's weird. That's how you know you've made it as a streamer. When people get in whole conversations about you, and you're not even there, and you don't even know these people, you know? Okay, y'all, it's 9:30. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. This has been a pretty long one. I have to pee so bad, but I know that after I pee, I'm not ready to come back and, like, talk more, and it's 9:30, and I'm honestly, I'm supposed to, like, wash my face and get ready for bed starting at 10 p.m. Like, I'm supposed to start, like, washing my face and brushing my teeth and doing lotion and stuff at, like, 10 p.m., which is in, like, 45 minutes, so it's in 40 minutes. You're also describing being a trans person, because my family has fights about me without me being there. Yeah, I'm sure that it's happened before. But yeah, let's get ready to wind down and have a good night, and then have a good weekend, or as good of a weekend as we can. And I will see you all on Sunday, unless something crazy happens, which I don't expect it to. But let's all have a nice restful weekend, where we have boundaries about not working on Saturdays. And do we host on this stream? Not really. Not very often, at least. So maybe I should do that more, though. Because then y'all can keep talking in chat here about someone else's stream, right? That's the appeal. You can go watch someone else's stream, but still have my chat here. Offline chat. Offline chat. All right, anyway. I'll see you all on Sunday. Okay? Be good.